God, anything can happen.
Well, they do come from all over. We have, as an example, we have physicians and attorneys and college professors and business people.
And housewives.
And housewives.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
And basically what happens is they hear about us through friends, or they see we have an ad in the UCLA Extension pamphlet. And if you don't mind, I'd like to just bring out the fact that if they wanted to reach us, they could Google Plato Society of Los Angeles, or they can visit our website at uclaextension.edu/Plato.
Right.
And you can call us at 310-794-0231.
Fabulous.
And if you think that's a shameless plug, it is.
And indeed it is. Well, it's time for a short break. When we return, we will resume our discussion of the Plato Society. We'll be right back.
Ensuring that you, your family, and your home are prepared for a disaster is critical. Be self-reliant and assume responsibility for your own safety and that of your family. For additional information, please contact the Department on Disability or the Emergency Management Department by calling the numbers on the screen or by dialing 311.
Hey, buddy! Don't you know you should never leave a cooking pan unattended? And a working smoke detector can warn you of a fire. Like the one behind me. My hero! Next time, listen to the ball. Have a smoke detector and a fire extinguisher that work. How'd you know? The ball called.
Welcome back to Aging in LA. Our topic today is the Plato Society. Our guests are Fred Goldberger, chairman of the membership committee, and Linda Kellemer, chairperson of the colloquium committee. Thanks again for joining us. You know, this is utterly fascinating to me because this is a self-directed group of, and I'm assuming largely seniors, who can create their own topics, sort of write their own course of study. But give me an idea of some of the other topics that we mentioned. Frank Lloyd Wright and Tolstoy, of course, we saw. What other things are people discussing?
Well, as an example, they're discussing we have history, political science, literature, social sciences, so as to give everybody an opportunity to follow their interests. One of the things we encourage is to take something you know nothing about.
Exactly. That's a wonderful thing. Fresh knowledge.
And this way, it's stimulating. They're learning about things they've never heard about. This term we have, which other ones? What are you taking?
I just wanted to say that I took one, I pushed the envelope on the last time because I took one that was a 7-week course, and they don't have a lot of them, but I had a lot to do this time. So I took 9 Hungarians who fled Hitler and changed the world. And I'm studying atomic bombs and how do you make an effusion and a fission and all this. And I had one Hungarian who was a famous photographer whose name was Andrei Curtiz. And I will never again look at one cloud in the sky floating without thinking about him.
Really? How so?
Because on an aesthetic level, he changed the way I look at certain things, or the way a spoon rests on a plate. He looked at the world in a different way.
Wow.
Now that was an absolute Plato moment. And we had a bunch of guys at the table who were talking about bombs, and we called them the bomb guys, you know. And the group becomes sort of like an extended family for those 2 hours. You get in and out, and you know this one has his agenda, and this one, and that's another play that's kind of fun. And you leave there feeling like, okay, my mind, I'm going to be thinking about this. I'm going to go home and look this thing up and that thing up.
I mean, that's a wonderful thing. Well, it's something you mentioned earlier to help us understand this growing Latino community here in Southern California. Latin short stories. It can help give you an insight into the culture.
We're discussing magic realism. I guess in Latin America, the literature has a lot to do with magic and realism and things like that. And to be quite frank with you, I know next to nothing about the subject, so I'm looking forward to to taking it.
Outstanding. Well, new knowledge is always wonderful, and of course the value of being a bit older is that we have a place to put new knowledge.
We're not a bit older, we're just a bit wiser.
Wiser
That's right.
and better and all of that. Now, is there any interaction with younger people, with college students themselves?
We have a program where we get about 10 to 12 honor students from UCLA that attend the courses on a kind of a pass or fail kind of thing. We enjoy getting the viewpoint of the younger generation. I think they enjoy getting the viewpoint of the older generation. Of course, it's a little disconcerting, to be frank with you, because what they call history, I call current events. But notwithstanding that, we had one which was so interesting. I took a course on passive resistance. So we studied Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, and Gandhi.
Of course.
One of the students from UCLA, she was slightly older and was married, brought her husband to one of the SDGs. He was raised in South Africa and was brought up under apartheid. I think he came to this country when he was like 9 or 10 years old.
Wow.
So he told us about it from a first-hand experience, and he was telling us about he had a Chinese person who ran a supermarket, and they kept classifying him. Once he was colored, once he was white, then he was back to colored, and he says the same Chinese person was 3 different nationalities over a 10-year period.
I actually had a chance to be in South Africa on the 10-year anniversary of Nelson Mandela coming to power, which they called the miracle. And the most remarkable part of my trip was to go into their educational system with kids who were not only fluent in English, but spoke Afrikaans, of course, and then had their native language, Zulu. And I would look at these children and go, they are gifted in 3 languages, disciplined, focused on their study, and I'm thinking, this is going to work. If you can keep that cultural heritage and yet at the same time say you are part of a very modern world, and they were working with computers and going, this is pretty cool, instead of excluding people.
One of the upsetting things, though, is he would tell us when he would go to school and then he would come home and a house was being destroyed because they were relocating these people.
Certainly.
For an 8 or 9-year-old, it must have been very traumatic to have to go through
I'm
that.
sure so many societies. It's worth noting, however, that so much of this is a repeat of historical realities. I know with the study of history, people say, well, why do you find that so fascinating? Because I don't want to make those same mistakes again. You know, I'm sure you have that as your...
But it's cyclical. Things
Well-
have a way of coming back.
Yeah,
don't
well-
they? You'd think we'd all learn from stuff.
Unfortunately, it's like this pendulum. The corrective mechanism, sadly, many times takes blood because we have let things go for so long that in order to come back on course, it's a wrenching experience. And now, when you sit and talk, do you have a coffee pot around so you can sit and have a sip of coffee and like you would in a living room?
What we do is between, it's 2 hours, 10 to 12.
I see.
And then...
Or 2 to 4.
Or 1 to 3.
1 to 3.
Well, see, you get to make this up.
Yes, I remember it well.
And what happens is there's a break. And we have a ante-room where we all go to, and you see, it's a chance to see other people, because sometimes you can be in an what we call the SDGs, the study discussion groups, and not see a person for a year because you're in different classes.
different classes,
So this
of
gives
course.
us a good opportunity. Now, there are other things we do at Plato as well.
Yes.
A lot of the members who have interests get together, like I know Linda belongs to an ethnic dining group.
Fun.
We have a group.
Right.
We have a group of people that study French and they want to maintain it. So once a month they meet and they speak French to each other.
I like that.
If you don't mind, we also have a poker group
Because
too.
our time is growing short, I want to make sure we again give people the information for making contact. So we have, you can Google the Plato Society Los Angeles, right?
Right.
And then the other way is uclaextension.edu/Plato. Plato.
Correct.
And what was that phone number again?
310-794-0231.
Fabulous, fabulous. That's why I keep telling people to watch with a pencil and paper. Unfortunately, our time is up for today's Aging in LA. Thanks so much to our guests, Fred Goldberger and Linda Kellemer of the Plato Society. It's time now for our feature, Senior Stat Shots. Once again, we found today's statistics in the recently released LA County Seniors Count, a survey of the older adult population in Los Angeles City and County. Let's look at where seniors are living their golden years. 53% of our seniors are living in their own homes. 25% rent an apartment. Only 4% of seniors in Los Angeles County live in a retirement community. 1% are in assisted living facilities. 10% live with a relative or friend. 1% are in a home with 3 or 4 other seniors. 3% of folks over 65 reside in a mobile home park. And 2% of the survey did not respond to this question. And that's today's Senior Stat Shot. Now, you can get your own copy of this fact-filled survey. Over 16,000 people participated. You simply go online to www.ladcss.org, which is Los Angeles County Community and Senior Services. Click on LA County Seniors Count, and the full report will appear. Or you can have a copy sent to you by calling area code 213-738-2065. That's 213-738-2065. The Los Angeles Department of Aging produces this program with CityView, Channel 35, so that seniors living in Los Angeles and surrounding communities are well informed on the many issues that face them in everyday life. And also to let you know of the many services that the Department of Aging offers our senior citizens. Now, we'd like to hear from you with comments on the program, what you like, what you think can be improved, and ideas for future programs. So please give us a call. The number's there on your screen, 213-252-4088. That's 213-252-4088. Call us with your comments and ideas. We look forward to hearing from you. I'm Paul Peterson. For the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at CityView, Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you the next time. Linda, thank you again for coming. Oh, please, please.
Bulky item pickup? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
What we do to the planet, we do to ourselves. You can help keep America beautiful.
Love LA and keep it clean. Visit laocb.org. Hi, I'm Jen Mahoney in Studio City. You're watching LA City View Channel 35, where you can get the best in culture and arts. It's our city, it's our channel.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, August 3rd, 2010. Happy August, everybody. And we're here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. And I want to welcome those members of the public who are here, as well as our viewers on Channel 35 through the Internet and our listeners through Council Phone. We give you 5 ways to follow City Council here in Council Chambers in person, in one of our remote City Council chambers in Van Nuys or San Pedro, through Channel 35 in the city's cable system, which broadcasts us live and rebroadcasts us each evening, through the Internet at lacity.org, where you can catch live streaming webcasts, or in your convenience when you are available, go back to any of our archived council meetings, which are put up there on the Internet, or through telephone. And the number is 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. And you can listen into our council meetings or any of our committee meetings as well. Our agendas are available here in the council chambers as well as online and through city buildings. Those are posted 72 hours in advance of these meetings, or 24 hours in advance for our special meetings. I want to thank those members who are here on time. Council members Krikorian, Labange, Perry Reyes, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Mr. Parks as well, I know, is just behind council chambers. We're waiting the following council members who are late. Council members Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, and Rosendahl. Council members Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, and Rosendahl. We have 9 members. As soon as we have one more, we will begin. It is about 10:11 right now. Pursuant to council rules, as a reminder, council members should be here in their seats at 10 a.m. To begin the meeting. As soon as we have a 10th member, we will start. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Reyes moves and Mr. Smith seconds. Welcome back, Mr. Smith. Good to have you here. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Alarcon moves and Mr. Labange seconds without objection. Those will be approved as well. I can ask everybody to please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. Salute to the flag. If you please place your hand on your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could run through the agenda, please.
Mr. President, before beginning the regular agenda, there is a request to continue a few items.
Okay.
On item 6, there's a continue that matter to August 4th.
All righty. If there's no objection, we'll continue item 6 till the 4th and item 7 till the 11th. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Item 7 to August 11th.
No objection. We'll go ahead and do that. Let's hold the commissioner and the
Mr. President, there is one last request, items 13 and 27, which relate. Continue that matter 1 week to August 10th.
Okay. Let's go ahead and continue those until the 10th of August as well without objection. Next items.
First items on the agenda, items 1 through 3 are ordinances, notice for public hearing, and there are cards on items 1 and 2.
All right, let's go ahead and call those special for cards.
And do you wish to hold 3 for the 12 members?
Yes, we're still waiting Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Rosendahl. Next items?
Items 4 through 22 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay. Colleagues, any specials? Let's hold 5 on the desk for 12 members as well. And any specials 4 through 22. 4 through 22? Sorry? 15 for Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon.
And Mr. President, on item 20, there are cards in that matter, and the public hearing was not satisfied at
Okay.
committee
We'll call
level.
that special for cards from the public. Item 20. Other items? There's a motion required on 21 as well. Is that correct?
Yes, item 21 was submitted without recommendation.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call that special? Mr. Smith? No special? Okay. All right, anybody wishing to call 21 special?
Yeah, do you want the motion now, or? Yeah, Mr. President, on that item, then I would move that we approve the contracts and move forward.
Okay. That is before us. Item 21. If there's nobody wishing to call that special, we have a motion before us.
Number 17,
Mr. Alarcon calls special. Anybody other specials?
Number 17.
17 for Mr. Reyes.
22.
9, 11, and 12.
Hybrid pensions.
Mr. Parks, yes, Mr. Labange?
Yeah, just a question, technical number 22. Special, I'd like to discuss that.
All right, Mr. Labange calls 22 special. Mr. Cardenas?
And also, if I could say on 17, did
14.
anybody call that special?
Yes, Mr. Reyes did.
Oh, thank you.
Basically,
Thank you, Mr.
everything's
Reyes.
been called special, folks, except 8, 10, 16, 18, and 19 are still for sale, if anybody wants to call them special. 16 sold. Mr. Reyes. 18, 19, 8, and 10. What's left? If nobody wishes to call those specials. It's going to be a long meeting, folks. Just a heads up. We got a lot of specials. 8, 10, 18, and 19. Please prepare the roll. And tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please. All right, we'll add Mr. Parks to that. 11 ayes. Next item, please.
Items 23 through 28 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for
We have
consideration.
cards. If there's no objection, those will be before us. And any cards in the public on those items?
There is a card on item 24.
Okay, we'll open and close the other public hearings. Any specials? 25, I understand is perhaps a receive and file.
24 and 29 for Councilman Rosendahl, please.
24 and 29? We're not quite 29, but I'll call 24 for Mr. Rosendahl. Any other specials? 23, 25, 26, and 28. Mr. Parks, did you want to receive 25? Receive and file?
Yes, receive and file. It's too,
Okay.
too late for that motion.
All right. Please prepare the roll on the balance and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next items?
On the supplemental agenda, items 29 through 31 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, 29, no objection. Those are before us. Myself and Mr. Rosendahl call 29 special. And anybody wishing to call 30 or 31 special? Do we have cards on any of these? Okay, 30 and 31. We'll close the public hearings. If there are no specials, let's prepare the roll on 30 and 31 and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Yes, Mr. Labange for an introduction.
Members, I wanted to ask that we give a very special Los Angeles welcome to a delegation from our sister city of Jakarta, Indonesia. We want to welcome them from Jakarta, Mr. Wilbo, Mr. Jakati, Mr. Burman, and Mr. Lugasan. So we welcome you. Jakarta and Los Angeles has a sister city celebration of 20 years this next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and welcome. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you for being here. We do have 12 members now. We're still awaiting Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weezar, and Mr. Koretz, but we do have 12 members. Let's take up the ordinances that were not called special for cards. That's numbers 3 and 5. And please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those ordinances are approved. Let's take the commissioner up, and then we'll go to public comment. We have one commission appointment. Dean, if you'd like to come forward to the table here. And you came through public safety or personnel? Was this?
This is Budget and Finance, actually.
Budget and Finance, excuse me. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Dean Hansel is a veteran commissioner, been a police commissioner, also a BITSI commissioner, and now on the fire police pension. And one of the things that was very interesting at the committee, not only has he delved into this subject of the last year, he has some very, I think, important insights, particularly with the number of items that we have on the agenda today about pension, for him to give his insights. And so, Mr. Hansel, would you just give us an overview of your time on the commission and then provide us some of your issues and concerns and insights about what you see for today and the future of the pension system?
Great. Thank you, council member, and it's nice to be here. I've been on the commission for about a year, and during that time, of course, we've been sort of struggling with a variety of different issues, and our particular plan is a very mature plan, and by that I mean we have almost as many retirees and their dependents as we have active members of the plan. As of the end of June of 2009, so these numbers will vary a bit, we have about 13,800 active members, and 12,300 retirees and their dependents. So almost at parity. Pension benefits, as you know, is a percentage of payroll. As the payroll increases, so do pension benefits and the city's contributions. So, for example, fire and police from June of 2008 to June of 2009 increased by 12.5%. Pension commissioners, the one thing that's more unusual about this for me than the other two commissions I served on is we have fiduciary obligations to our beneficiaries, and so those are, in our case, to the 13,000 retired police and firefighters and their families. And so there are a couple different issues that certainly keep me up at night, and as I do my other fellow commissioners, which is the financial health of the city itself. And as you're aware, last year, with the full support of our actuary on our board, we changed our smoothing from 5 years to 7 years and widened our market corridors. That brings short-term relief to the city, but it brings long-term pressure to the city. And of course, as you're struggling right now with the city's fiscal crisis, there certainly are things by way of projections to be aware of. I had prepared some projections just simply using statistics provided by the city over the next 6 years until the end of 2016 as a percentage of city budget. I've made a copy available to Councilmember Parks, and I have other copies in case other council members would like them. But the bottom line with it...
One of these to every member?
I did not, but I have plenty here if we'd like to distribute them.
Okay. Can we get the Sergeant of Arms? Yeah. Okay. If we can give everybody a copy, then we follow his presentation.
I'll tell you what, while they're passing them out, let me talk about a couple other things, and then we'll come back to that point. One of the other issues that Councilmember Parks asked me to talk about is what have we been up to over the last year, and of course, several of the particular issues, one of which is the sometimes pernicious effect of money and what it can do, and the importance for us of being sort of entirely above the fray. So we've adopted disclosure requirements that are among the strictest in the country right now that initially we've rolled out on a voluntary basis, requiring all of the people with whom we contract to disclose any financial contributions they're making and so forth. We're going to be posting those on the web. And we just received our first report. As we enter into new contracts, we're going to take it from being a voluntary obligation to being a required one. Starting, we're going to enter into our first contract with somebody at the end of this week. One of the other things we've been looking at too are the costs of running our system, and the biggest line item we have are the costs for our investment managers, which are in excess of about $70 million a year. Given the size of our plan, it's an appropriate cost, but nevertheless, we've been looking at how do we reduce it down, and we've been doing that through a couple things. One of which is looking at our different asset classes, which is how we organize our investment managers, and determining there are several areas where we have investment managers right now, but we're not sure we really need investment managers, where just through passive investment, we can probably earn about the same return as we do by having an investment manager. Two examples of that are large cap equity and fixed income. So as those contracts come up, we're going to take a hard look at them, and odds are we're going to go in the direction of eliminating a number of those investment managers. One of the other things that we're doing right now, too, is looking potentially at consolidating managers in the same asset class. And if we have two and one, can we really cost justify having the second one? And so, for example, on Thursday's agenda, we've got an item on there that's going to terminate one of our two emerging market managers and transfer those assets to another manager. And assuming the board adopts it, that alone is going to be a savings of about $680,000. So that's going to be a critical one. The third one are just the fees themselves, and of trying to renegotiate fees and also try to develop ways as well to take advantage that there are times that the other two pension systems also use the same managers or considering those same managers. So, for example, on Wednesday, we're going to be considering a new contract with one of our managers called Western Asset Management Company for Treasury and inflation-protected securities. And one of the things we're going to do is negotiate a multi-user agreement with them so that if one of the other two pension plans then decides they also want to use them, we'll be able to take advantage of that because we've stacked assets, and essentially we'll take advantage of bulk buying with it. And by the way, the other thing we're going to be doing with Western Asset, as I just mentioned, are these voluntary political disclosure requirements. We're going to make those mandatory with Western Asset and certainly anybody else. Another area, which is our other big ticket item right now, is occupancy costs. We've been in the same building for years. Lacers is in the same building also. Our lease comes up next year. Lacers comes up a few months after that. It's certainly a great time to be a tenant, especially with a lease coming up for renewal. But one of the questions we're looking at is, could we save money by buying our own building, either ourselves or together with Lacers? So that we're looking at that. We've been looking at a variety of different buildings. Right now, we've even made our intentions known to the city, and even if the city has some real estate where if the price were right and the location were right and other things like that too, we would seriously consider doing that. So these are a variety of the things that we're looking at right now. We're also very close to operating our own sort of independent IT system separate from the city, because of the city's financial problems, also because it'll enable us to put in some added security elements to it. We're going to have we've already developed some systems of backup with it. And we're also very close to going paperless as well. When our statements, our annual statements going out to members, et cetera, instead of having them be paper, we will make them available electronically, which will be both a help to members because the fact they'll be able to get information on a continuous basis and also save on printing and postage. Let me go back then.
And if I could just, I think we do have a few speakers on the queue, and we're going to be doing a very extensive pension discussion later on today, so maybe we'll see if there's any specific questions that council members have right now. And maybe you can stay for that discussion as well, because I think we're going to go straight into that after public comment. Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Zion are on the queue, so just sit tight, and thank you very much for introducing that. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, I'm just going to be quick because our president just introed what we're going to do later in this morning. And there are 13 of us here, and maybe we'll end up as 15 or maybe we'll stay as 13. But we're going to have a basic pension 101 discussion. So my colleagues and I, as policymakers, can appreciate the various options that we need to look at when we go forward with our pension plan. We can no longer look the other way and talk about a structural deficit getting worse. We know it'll be $2 billion in a few years, totally out of control. So we're going to have that healthy discussion. Number one, I want to thank you for being very bright and committed and hardworking in your third commission you served on. And two, in the committee you mentioned two things. One about saving $72 million. I'd like to hear that again, how we could squeeze that from wherever you were thinking as a thing. And then also the second question is, how do we tie all three pension groups together so we have the same person managing various aspects and integrate those so they aren't separate pools, which could save us additional monies. And third, just your reflective thought about pensions, but we'd like you to stay for that discussion. Thanks.
Okay, the first question Councilmember Rosendahl referenced was the figure of $72 million. That's the approximate amount we spend on money managers. And as I'd mentioned, it's just in the scheme of things, we have about $12.5 billion under investment. It's in the ballpark, but regardless of whether it's in the ballpark, that doesn't mean they can't get better. And that's the strategies, as I said. Number one, can we get rid of some of those managers? And we're going that way right now. Two, can we consolidate managers? Three, just in our own negotiations with those managers, can we get better deals? Again, it's a good time to be a buyer. Number 4, can we negotiate contract provisions with them so that if one of the other 2 pension funds also chooses to use them, we can stack assets for the purpose of taking advantage of the particular fees. So that was the direction of in going in that route. The second issue, I'm sorry, was
Consolidating
with consolidation. I think, as you know, there are a number of both political and legal impediments on just consolidating the three systems together with it. Frankly, I'm not sure that, given the views of various groups within the city, that that's going to actually happen. And therefore, that's one of the reasons for us that we decided let's focus in on how we're spending our money and what are our 2 big ticket items. Number 1, I've just talked about managers. Number 2, occupancy expenses. Those are within our power. Those are things that we can have short-term fixes to them, and that's why we're focusing on those 2. Number 3, as Councilmember Garcetti said, we'll get into later on, and I'll just address one broad issue with that, which is certainly any move that gets made here or elsewhere that has an implication for our pension fund or certainly for LACERS. The pension implications of it ought to be fully known, and I gave one example of it there, and I know one of the issues that one of the proposals is maybe making members of the general services security people, perhaps making them an adjunct of the LAPD and including them under our plan itself. Whatever the other issues are associated with it, that will have an impact on our pension plan, because ours, of course, is a richer one than LACERS, and all of those costs need to be taken into consideration. So it's really an awareness of anything that you do here ought to be, you ought to understand fully what the pension implications of it are.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Members, I just wanted to rise to support this commissioner who has done an excellent job over the years, whether it's the police commission, as Mr. Parks mentioned, or information technology. Above and beyond that, he's been on the Library Foundation. He is a dedicated citizen of Los Angeles who is the right person for this job. And I think we should listen more to his vision, which will help us in the future as we try to navigate this very difficult time. Dean, when you graduated, what high school did you go to?
I graduated from a public high school in Ohio, Salem Senior High School.
Salem Senior High.
Salem, Ohio.
So in Salem, back then when you and I are about the same age, or right about there, the world economies were quite different. There was no tremendous improvement in the economies in China or Brazil or Eastern Europe, and all that has played a factor in the last 40 years of how this economic table, which is a topsy table right now, has turned. How could you relate to the world economy? Because the first time I heard of the problem, as grave it is, as we're trying to get out of it, was when there was a French hacker about 3 summers ago that got in, and their economy took a nosedive, but it's brought everything down, including Wall Street. Give us a little history, if you would.
Well, certainly when we were both in high school, things didn't seem simple, but they were at the time, but they certainly were a lot simpler than today. And I think the last 3 years, one of the unique things about the economic crisis that we had was that it really was a world crisis, and it really showed for the first time how interrelated economies are. And so that what's going on right now with all of the problems in Spain and Portugal, for example, it's hard for us to look at that and think, well, that's Spain and Portugal, and it's not going to affect us, when the reality is that it is going to affect us. China is certainly, much as it likes to go off in its own isolationist tendencies sometimes, can't do that with the United States, because they realize what happens in the United States with our economy has created enormous unemployment and enormous economic problems there. So that when you need to look at what the world economy is, or what's going to happen to our economy, you need to also look at what's going on in the world.
In the whole world, because it's all connected. Quite different than the 40 or so years from that time. Mr. President, thank you. Members strongly recommend this dedicated commissioner for reappointment to the commission. Thank you. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. I remember you as a police commissioner.
I remember you well.
Pension commissioner. And I like what you say about consolidating into the facilities, saving the dollars, the folks that we hire. I know that Mike does a great job, and you've got the folks that try to do the investments. They haven't been as positive as you wish, but I like the fact that you're going to be trying to save dollars in that and keep those pension funds doing well, at the same time managing it properly. So I know you've got a good staff that works. On behalf of the commission, I just want to congratulate you. You obviously done your homework. You know what you're doing with it. And the pensioners are obviously concerned about that, and people, the taxpayers, are concerned about the dollars going into pensions. And we hear situations like some of our neighboring cities, the outrageous activities that are going on.
Yes.
And we have responsible leadership and governance here with you as a commissioner. So I just want to congratulate you. You've been from the police commission to where you are now, always astute at what you're doing, very concerned, doing it in a professional manner. And I just want to acknowledge, congratulate you, because you get paid $0 for the dedication you're doing for this particular program. So keep up the good work, Dean.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you. That is the last speaker on the queue. Anybody else wishing to speak? Yes, Mr. Parks.
Wrap it up. Mr. Hansel, thank you very much. And colleagues, today there are several items, 9, 11, and 12, that's going to deal with an overview of the end of year 2009 reports from the three pension groups. And then on 24 and 29, we'll be talking about a number of recommendations. But they all kind of center around the very things that Mr. Hansel was talking about today, on how can we ensure that the pensions are sustainable. And Mr. Hansel, if you have time, we certainly appreciate if you would be here for some of those discussions and be part of that. And so thank you for being here and your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Without any other speakers on the queue, it is time for a vote. And thank you, Mr. Hansel, for your continued service in so many different ways of the city. You've been an extraordinary commissioner in all of your incarnations. So I'm sure you will get approved today. But let's go ahead and make it official. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, that is approved. We will go to general public comment, and we'll come back to pensions in just a moment. M. Lawrence Dickerson is our first speaker for general public comment, and then Phyllis Doherty will follow.
First of all, it was nice to hear that this individual was a part of the Library Foundation. I was a docent at LA Central Library for a few years there, and the Library Foundation was real important. I'm here to talk a little bit about the Watts Rose Garden, something that's a part of City Recreation and Parks. Its support has been apparent through the councilwoman's office. But looking at, when you're broke, right, you pool your money and then maybe you can get a pizza. So looking at LA Cultural Affairs Department of Cultural Affairs, I'm not sure how it is now, and the Rec and Parks possibly cloning the Watts Rose Garden in the area that is vacant just west of the Watts Towers. Utilizing the expertise, some of the resources that are available through the Rec and Parks, or Parks and Rec, county's one way, city's the other, and the Cultural Affairs Department. I think a program somewhat similar to the volunteer docent program at LA Central, where we use senior citizens from the Watts Senior Citizens Rose Garden to possibly create a volunteer tour program of the Watts Towers and this Rose Garden that could be created in conjunction with this, and as an important part of it. So we're kind of all suffering the consequences of being a little bit broker than we're usually accustomed to being. But I think if we could look specifically and particularly at the area just west of the Watts Towers, little vacant lot there. There's a little house there that might also serve as the Watts Community Museum, and we could name it after your granddaughter. Little plug there, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Phyllis Doherty is our next speaker. After that will be Donna Pearman out in our Van Nuys City Council chambers. Good morning, Ms.
Good
Doherty.
morning, Council. I delivered to each of your offices this morning a copy of the daily newsletters for Sunday, and I hope you all read them. This is in regard to the question of whether the dog limit should be raised to 5 per property. It's a very, very serious consequence for entire communities when we start thinking about raising the limits on animals. Animals limits are 2 to 3 actually nationwide, and there's a good reason, especially for dogs. Dogs start to develop a pack mentality when you get above 3, and sometimes even at 3. It's not safe for the animals. It's certainly not safe for people. We also have the issue of barking, which is not being controlled even by the department now. Any department. I just was on the radio on Sunday and was told by one of the callers that Oceanside has disbanded their barking program completely. We cannot risk the quality of life of our communities being diminished by the possible total under this ordinance, which would allow 10 animals per property. That's every single lot. Some lots are 2,300 square feet in the city. We would have more noise, more waste, and more problems and more danger than you actually have in the average animal shelter. So I hope that you will not consider this, and I know it was well intended, but it's not a good idea, especially with the abandonment. We do not want to increase that. Please do read the letters. They're very thoughtful, very intelligent. I also want you to know that the Center for Disease Control just announced that there have already been 16 fatal dog attacks this year. It's extremely high. It's 30 to 50% higher everywhere in the year. So this is not just an anomaly for this time. And on Channel 2 this morning, among the expenses that are unnecessary, people listed pet care at approximately number 3. So we can see that people can't afford it. It's not a good idea, and please don't even consider this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Donna Perriman is next in Van Nuys. We'll come back, and Bill Huey will follow here in Council Chambers. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Garcetti. Anyway, I heard that Mr. Garcetti and company wants to go to the Van Nuys Chambers only every other month instead of once a month. That's against the charter. You're supposed to be in Van Nuys Chamber once a month. Prop H, our city council salary, tying with the municipal judge's salary is tied to Ethics Commission. That's one what the public was fooled, started by Councilman Wu. I wish people would realize how important it is to secure our border. We have to protect ourselves against the Mexican drug cartel and against terrorists who come up through Mexico. It's a real problem. You want to open up the border and let everyone come in without no ability to know who and how many people are there. It's not a race issue. Arizona is the same as federal law, 1304. Arizona law is copying federal law. So it's not... the judge needs to read the law. Don't revere. They don't review the laws. It's secure profiling. Mr. Walsh, it's a security issue. Remember Jamal Shaw, an American black who was killed by an illegal alien. It's about the mass of people who don't want to come in normal channels like our ancestors did, people who won't learn our language, and so, along with terrorists who mix in with the masses, making it very unsafe. Arizona can't protect itself. Secure profiling. Remember, we can't protect ourselves. The people say, let's stay the course. You say most of Americans who are controlling our border like Arizona law. You won't come up with a good alternative? So we need to secure our border. What is your answer? Mr. Walsh, what is your answer? We have to have control and lowering illegal immigration. Let's change it and have more legal immigration. Let's have some initiative for them to learn English. They would get better opportunities. It's a fact. Okay, I guess that's
Thank
it.
you, Ms. Perriman. And just as a side note, there's no charter. It's not in the charter about meeting out in Van Nuys. We've been doing that proactively. We're very excited to come back. And Mr. Zine's motion, I know we spoke about that and moving forward to come back to Van Nuys Council Chambers starting in October. Bill Huey is our next speaker. Gretchen Fisher will follow after Mr. Huey. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the LA City Council. I'm here to talk about these activist groups that are hired by the City of LA when a building is put into REAP. There's some things you need to know about these groups. First of all, they are anti-landlord types who despise property owners. And then when they talk to tenants of buildings that are in REAP, they start teaching the tenants tricks on how to prolong the REAP process. This is unethical. They're not unbiased, middle-minded people advising tenants of their rights. They have an agenda. They advise the tenants, they tell the tenants, don't contact the landlord when something breaks in the building, call the housing department or call us. And then after a landlord has put all the time and money in complying with the code violations, they won't supply the landlord with any documentation that everything's been complied. They want to leave the case open. And in many cases, after a landlord has complied with all the repairs, they won't come out for 2 or 3 months to do the final inspection after the city inspector has already signed off that everything is up to code. This system is totally corrupt. And some of these activist groups have relationships with attorneys who specialize in suing property owners. This conflict of interest is funded by the city of LA, and it's going to open up a Pandora's box. And as more and more landlords lose their properties and their monies, the lawsuits are a ticking time bomb. There's going to be an avalanche of lawsuits. So, and also, why aren't there any outreach groups for landlords? You know, if you go to any prison in LA County, you're going to find that 99 out of 100 inmates are former renters if they were paying rent. I mean, the renter community, there's a lot of good people, but there's a lot of criminals in there, and a higher percentage than in the landlord community. Why isn't there an outreach program that will cite bad renters and help landlords evict people who destroy property, commit crime, and put other tenants at risk? My name is Bill Huey, billhuey@earthlink.net. Thank you very much.
Gretchen Fisher is our next speaker. After that is Dr. Clyde Williams.
Yes, it's like 3 strikes, you're out. This is my last chance. I practically live here. I came here last Monday. I was here yesterday. Councilman Smith, Reed Smith, you were the chairman of the committee yesterday for the fire clearance. And Janice Hahn, I was a great admirer of your brother as mayor, and I met him once and shook his hand. Now I'm here because my parents built a house up in Benedict Canyon. It's on Portola Drive. The Manson book has tours up that little street. That house was occupied by a dancer, Juliet Prowse, when she was engaged to Frank Sinatra. And it's a darling little house, but my parents are both dead. At Kaiser, my mother died they gave her $10,000 because of the medicine. So my dad got depressed and sold his house in the valley, moved back there. And then he had a heart operation and he died, so he never unpacked their personal boxes. And that's a problem. It was a nuisance. According to the fire department, I had my hearing there. Now here's...
Mr. President, it appears that she's talking about item number 20, and
yes.
She will be given an opportunity to speak on that.
For general public comment? Yeah, I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
Okay, so I'm appealing to the council...
I'm sorry, ma'am. We can't speak about that item during general public comment, but we can during item 20. So do you want to come up again during item 20? Okay, my apologies. I thought you were telling just general stories. Dr. Clyde Williams?
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. DWP, one of my favorite subjects. What is ECAF? What's the difference between ECAF and electric rates? That seems to be an issue because nobody seems to know. Nobody wants to actually increase the rates on a normal quarterly basis, which a lot of utilities do. They adjust them up and down, maybe by 0.1% if they have to on a monthly basis. However, there's a lot of issues regarding the transparency and accessibility of DWP and the Board of Water and Power. Today they're going to vote for a 10 o'clock meeting. Oh, on a Tuesday. Is this unusual? Well, the Rex and Park do it on Wednesdays, so that people that want to go to City Council and DWP can't go to both at the same time. So I would highly recommend that you consider, if they approve the 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, I would highly recommend a 2:45 review of it and have it at 10 o'clock on a Thursday morning. Then everybody can attend both. So that's basically it, except for one thing. Today you're going to consider solar panels and the fact that LA Fire Department, DWP, and the Department of Building and Safety are causing a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker.
Morning. I want to congratulate the city for learning another historical landmark on the corner of 7th and Spring in downtown Los Angeles, the old Bank of America building, which was designated historical landmark, is not supposed to be touched. Over the weekend, or over this past week, somebody went through and painted out all the frescoes, the ceiling frescoes. I want to remind the city that those frescoes were made during the early 20th century by Italian workers. Now, they didn't pay the normal price that you would pay because there was a large influx of Italian immigrants in the early 20th century. But that doesn't mean that those frescoes are any worth less than what they would have been worth. And I think it's really stupid, especially since these buildings have been marked as historical landmarks. You might as well go take money and flush it down the toilet, because that's exactly what you're doing. And it's also against the law to you tell these people they can fix these buildings, but you need to tell them that it does not mean they can destroy the importance, historically important frescoes and things like that. Also, another thing, I keep on hearing this plastic bag thing over the radio. They're going to start charging us for, they're going to eliminate plastic bags and charge us for paper bags. I think I came in here, I don't know how many times, I'll say it again, since at least 1977, a company named BezPack and Company Incorporated from Montgomery, Alabama, has been making and made available a disintegratable plastic bag. I think this is in the LA Times for September the 8th, 1977, page F15. You can read it for yourself. That's ridiculous.
Thank you, sir.
To eliminate them.
Thank you. Ankur Patel is our next speaker.
So we had that commissioner appointment earlier. He talked about $72 million that we spend on money managers, right, a year. $72 million we spend on money managers. Maybe we could replace them with the financial management system, huh? That's a joke, by the way. No? The financial management system, for those of you that don't know, is a program designed to lose their money more efficiently, put forward by the Information Technology Department. Right, when in the budget cuts, they cut 16 personnel from the Information Technology Department. Then they figure out they can't get this project done, and then they go out and they contract this to another company for $3.5 million. A lot of money saved. So the city of Bell is taking a lot of pressure off of you guys, right? In relation to your $178,000 salaries, reasonable now in comparison to the city of Bell. And the pension issues is what has brought forward this. Last week on the radio, so what I'm trying to say is we pay attention to what happens on the radio, what happens in the newspaper, right? Last week on NPR, Councilman Cardenas and Councilman Rosendahl were talking about the LAWA situation, right? The food situation, where it turns out, well, even Councilman Cardenas said all of the councilmen receive a lot of money from these special interests. And they specifically pointed out Councilman Hahn, who gained $40,000 in campaign contributions from them for her unfortunately failed lieutenant governor position, or attempt at, right? But the amount of money that is put into campaign contributions is going to be very important. We pay attention to this kind of stuff. And campaigns don't need to be based around money, right? We can use campaigns to actually make progress. Councilman Smith, in our District 12 where I am, the park has been closed for 2 years now. We have a huge park, second only probably to Balboa Park. It's been closed for 2 years. Things like this could be a point of your campaign or the next person's campaign that we can work towards to opening again.
Thank you. We'll close our general public comment for those items. If we can turn to continue our pensions discussion, and then we'll come and we'll do the ambulance billing, just so folks know the order. And that was item on the pensions. Which number is that, Mr.?
I believe it is items...
29?
Mr. Parks wants to tidy in 9, 11, 12, 24, and 29.
Okay, let's take those up together. And if I can ask the CAO to come forward for a presentation. Mr. Santana, you ready? Okay. Mr. Rosendahl, go ahead. Go ahead.
Colleagues, and there are 13 of us here. Ms. Perry and Mr. Zine are not here at the moment, but they're in and out. So we're basically all 15 of us here, 13 for sure at this very moment. Colleagues, this is probably the most serious discussion we as a council, as policymakers, can have when it comes to future budgets. When we put together this agenda item, we put it together in the context that it is August. It is right after the new fiscal year has started. We're not like a dysfunctional Sacramento that can't get their act together at all and put a budget together. We at least get our budget together. And as we went through this process, every year, and I've been here now 5 years, colleagues, the word pension/health/structural deficit has been the phrase used. I'm now told that if we don't focus on it as policymakers and change our present pension system as we go forward, we will end up with a $2 billion hole, and almost a third of our city budget will go to pensions and health care. One of the biggest complaints my constituents have had is, Rosendahl, those government workers versus services. Well, it shouldn't be government workers versus services. There should be the services, and there should be the commitment to the taxpayer at the same time. Look, we're in tough economic times, we know that, but we can no longer sustain the pension and health care plan that presently exists. Today is what I call Pension 101. This is an opportunity for us not to be multitasking, but to be focusing on a presentation that we're going to get from Miguel Santana. That's a 36-page document that talks about, here it is, folks, this is what we need to go through line by line. We need to do our homework as a group, because the day will come, as the year progresses, that we're going to have to make decisions on pensions. So let's listen, let's ask a lot of questions, let's have this PowerPoint presentation, and let's be able to empower ourselves as policymakers in dealing with where we go as a city when it comes to pension reform. Thank you, Mr. President, for that. And if we could let Mr. Santana go through his process, if that's okay, of taking us through this PowerPoint that both the policymakers here plus the public can get to appreciate, if that's okay, Mr. President.
And then we'll have a presentation?
They'll have a presentation now.
I think Mr. Parks wants to give a couple opening remarks, and I called it special with you too. So
No, I just want to ask on format. Miguel is going to talk about Pension 101, but I also like to find a way once he finishes that, and before we get into the details of what might be the individual issues on the pension, is bring the pension commissioners that are here and the pension executives to talk about where we are as of 09, end of year 09, that then gives you a real flavor for the pension situation as it is today, and then we go into the discussion about the individual motions.
And just briefly, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl, and also to our budget chair, Mr. Parks. I think we wanted to all frame this, and it's a day in which there's going to be a lot of information, folks, but I really do want to emphasize how important this is to follow along and to do some of the reading as well offline. Good news, bad news. The only good news is that when Pew Charitable Trust did a study of all the pensions in this country, the top 15 cities, Los Angeles' pensions were the best funded of those 15, number one. Bad news is they're well-funded because we take increasingly money away from other programs and out of the general fund to make sure that we're not borrowing against them. So we don't have the double foul of some cities that have a pension shortfall and then are also borrowing against their pensions or not funding them fully. So we've been very diligent, I think, in making sure that what our employees and our retirees deserve, which is what they have earned, will come to them. But at the same time, when we look at the rising costs around our retirement plans, this is a day which we really have to focus on this. We have, I think, some really nuanced things in here as well. We have some bargaining units that have asked, for instance, for greater portability, and I know one of the motions was around that, where people would have the option of defined benefits or defined contributions, their option, not imposed on them, because some people move between the public sector and private sector. For instance, an engineer that wouldn't be able to take that LACERS pension and go over to the private sector. We also have some things in here that are about not just the LACERS and the sworn, but also our Department of Water and Power pensions as well. And another one of the big drivers in here that folks should pay attention to, which is the benefits more generally, is our health care costs. And I'm going to continue ringing this bell because I think it's very, very important for us to have a detailed conversation about our health care and especially our retiree health care, which is an important part of, if you look at really what's increased over the last 10 years, health care costs have tripled. We have not paid anything out of pocket, so we don't feel that at all. But the costs, certainly the people who feel that are our constituents who do pay for that increasingly valuable benefit for us. So we appreciate the good work that's gone into this. I also want to thank our union partners who have stepped up in many cases to look at pensions as well. I think we're the only big city I can think of where we had employees this year, and the coalition employees who voted to increase their own pension payments by almost 17%, and that was a way of being able to do their early retirement and avoid layoffs. So they've been really valuable partners. We need them to continue to be along the way. I'm confident they can be, and appreciate the work the CAO has done on this. So I'll turn it over to him.
Good morning. Miguel Santana, CEO. The presentation here, I realize, is very lengthy, and we won't necessarily go through every single page, but we did want to give you an opportunity to have all the information, and certainly could answer any questions not only today, but as we move forward. The presentation is intended to do exactly what Councilman Rosendahl asked us to do, which is to do a Pension 101. I realize for most of you this is not new information. All of you are familiar with our pension system, but I think the goal here was to inform the public as well as you as a council. So if we could go to the second slide, just as a quick summary, we have three major pension systems. The LACERS, which includes our civilians, Water and Power, which is run by the Board of Governors, and our sworn. They're each handled differently, and when we sit down with our bargaining units, we sit down with them within the context of those three different programs. They have commonalities in that they're all based on a defined benefit plan, which is something as a city we're very proud to have. They all include a service pension, disability, survivor benefits, and health care benefits. They're all run by a separate board of administration, with LACERS having 7 members, the sworn pensions having 9, and DWP having 7, plus 4 ex officio. And the one thing that the public may not realize, but certainly all of you do, is that our pension, as a result of our pension system, our employees do not receive Social Security. It's important to clarify that fact because many people don't realize that to be the case. In the second slide, page 3, here's a quick sort of summary of LACERS specifically. For fiscal year ending June 30th, 2009, the net plan assets was $10.1 billion, the actuarial value, and $8.1 billion, the market value. The funded ratio total, which was referred to by the council president, is 77.4% of the actuarial value and 57.6% of the market value. 383 million city contributions are made, which represents a 538 million percent increase since fiscal year 2001-2002. And if there's one sort of point as to why we're having this conversation, that would be one of them. There has been a 538% increase in the city's contribution to the Lacers pension compared to 2001-2 to compare to the last fiscal year. That is correct. And of which employees have contributed 118 million. The active members in Lacers, there are 365 active members. 30,065 rather. The average age is 46.4. The average salary is 66,518. Of our retired members, there's 14,991. This includes beneficiaries and disabilities. The average age of retirement for a Lacers employee is age 60, with the average annual benefit being 41,268. 70% of our members are eligible to the 100% medical and dental subsidy.
Retirement. Would that be an issue for us to discuss later on about when you retire, when you don't?
That would be one of the issues to consider in terms of the age for retirement. Correct. If we can move on to slide 4. No. In slide 4, it gives you a snapshot of what the growth has been in the last 10 years. In 2001-2, our overall general fund contribution to the Lacers pension system was 2.15% of the general fund. In this fiscal year, what was in the budget was an 8.94% of the general fund. Now, of course, we get reimbursed by the special funds. It's important to note that, and there's a lag time associated with that. It's approximately 3 years of lag time, but the general fund does make the initial contribution. What this shows is a breakdown between what we pay in our pensions and what we pay in our health. For last year, our pension costs were $300.7 million for Lacers and $106.4 million in health care. The following slide, slide 5, shows us what we know the future to look like. And this is based on the actuarial studies that have been completed. Next fiscal year, we're expecting our overall pensions-related expenses, including healthcare, to exceed $500 million. And that would represent 11.85% of the general fund. By the year 2015 and 16, we're expecting that to grow significantly to the pensions contribution being $637.5 million and the health care costs being $17.8 million. The overall percentage of the general fund anticipated to be 17.2%. The reason why there's such a dramatic jump in terms of percentage of the general fund is in part because our general fund revenues are not growing at the same rate as our pension costs are growing. What I want to do now is skip through slides 6 to 10, but I could certainly answer questions. This goes into some greater details on sort of giving you a snapshot of the programmatic elements of the pensions for Lacers.
The bottom line is basically what you're showing us with this graph
correct.
now is that at the present rate, it's going to end up at 17.2%. Roughly almost $1 billion, 900 million or so?
Well, what this shows is that
637 plus the 178.
That's correct. That is correct.
I just want to point out that this is an illustration of one potential scenario. It's based on the actuarial assumption that in fiscal year 09-10 there was a 16% return on the investment gain, and then the 8% assumption per year thereafter. So the market kind of dictates what the actual amount will be in the future, which is always an unknown.
So we're up to almost 18% of our city budget goes to pensions.
That is correct. This is lasers, right. So now if we could move to slide 11, just skipping through, and just do a snapshot of fire and police pension system. Unlike the civilian, there are 5 distinctive retirement tiers in fire and police pensions, with Tier 5 being implemented on January 1st, 2002. For the last fiscal year, I'll provide the following statistics. The net plan assets is $15 billion with the actuarial value and $10.9 billion the market value. The funded ratio total is 89.4%. And the city's contribution is $327 million, a 216% increase since we established this new tier in 2001 and 2. And for the employees, their contribution has been $104 million. There are currently 13,802 active members, with the average age being 40. It's slightly less for Tier 5, and the average salary being $98,337, with being variations between Tier 4 and Tier 5. The most notable is in the retirees. There are 12,327 retired members, and the average age of retirement is 51. For Tier 4 employees, the average age is 45, and for Tier 5, it's 55, so there's a significant difference in age. What's the most interesting is in the average annual benefit, which is $59,940, but there's a huge difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5. If you are a retiree in Tier 4, your average retiree benefit when you retire is $45,324. If you are a retiree at Tier 5, which the majority of our sworn personnel is, the average benefit is $83,004. A dramatic gap in between these two tiers, and the difference is between Tier 4 and Tier 5. With Tier 4, the average retiree leaves our service at $45,324, and at Tier 5, the average retiree leaves our system at $83,004. This is a huge difference in what our retirees leave, and it illustrates the impact that Tier 5 has had on our overall system. In the next slide, we talk a little bit about DROP, which is unique to the sworn pension system, which was established as a way of retaining officers into our system at a time where many other agencies were aggressively recruiting them. It was implemented on May 1st, 2002. It is a voluntary program. It is for Tier 5 participant must be a minimum age at 50 and at least 25 years of service, so they're retirement eligible. Employees continue working up to 5 years and receive a normal salary and continue to pay contributions into the system. Employees are considered retired, however, and do not receive a retirement allowance until they leave the DROP program. During the DROP period, the retirement allowance is placed in a DROP account and earns 5% interest. So there's a benefit to the employee to participate in the program through this mechanism. And after the DROP period expires, employees may no longer work as a sworn member, although they could come back as a civilian if they get hired, and begin receiving their retirement allowance plus the DROP account funds through a lump sum if that's what they choose. We're required, as part of what allowed this program to proceed, to do a study to ensure that it's cost neutral, and I think this is a year where we're required through the charter to engage in that study, so we will be completing that this year. The next slide, on slide 13, again, it shows what the increases have been in the last 10 years. In 2001 and 2, the overall contribution for sworn was over $100 million, representing 3.7% of the general fund. And in this year's budget, the overall contribution is just shy, including healthcare, just shy of $400 million, with the overall percentage of the general fund being 8.67. Now, unlike the civilian pension system, which is reimbursed in part by the proprietaries and special funds, the majority of the sworn personnel is general funded. So this is a more accurate representation of the impact on the general fund. Now, the future, again, continues to be concerning in terms of the growth that's taking place. And for next year, we expect the pension contribution in healthcare to exceed the $500 million mark. And by the year 15-16, we expect it to go well over $900 million, representing 19% of the general fund. That's in addition to the that is correct. That's in addition to the lasers. What I'll do now is, again, the rest of the pages for the sworn go into details on their program, and I'll skip through that since most of you are familiar with that, but you have it in case you have any questions. So we'll skip slides 15 and through 19 and move on to slide 20. Before you is sort of a snapshot of DWP retirement plan, again ending fiscal year 2009. They have a $7.2 billion net plan assets of actuarial value and $5.7 billion in market value. 89%, almost 90% of it is funded, and the actuarial value is a ratio of assets to liability.
Funded ratio is only for retirement.
Okay. It's important to note that the funded ratio is only for the retirement. It's not for health care. Health care is treated differently in DWP. It's part of their MOU. In terms of their contributions, the contribution was $326 million, which represents an 831 increase since fiscal year 2001-2. The employee contribution is $60 million. There are currently 9,047 active members, with the average age being 47 and the average salary being $90,791. For retirees, there's 8,584 retired members, with the average annual benefit being $48,948. You know, we don't. We've asked for that information. We don't have it right now, so we asked DWP for that. The next slide shows what the growth has been the last year. Now, obviously, fiscal year 06 and 07 sticks out tremendously, and that's an anomaly. There was a change, a spike, because DWP commenced funding its retiree health through the retirement plan. And so that obviously wasn't maintained. It was a one-year spike. And the data from in 2009-10 and beyond does not include retiree health, disability, and death benefits according to their new arrangement. So unlike the previous slides that we demonstrated both, in this case, we're unable to for the future. The next slide shows what the growth is expected to be in DWP. For next fiscal year, we're expecting a contribution that's just shy of $400 million at 385, and it's expected to grow in year 2015-16 to $512 million.
That does not include health.
And again, this does not include health care. This is strictly the pension contributions. We'll go ahead and skip through the specifics on DWP, which includes slides 23 through 27, and then show you sort of the combined growth of all of the three systems. Now, it's important to note that this does not reflect the impact on the general fund. A different way of looking at it, this is the impact it has to LA taxpayers. And so from fiscal year 2001 and 2, the total city family contribution to pensions was just shy of $200 million. And for this fiscal year, we crossed the $1 billion mark at $1.1 billion. And the different colors distinguish between Lacers, DWP, and the Sworn. In the future, the growth is expected to continue with next year, the total Penn City family contribution to all pensions is $1.4 billion and will grow to the over $2.2 billion mark on years 2015 and 16. The following chart shows, shows the percentage of all city budgets, including DWP, and obviously in years 2006 and 7 was the anomaly. It went as high as 10%, but then it went down to years to 5% of the general fund. And again, during the years 07, we experienced a growth in the economy, and so that is why the percentage it changed the following year. So when we look at these issues, clearly the overall cost in our pensions has grown and is expected to grow. And so as we look at any kind of reform, we looked at what are some of the principal drivers. You know, obviously staffing levels is a significant driver because the more employees that we have, the more pensions we have to pay. Any cost of living adjustments that we provide our employees when they're active employees obviously has an impact to what we pay out once they retire because they pay out at a higher salary. And any bonuses that are pension-based obviously also has an impact on that. Retirees are also entitled to cost of living requirements that are tied to the CPI. And when it's above 3%, they're able to bank that. And when it's below that, they're still, when it's below that, they get to bank it.
Bring us all to the moment here in time, is you've just said that the fire and police pensions, the DWP and Lacers, at the present rate we're going right now, 2011, 2012, is $1.4 billion, and by the time we get to 2015, it's $2.2 billion.
That's correct.
Now, this is obviously unsustainable. We can't pay pensions at the expense of basic services, correct?
Well, there's for every dollar that you pay into your pension system, you're not paying into other libraries, parks, you know, a variety of other services that we provide as a city.
Okay, so colleagues, just as the backdrop and the foundation for this discussion, which I'm calling Pension Reform 101, we are facing a daunting reality. And in this moment in time, August, the dog days of August, things are slow. It's the best time for us to start the discussion that will respond to us in legislation, colleagues, somewhere between now and the beginning of the budget process for next year. So we're going to have to figure out how do we deal with $2.2 billion looming over us and the immediate reality of $1.4 billion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So based on that, as Mr. Rosendahl indicated, we're looking at what the principal drivers are. If we go back to slide 31, we went through staffing levels, cost of living adjustments. Obviously, the health care costs are a major driver. Mr. Garcetti indicated that we've seen virtually a 10% growth every year for the last 10 years of our health care cost. And that does not only impact our current employees, but obviously it impacts our retirees as well. So all future increases in healthcare costs are one of the principal drivers to the overall cost to our pensions. When we change our pension system, as we did in the year 2000, through a ballot measure sponsored by Mary Reardon, we increased the benefit, and that was part of one of the principal drivers to the increase overall cost in the sworn pensions. People are also living longer, and human beings have never lived as long as we live now, and that we're expected to live even longer still in the future. So obviously the longer someone lives, the more they're eligible for a pension program, and that adds to the cost. When we do changes to the retirement through an early retirement program, in the ERIP, we insisted that the program be as self-sustaining as possible, and we made major progress in that, but there was still an element that did cost us. And then, of course, we're vulnerable to the market. And there's no better explanation of that as what we saw in the recent years with the unprecedented drop in the market. We were forced then to pay for that drop in a period of years, and that's part of what's contributing. On the staffing levels, your council has made significant progress in reducing the size of the workforce, and this chart illustrates that. In the year 2000, our workforce for both, this is on the city side only, both sworn and civilians, was 34,000 employees. Compared to the budget that you just recently adopted, it made an unprecedented drop in the size of the workforce through a combination of the early retirement program, transition people into the special funds, and unfortunately layoffs. We reduced, and through, of course, attrition, which was a major part of keeping the workforce down by simply not hiring more employees. We brought down the workforce down to 32,000. If you look at the chart, it sort of shows how dramatic it is compared to the previous years. And the argument to continue reducing the size of the workforce is something that we could continue doing, and we should do so strategically. Obviously, try to minimize layoffs as much as possible, but doing it in a way where we're asking ourselves what our core mission is in terms as a city, our core functions, and either choosing not to provide a service or choosing to engage with a partner to provide it. The following chart shows how the cost of living adjustments work for retirees. As I indicated, it's attached to the CPI, and here it just shows from the last 10 years what the average CPI has been, and then what the approved COLA is in comparison. So the next slide really goes into the heart of the matter. What pension benefits may be changed, and how can we change them? It's important to state up front that our ability to make changes to our existing pension program for existing employees is very difficult. For a variety of reasons, your pension is your vested right, and as a result, to modify that, we must find an equivalent value for that employee, even when the employee agrees. And we saw that during ERIP, where we identified what the equivalent value would be. And in order to do that for existing employees, we must meet with our unions and engage in a meet and confer process with them, as we did.
This is a key element, frankly, going forward. Our present pension system for present employees and retirees is not sustainable. Even though they're sacred contracts, they were negotiated in good faith, and it is a trust and a bond, and it's very important. But they cannot continue. So when you use the phrase meet and confer with labor organizations, this will be a key strategy, frankly, to getting them to appreciate. What tools will you bring to the table to the union folks to help them appreciate the fact that we can't sustain the present system and still provide basic services? How do we move in that direction?
Well, to discuss the specifics, I do recommend we go into closed session for that. But in general, I think that, what they will be asking, and it's certainly their right to ask, and we will honor it, is what the like benefit is. And that's a challenge for any changes to the current pension system. If you recall, there was recently much touted pension reform at the state level. Existing employees from different bargaining units were reported to have agreed to an increase in their contribution. What wasn't reported was that the like benefit that they received was a pay increase. And so at the end of the day, it's pretty much as a wash. It provided the state some immediate relief, but within, I think, an 18-month period, they're expected to receive various levels of pay increases depending on what it is that they're expected to contribute. So it's not necessarily a long-term or even medium-term strategy.
And Charles Parisi, a good union leader, is here who's fought very hard for the folks. What about the concept that investing in pension, because we're paying 6 or 7% now, that we should all spend 10% of our money in it because it's an investment in ourselves? Does that logic make any sense? And would that impact the pension structural deficit for existing employees?
And then after that question, Mr. Rosendahl, we'll finish the presentation, and we'll come back to folks who are on the queue.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Well, I think, I appreciate the logic. The question is what's permissible in the law. And I think the law has been clear that the like benefit issue has to be part of the mix. We have to be able to answer the question of any labor organization, if we contribute more for our existing employees, what is the like benefit that we get in return? It doesn't have to be the exact benefit, but there has to be a response to that answer, and that's certainly part of what the discussion would involve. Now, we contend that that's different for new hires, and the city attorney has advised us that for future hires, people who do not work for the city today, that there is no vested pension rights. So based on that advice, we've been informed that it's a meet and consult process, which means that we sit down with labor and seek their input on what a different tier would look like for people who currently don't work for us. It would be unfair for me to state that there isn't some disagreement on that point. I think many of the bargaining units have expressed that, but our city attorney has stated that, and we have in fact done that. We've had a variety of meetings with our bargaining units, shared with them very clearly what our ideas are in terms of what could be changed in our pension system for future hires, and have asked them to give us their input on what they would like to see included. And we're at the tail end of that process. Now, we have also been informed that for retiree health benefits, it's different. And that per the administrative code, it's the Board of Administration that approves the subsidy and increases to the retiree health. And so that is something that we're looking at now. Now, your specific motion, Mr. Rosendahl, asks us to sort of do a look at defined benefit compared to defined contribution, and we'll go through that quickly. Our system, again, is one that we're very proud of, is a defined benefit plan. It guarantees a retirement benefit at the point of retirement, and is structured around a retirement allowance, which is based on a formula, which includes the number of years, the retirement factor, and the average age of salary. And again, for each one of the pension systems, those three things vary. The benefit is provided for a lifetime of that retiree, and that's how, obviously, the life expectancy of Angelenos plays a role in that. The risk, we carry the risk, so regardless of what the market does, our employees are entitled to that benefit. And the typical, and it typically includes health and subsidy benefits. We have our investment decisions not made by the employee, but made by those that are hired as experts and professionals in that through the various pension programs that we have through LACERS and pensions and the DWP. And the portability is very low. So it's designed around really benefiting an individual who chooses to work at the city early on in their career and chooses to stay for an extended period of time. And once you leave city service, obviously that no longer applies. You're still entitled to the amount that you worked here, but you don't keep accruing it. Slide number 36 is a defined contribution plan, which means that the employee contributes to that program. The retirement benefit is based on an employee's individual investment account that they set aside and are given the ability to manage to a large extent. There's a retirement allowance based on the growth of the contributed assets and how the assets are distributed over time. The employee may face significant uncertainty about his or her expectation benefit levels, obviously because it's based on the volatility of the market. The employee maintains a significant portion, if not all the portion of the risk, depending if there's a match associated to that. That's correct. Typically, it doesn't include health care, death, and disability benefits. But the specific decisions on where to invest, how to invest, are made by the employee. And the one benefit to this plan is that it's portable. So regardless of where you work, how long you work, you're allowed to take it with you. Now, one of the specific areas that Mr. Rosendahl asked us to look at is a consideration of a hybrid plan. What a hybrid plan does, it incorporates both aspects of the deferred benefit plan and the deferred compensation plan. And it typically includes a lower level defined benefit plan formula to ensure financial security. It includes an employer match based on the employee's contributions. So if an employee chooses to provide 4% of his or her salary into the plan, then the employer often will match that by either that same amount or less. And it does require that there be that mandatory employer contribution. What other entities are doing in slide 38 is, if you look at a couple of samples, the best examples of defined benefit plans are the state of California and San Francisco. And then for a defined contribution plan, we looked at Alaska, and the hybrid plan, Orange County and the state of Georgia. In California, as we talked about in terms of the major changes, it increased the employee contribution rates for active members and new hires. Employee contributions towards retiree health, active members and new hires was also changed. There was an increase in the minimum age requirement for new hires, and there was a change final compensation for the last 3 years, average of the last 3 years of your compensation for new hires. Also in the state, there were no major changes for the unions from the standpoint that there was increases to top salary steps, no changes to the retirement formula and the maximum retirement allowance, and paychecks are not affected by delays in enacting the state's annual budget, which is obviously a major point of concern for state employees at this time. In San Francisco, they're considering a ballot measure for November, which would increase employee contributions to 9% or 10%. Approximately half of city workers currently don't contribute to their pension plans. In the state of Alaska, where they have a defined contribution plan, the individual retirement savings account, the employee is 8% and the employer is 5 or 7%. The retiree medical benefit is age 65, and the employer is 1.7% of adjusted annually. Health reimbursement arrangement is at 3% at the employer's expense, and death and disability benefits is at the employer's expense at 0.4% to 0.22, which is adjusted annually. Orange County established a hybrid plan that combines a defined benefit formula of 1.62 at age 65 and times the years of service and the salary, and a defined contribution formula where the employer matches up to 2% of the employee salary. The state of Georgia also has a hybrid plan where it's the defined benefit formula is 1% times the years of service times your salary, and the defined contribution formula is the employer matches 1% of the employee salary, and for each percent above 1%, up to 3%. Just as a point of reference, we were asked to look at the Social Security retirement benefits and sort of compare that. And certainly none of us want to use this as sort of the model of where to go, but this is as a snapshot of what, if you're in Social Security, this is slide 45. The full benefits, for Social Security benefits, to receive full, page 45. The full benefits, to receive the full amount of benefits, you have to be 65 or older. You are eligible for a reduced benefit at age 62. The average index monthly earning it's based on the average index monthly earnings during the 35 years earned the most. An employee contributes 6.2% of their wages. A person at age 65 with the annual salary of $66,518 retiring today, as an example, will receive $18,252 annually.
The annual salary is the annual index.
So obviously that's, a much less generous program than we currently have, and certainly not something we would want to come down to. Transitioning from defined benefit to defined contribution. It is important to clarify that it does not eliminate the city's current liabilities of existing plans. Closing the defined benefit plan may ultimately require changes in asset allocation that will likely produce lower investment returns, projected lower pension benefits for employees. There are potential hidden administrative costs that we have to make sure we identify. And there may be a potential increase during initial implementation years that we would have to obviously budget for if we were to do this. So what are the mechanisms to make any changes to our various systems? Each one of them is governed by a different set of rules. For pensions, for LACERs, it's based on an ordinance that you adopt as a council. For fire and police, it is in the charter that we must go to the voters for approval. And for DWP, only the Board of Water and Power Commissions have the authority to make any changes to the pension plan. That authority isn't in your hands. We are proposing new tiers for three main reasons. One, as Councilman Rosendahl indicated, is for sustainability and our ability to balance all the needs of the city, the services that we provide, as well as our commitment to our employees, to produce long-term savings so we can invest in our city and in our services. And we're looking, obviously, to focus most of our changes around new hires, because we believe we have the greater amount of flexibility. The one area that we're considering looking at in terms of a new tier, and we're studying this currently, is the following areas. We're looking at the retirement age, the retirement factor, the maximum retirement allowance, employee contributions to pensions and retiree health care, the terms of the final compensation, the subsidy related to retiree health care, cost of living adjustments, and again, looking at having this apply to new hires only. The CAO has received direction from ERC. We also, in January, if we recall, had a discussion at the council around these areas where we provided you a series of recommendations, and you provided my office direction. We have sought information for input from our labor unions. That includes all of those within the city family. We have not engaged in the discussions with DWP at this point. And what we're doing now is we're gathering that input. Certainly, if there's additional input that you would like to include, we would like to consider that as well, and actually engage on an actuarial study. Any changes to our pension system, we want to be driven by data, and we want to be able to be very explicit about what a change does in terms of our projected cost. And so the best way of doing that is by establishing a formula that incorporates changes to the variety of different areas that I just listed, from the age to the factor to the final compensation, and looking at what would generate savings and to what extent would those savings be provided. So we could then make the best recommendation conditioned on the principle of sustainability. And we continue to provide updates to ERC, and ultimately we'll provide a final recommendation to all of you. As the next steps, we will meet with the unions and receive the input, share with them what we found in the actuarial studies. We continue to advise all of you. Our goal is to have an actual study completed by the end of September, and we'll come to your council with a recommendation on any changes in the fall, early fall. And then on the sworn side, our goal is to try to reach a plan where we could place before the voters on the March 11th election. Thank you for the time that you've given us to discuss this issue.
Mr. Rosendahl and then Mr. LaBonge.
First of all, thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to make one little comment. There are all 15 of us here. It's one of those moments when we're all here. And this is a very good moment because it does, colleagues, set us up for really Pension Reform 101. We don't have to be pressured by the moment. We have time to think this through. Miguel Santana did a first-class job. I look forward to your report in September and then another discussion in October. But colleagues, we should not only digest this report, but we should come up with our own ideas of hybrids and other ideas. The Wall Street Journal has been writing about it a lot. The LA Times has been writing about it. It is the topic of the day. And without the pressure of an immediate vote, we can educate ourselves and do what's in the best interest of our city employees and in the best interest of our constituents who pay the taxes. So I just want to thank you for this initial 101 on pension reform. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Next we have Mr. LaBonge.
Many of the questions were answered in that, but let me ask a question. You say, if you use a description, our house is on fire, right?
We're starting to see smoke, yes.
Starting to see smoke, but if you have the fire department, they'll tell you attack the fire immediately. How soon should we attack this?
Well, one of the things that's important to clarify is that the changes that we're looking at won't provide us immediate relief.
Got it.
And because we're talking about new hires. And one thing that you may want to consider is that, it would have been helpful if 10 years ago the men and women sitting in this room would have engaged in pension reform. We would be in a different place today. So there's never the right time. During a crisis, the argument is, well, it doesn't do you any good today to make a change. But during the good years, there really isn't the interest to make the change. So as part of an overall plan to bring sustainability to the city that you've adopted in the 3-year plan, pension reform is part of it because it's intended to outlive all of you and me. The real beneficiaries of pension reform would be those men and women that are sitting in these rooms 10, 15 years from now.
Well, I know, but as recently as the last 2 or 3 years, there's been people who are in this room who've come to say things are good, we should go this way. As recently as the last decade, there was an effort by those in the city to enhance pensions, to keep a competitive edge of keeping police officers from not leaving Los Angeles Police Department and going to other agencies to try to match that. So how does this look in our global picture of LA County and Southern California, meaning in relationship to if we make these changes, will this not only, you say we have to make these changes, we got a cavity, we got to pull it out before we lose all our teeth. We got that. But how does it affect us from a regional standpoint? But in recent conversations, and I know there was a great buildup of the LAPD and the public safety plan that they had, that they wanted to enhance pensions to keep Los Angeles police officers working in Los Angeles. So we have to look at all these factors as an employer, but also the most important thing, we can't live better than the people we serve. That's the most important thing, I think, the message here. And there's an enhance. I love the city of Los Angeles, and I love the fact that I started in 1974, and I got paid $3.54 an hour on a summer youth program that Mayor Tom Bradley initiated, and I get paid well right now. And I try to work real hard for all the money that I have for my family. But that's separate. On the issue here, though, we're very good to the people that we serve at the same time. So there's a balance that has to be achieved. So I need that directly, and I'm game to go right away. Because it was just short, and everything is so fast, Miguel. I mean, it was just the other day, it was 1999. And boom, here we are, and you look at these graphs. And there were times that we even had to try to make these adjustments. So if the doctor says we're in critical condition and we need a transplant, let's move forward, because I don't want to have a resuscitation that causes other challenges greater. So instead of a month or two, I mean, I'd rather try to really focus on a date sometime certain to put it in front of what we have to do.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I mean, I heard what you said and all the things that contribute. What I don't understand is how this came upon us. It would seem rather suddenly. Because if we project out that this will wind up as 20% or whatever huge amount of our general fund expenditures, not too many years down the road, what did this look like in 2005? Why did we never hit this point where we suddenly went from a relatively modest contribution to anticipating a huge contribution? What changed so dramatically? How come this didn't happen in the 1980s and 2002? Why are we facing this right now and not having anticipated this a few years ago?
Well, again, there's a variety of drivers. The first one is in the case of Sworn, there was a change to the benefit. It was made more generous for our employees, and that was done in the year 2000. And so we are now seeing the outcome of that change.
Did we not project out any of these changes that we voluntarily made to know that we'd be getting ourselves in trouble, or did we just do it in response to what was being asked at the time?
Well, I think it was a time that, as Mr. LeBonge indicated, that a lot of governments were looking how they could be more competitive in recruiting police officers in particular. The major change started at the state of California with CHP, and then there was a trickle effect that happened across the board among local jurisdictions to sort of meet that new threshold. And so the city was no different than what has happened just throughout cities in the state of California. And there was a tremendous amount of pressure to be competitive and to build up the workforce. And so I think that was the primary objective. I can't speak to the analysis that was done at the time in terms of the sustainability. A lot has happened in the last 10 years. The fact that we experienced an unprecedented recession that I'm sure the folks 10 years ago would have never imagined occurring. And, the fact that just in the last 10 years, people have lived longer, and there was recently in the Department of Public Health at the county a study saying that people in LA County are living longer every single year. So all of those things combined, plus things outside of our control have contributed to sort of the track that we're on. This discussion is being held in virtually every city hall and every board of supervisors throughout the state. And certainly the state of California itself is having this discussion. We're not alone in seeing this growth. It's occurring across the board. And different jurisdictions are taking different approaches about how they're going to change, but they all seek the same outcome, which is to make their current plan sustainable. And so that's what we're looking at.
One last question. I know this is an unprecedented recession, but the economy is generally pretty cyclical, and this is a recession. We've had them before, not quite as bad as this, and then we've had some pretty dramatic recoveries as well. Are we overstating the response to the present downturn and not looking at the possibility that we have, a strong recovery at some point, and we may not be in as bad shape as projected, or are we projecting based on the knowledge that we'll have recoveries and ups and downs?
Well, it's important to point out that under the graphs that you saw, for this fiscal year, it assumes a 16% return in our investment. And that's a significant return. For years beyond that, it assumes an 8% return in our investment. So we're being optimistic about the growth in the economy. And as I've reported on different issues, this recession is unprecedented. What we did experience in the early 1990s, which comes the closest to what we have today, it took 5 years to recover. And arguably, this recession is worse than the one we experienced, in the early 1990s. So we're projecting it to take longer than that. But outside of the economy, the drivers are not just the volatility and what's happening in the marketplace. The drivers are the cost of living increases that we've approved and our employees are entitled to receive. They're, again, the change in the benefits that we've done. They're the fact people are living longer. All those other things are, and the increasing cost in health care, which again has been going up consistently and persistently for 10% for the last 10 years every year. All of those things combined create what we're experiencing. And again, it's not unique to this city. It's not unique to what's happening in LA County. It's really what's happening not just in California, but across the country. Thank you.
Mr. Zine, and then Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue of the composition of the members of the board, how's that currently done with the 3 different pension boards?
Lacers, there are 7 members, 4 appointed by the mayor. The fire and police, there are 9 members, 5 appointed by the mayor. And DWP, there are 7 members and 4 ex officio members.
Okay, and there's been some problems in the past, some of those commissions. And the concern is, I did a motion on this seconded by, actually, Councilman Parks and I did this together. I seconded the motion that he presented, and we request that in 20 days we get a report back on recommendations for revising the process by which the members are appointed or confirmed. The appointing authority, that no single appointed authority shall appoint a majority of the members of the pension board. And I think if we change the configuration, whether it be the city attorney or the controller or the council president, some other configuration, so we can avoid some of the conflicts that have occurred, to keep it above board on all angles. And if we could have that report back, since I know moving forward on these, for all 3 pensions, the police, fire, water and power, and also Lacers, it's a result of what we've seen in the past happen, to avoid that situation. And would that 20-day be sufficient time for you to bring that back?
We could give an initial look at it. We would like to work with the 3 pension systems as we prepare a response.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon.
You want to come back?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. First of all, and I learned this a long time ago when I was a junior administrative assistant for the city of Los Angeles 180 years ago, that that before you tear something down that's going on in the system, you need to understand why it was established the way it was established. So why do we have separate pension systems? Thank you for your response.
Well, I don't know the answer, but we have the three pension systems represented here, and
let me
I'm not arguing
hazard
for
a
a
guess
change.
and tell me if you disagree. I believe we have separate pension systems because the interests are very distinct. The rates of disability are very distinct. The healthcare costs are different for firefighters and police officers than it is for the general city population of workers. And I'm concerned when all three of you were sort of taken aback by my question about why we have three pension systems, that perhaps we haven't considered enough the distinctions of the three pension systems and the purposes for which they were established. And so I'm concerned that let me give you some examples. If we merge everybody together, the firefighters will be shortchanged on their medical care because they have higher rates of disability and injury. Police officers, very similar. Although the police officers might, if I can be blunt here, have a higher need for emotional distress issues that the general city population does not use. So by merging them all together, we may inadvertently be undermining some of the critical elements of why they have their own pension system to begin with. Secondly, I'm concerned that our analysis is based on pre-Federal Healthcare Recovery Act action, and that the analysis does not move forward with the potential that many of our retirees will benefit from the federal actions, and therefore maybe we should hone in on their benefits to retrieve the dollars back that they will benefit from the federal government's action and not bear the cost directly. And I'm not hearing anything about that. I don't know a lot about it, quite frankly. I'm not a congressman. I'm a councilman. But it seems to me that as we look at the analysis, we should understand what is going on with our federal system with regard to health care and how it might change our best course of action as we try to adjust and save dollars in our pension system leaking out of the city system. I also, finally, just want to say this, and I know that we sort of have this in the system already, where in good years we pay less, in bad years we pay more. I'm just wondering if we can figure out ways that in good years we can recover more, we did smoothing within the pension systems. Can we do smoothing with the city's contribution to the pension system? Is that what we already did? But the point is, can we recover more from those good years because we anticipate them, and reduce the hit on the bad years? And have we fully explored those possibilities?
I'll start with your third point. I think you're right. I think we need to find a way to take advantage of the good years, and I would be supportive of the idea of creating a special fund that we would generate during those good years of dollars that normally would have gone to our pension systems, but because the economy is doing so well, that we would still budget for that and put it in that fund that we would have in place for the bad years, and so that we're not as vulnerable to the ups and downs that are taking place. I know the pension systems are looking now at how to stabilize sort of the vitality in the marketplace, but this would be something that we could do on our end. On your first point, we're not recommending changing the three different systems, and you're right. If I was recommending that, I should have looked at the history behind it, and that is not one of the recommendations we have at this point in time. I know there's been talk about that there may be benefits to doing that, but that is not something that we're recommending. And on the issue of healthcare reform, it's something that we've asked, particularly the Department of Personnel, to look at, and the initial assessment that they provided is that under the reform that was adopted, our plan falls under more of one of the Cadillac plans. And as a result, there actually may be a negative impact on the city more than it is a positive one. They haven't completed that analysis yet, but that's sort of from their initial review. That's one thing that we will also take into consideration.
Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you, and thank you to our CAO for the presentation and the questions from colleagues. There's a number of interesting facts, I think, that jumped out from this presentation that the public probably would be most interested in, both some positive news and some negative news. In my opinion, 4 or 5 of these most interesting facts are, one, that we did, as I mentioned, I think in the intro, we're the only big city I know of where already we had agreed upon, working with our labor partners, almost 17% increase in our civilian payments to our pensions this year. Second, though, we project out the health of this based on 8% returns, folks. I don't know who feels optimistic about an 8% return for the year after this and the year after that. I think over time, I think we're going to see 8% projections are relatively optimistic, and that the general fund is making up the difference of that. Third, as I mentioned, we are the best funded in the country in terms of our pensions, but we do have a cliff that we're looking at. Fourth, city staffing is at the lowest level in a decade overall, and for the civilian general funded positions, it's at pre-Reardon levels. With 1 million more residents, we have fewer employees than we did at the beginning of the Reardon administration that are funded from our general fund that are civilians. That's pretty staggering, folks. We've made up some things with efficiencies, but let's recognize what we have done collectively, and it's been painful for our unions, it's been painful for the council, but it's been the right thing to do to live within our means, is that we've managed to get, mostly not through layoffs, people off of our rolls to be able to downsize and to afford what we have. Now, a couple of things. The smoothing point, I think, is an excellent one. Even more than that, I'd like us to direct to really explore more aggressively a rainy day fund, which is different than smoothing, but I think that's one of the best things pensions can do. Instead of maybe banking COLAs for future increases, we should be looking at those excesses to be banked in instead for the overall health of the pension fund. Secondly, I'd like to see kind of one thing that was not in the presentation, what our rate of return for our investment has been versus other pensions, what the national average has been. I know we've seen those stats in the ERC before, but I think that's very important to see. How well are we doing? We sometimes hear a speaker here will say, oh, this is all because you guys had bad investments. That's not the case, but we say, where are we? Do we have better than most? Do we have average? Are we a little under? Next, in terms of the overhead, how does our overhead compare with other pension systems? And I appreciate what the pension commissioners were talking about in reducing overhead. I think that Mr. Hansel's point was very much to that, about looking at how we can reduce the overhead, but how does our overhead compare overall? And then, what is the percentage driver from healthcare versus pensions? And in those graphs, you see, folks, that it's really healthcare that's increased, sometimes 5-fold, while pensions have gone up only 2-fold, and that's really been the larger driver. Similarly, on that, I do want, because I know there's members of the press that are here today and public who are reading this, and it's not corrected yet. We caught this in ERC, but I think it was presented without the corrections. If you look at both the civilian and the police and fire pensions, let's just take, for instance, page 4 and 5. It is not apples and apples. We're not going from 6% of our general fund this year being paid into lasers, and next year it's going to be 12%. Those are not like and like, so we're going to work on correcting those, but there's no way that there's that increase. I think we look maybe at the overall budget in one, and we look at the civilian budget in the other one. Similarly, so I do want to get what those numbers are. Are we going from, I think we're calculating informally, the CLA and I, maybe it was closer to 10 or almost 11% this year, going to 12%. What is it?
9%.
We actually corrected it.
It's 9%?
Yes, 8.94.
So this year it was 8.94 here, and that's going up to 12?
They have the corrected version.
Sorry?
They should.
Okay.
The members have.
But it was up there. It was corrected up there. Okay, thank you. And I know that there were some copies that were being handed out to the press and others. I just want to make sure that folks have those, the most updated. It's an increase, and it's a significant one. It isn't a doubling, just so before we get the doom and gloom. And then lastly, I think the 3 areas that this concludes on where we can make progress. One of them is a meet and confer issue with our unions, which we have to sit down. That's existing employees. And I think for employees who have worked hard and they sign contracts under a given expectation, those are the toughest ones, understandably, for any union members, union leaders, and for the council to undo by agreement. The second area, though, are meet consult ones on future employees. We need to sit down with our unions, be partners with that, figure out the best way forward, consult with them, but also look at what we can do. A fire and police change requires a vote of the people. That has to go to the ballot, and we need to be looking at that if we want to do that in March. We can do things on the civilian side in here in this council, and there's been a number of motions to move in that direction. We want to get input from the community, input from our union partners as well, but what's a responsible thing that would keep us rewarding hard work with decent benefits while at the same time making sure that we can sustain that. And then the last piece, I think, is the retiree health care benefits, and that requires a bureaucratic recommendation, but I think that's one that we can together also achieve if the city so desires to move in that direction. There may be some disagreement between unions and our city attorney on that. I think it would be important in a future point for us to be brought up to speed on the legal issues around that. But ideally, we'll do this with consultation and cooperation with our unions across the board. It's really in the interest of our workers, and as a younger worker here in the city, I think it's important that we know that younger workers today know that the landscape has changed somewhat. We do still believe very much in a good reward for hard work, but we also want to see a healthy city that can provide benefits. So with that, I think that's the direction we need to head. And thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate this presentation. Thank you, Councilor, for allowing us to hear some of these harsh realities. But one of the figures I like to see are charts in terms of projections, is to see just basic assumptions, something very simple. Where we talk about what our revenues should be if we're going to be meeting these costs. And it'll give us a sense of the gaps that are going to be there. I mean, unless we take all the issues and address them the way my colleagues have been expressing, at least let's get an understanding of those projections. I recall in the early 90s, maybe 91, 92, with Keith Comrie, then CAO, showed us a 20-year projection. And he showed us reaching this critical place around 1999, 2000, where everything was going to start going upside down. And that was back in 1990. That was triggered by the actions from the federal government in the mid-'80s, when they started saying this incredible flip because of their personnel. And so I believe it was in 85, 86 when they started going through their changes. But I think there's so much, it's a very complicated issue. But I also know that in the age of term limits, the notion of what do our decisions do and the ownership of that decision and how it affects future elected officials has a real bearing in behavior. And we saw it happen as the years went by. But today we can't put it off anymore. We have to come to grips with it, and I'm hoping that we have the best case scenarios with a rather tragic scenario in my mind, given the future of the trends that we see in the revenues. But I think that would be a sobering picture to see how these assumptions affect our projections as we go into the future.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just a housekeeping issue. We've circulated 29A. That kind of brings all of these motions under one umbrella, and we were going to ask the city clerk that if more come in, that we are, for the ease of response by the CAO, that they put them all under one umbrella so that we can get these reports back. And I know many council members are interested in responses to their individual motions. What we've asked the CAO to do is to do a more comprehensive look at all of these motions so you get back a report, as opposed to trying to do the individual motions. Many of these motions are overlapping, and many of them may counterbalance each other. So that larger report is forthcoming, and we wanted to do this so that as Miguel begins to negotiate with the unions about changes in pensions, that he has the benefit of that insight. One of the things I'd like to do at this time is I want to ask the pension commissioners and the pension staff to come up, and if city staff, you can make room for them, because I think it's important at this timing that they just completed their annual report that ends June 30th, 2009. And I think in them telling you what the conditions of the systems are at this time will give you a better sense of what Miguel has been speaking of earlier in his staff as to what we are being confronted with. And so if we can ask Sally to come up, Mr. Perez to come up, and they have commissioners with them and their staff, we can, and also the DWP, that we can basically get an overview of the current conditions as they are today. I think the comment Mr. Garcetti said earlier is important for us to realize that on these pensions, there's only three sources of revenue. It's either the employee contribution, it's the return on investment, or it's the city contribution. Any changes in any one of the first two just drives up the cost of the city's investment. And so it's important to realize it. Plus, one other point is that in the budget this year, council approved a new budget policy that basically asked in the future on any MOUs of the future that you get a more collective view of the cost, not just the dollar value for the cost increase or the cost of living, but what's the impact on the budget, the health care plan, what's the cost of pensions, so you get a larger picture of what you're approving at this time. So why don't we start off with Sally, then we go to LAPD, and then we can go to the DWP, and give us an overview from your 2009 annual report that you just published.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sally Choi, General Manager of the Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System, and I'm joined here at the table by Roberta Conroy, our Board President of LACER's Board of Administration. Just to give you a snapshot of the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2009, the system submitted a comprehensive annual financial report that we do every year, and I just want to recognize my staff for receiving, for the 12th year in a row, a Certificate of Excellence from the Government Finance Officers Association for putting this report together. It includes a financial section, introductory section, actuarial section, market overview, statistical information, as well as our actuarial information. But bottom line, for the market value for the June 30th, 2009 fiscal year end, our market value of assets was about $8.1 billion. As reported in the CAO's presentation, the city's contribution, and this would be for the fiscal year 08-09, was $370 million. But I do want to highlight a very, very key fact about LACERS and the fire and police pension system, and this is something that the city has been doing right and is a leader, a fiscal leader in this regard, and that is you are pre-funding your retiree health program. Unlike most other municipalities, the OPEB that you often hear about, the other post-employment benefits, that is required by law now or by GASB and GFOA to recognize the liabilities. So for the city of LA since 1987, you've been pre-funding that retiree health cost, which is why your pension cost is much higher, and you see that growing because part of that contribution of the $370 million, 25% of that was to fund your retiree health. Where other systems typically just pay as they go, you're investing and putting aside assets to fund that for all future retirees, so for when you retire, there'll be a benefit, similar to how we fund the pension benefit. So I think that's a very, very important fact to remember, which is also contributes to our funded ratio. So for this fiscal year ending, the total funded ratio was 77.4%, but that combines both the assets for the retiree benefits, the pension benefits, as well as the health benefits. So on a funded ratio, our health benefits are funded at about 69%, and then our pension benefits are funded at about, the funded ratio is 79%. So overall, we are well positioned and well funded, and the city has continued to make its annual contributions every year. Also, one of the things that have contributed to some of the increase in city contribution is the unprecedented market collapse. So this annual report does recognize a major investment loss of about 19.6%. So that is unprecedented, across the nation, and it's been a global issue. So it's the global credit crisis that really impacted our system, and it's impacting the city's budget as well. Overall, our operating expenses has grown at a minimum. One of the greatest expenses that we have are management fees, and that is for to cover the cost of our external managers that manage our assets of over, now current market value is close to $9.3 billion. So a lot of that does go towards covering the cost of managing those funds. Market value? So for the fiscal year ending 2009, it was roughly around $40 to $50 million. But you should know that some of the strategies that the board has taken to minimize the cost and those expenses is requesting and requiring all of our managers to give us a fee reduction of a minimum of 10%. So through that effort, we are seeing some cost decreases in savings in management fees, in addition to working with the other systems to find better economies of scale to reduce those further.
You got it. You remember that story. There you go.
Mr. Koretz is first up for opening for speakers. All right, go ahead, Mr. Rosendahl.
Just real clear, that $40 to $50 million, if we integrated the three pension plans together, had one manager of it, could we do that and be successful and save 70, 80 million?
No.
No. Why not?
You could not. Mainly because you would save at the margin. I mean, you would save in terms of economies of scale. By combining, usually these are asset-based. You have a certain percentage depending on the size of your assets. So the bigger the base, the lower the per unit cost, if you want to say it that way. So you will reduce in that, you'll find efficiencies, but it won't eliminate it altogether. It will, at the margin, save you, a few $1 million or more. And we're doing that already. The systems are collaborating and coordinating to ensure that happens. But also, as someone else had pointed out, our asset allocation mix is different. There are different risks, there are different liability streams, so the asset allocation of how you diversify your investments vary from system to system. So not all of our managers match up, but where we can, we will make every effort to do that.
Mr. Koretz is on the queue. Mr. Parks, you have a comment?
I was just going to ask if we could have each one of the systems give their overview before we ask questions, because I think it may answer some of the issues as you make comparison from system to system.
Mr. Koretz, does that satisfy you?
I'd rather just make my comment to follow up on what Mr. Rosendahl was saying. It's in the same vein.
Let's do that, then we'll proceed.
They could probably all respond as part of it. There were three sources of change in revenue that Mr. Parks cited. I think the fourth is efficiencies, as cited by Mr. Rosendahl. There was an audit done by our previous city controller that estimated that we would save $500 million over 30 years if we combined a lot of the functions, and if indeed we possibly combine the three pension systems. Now, I know it's not ideal, but at the same time, folks that may not want to have that done may prefer that to having their benefits cut or their contribution increased. I know there are arguments to the other side that the $500 million is overstated, and some of it is being done. So how real is that number? If we combined all pension systems, how much would we really save? I know there are claims that the risks and the investments are different, but I know the results are pretty similar, and I'm not sure at the end of the day whether we couldn't just have one system or at least one pool of investments and wind up saving all that money. So a response to all that maybe from each system would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. So if the representatives can address that in your comments, please. Go ahead and proceed. Sally? Unless you want to toss the ball.
I'd be happy to toss the ball. But just to close, the other key issue that I wanted to point out with regard to LACER's benefits, just to wrap things up and tie it to the CAO's presentation, I just wanted to remind the City Council that another way that the City Council and LACER's board has been fiscally responsible is that our benefit factor of 2.16 for our defined benefit plan has not changed since the 1970s. So we have not seen the type of benefit increases in the form of retirement formula enhancements since the 1970s. And that's something that where we are kind of alone in the arena of not enhancing benefits that cause the cost to go up. In addition, the board has also been very fiscally responsible in this financial report. You'll see that although the board has discretion over the retiree health subsidy, we have contained that cost increase year to year, and our premium increases have grown at a slower rate than the average medical trend rate. So the board has been very responsible in containing the retiree health costs to the extent that we negotiate aggressively with our health plans, and our employees or the retirees actually pay a portion of their health benefit to fund their retiree health costs.
Mike, I know it's getting late, so I'll be as brief and as efficient as I can, allow more time for questions. One of the things that we point out in our annual report is that we just went through a couple of negative years. We had a negative 4.5% return the previous year, and that's for the period ending 6/30/08, and then a negative 19% for the following year. That was very significant for our system. One of the things that we do every 3 years is an experience study. So we take a look at all the assumptions that we make about what our pension system is going to do, what our earnings is going to be, COLAs for retirees, payroll increase assumptions, and the like. We're going to be doing that this year, and it's going to be a tremendously important study for the plan and for the city as well, because the city's contributions are based on the assumptions made by the actuary. So to the extent that they change those assumptions, the city's contribution is going to change. We fully expect them to take a really hard look at the earnings assumption, which right now is 8%. The Water and Power Retirement Plan recently modified their earnings assumption to 7 3/4, and we think that's something that our board is going to be faced with looking at when the actuary makes their report to them this November. But there's other assumptions that are made in there, and that's the COLA assumption, how much the retiree is going to get, the salary increase assumption, and many others. So that all has to be thrown into the mix, and we talk about what's going to happen in the future. We don't just take a look at how much we're going to make over the years, but also what's going to happen with all these assumptions that we have in the mix of things we use to determine the city's contribution. I wanted to point out our market value of assets right now is $13 billion. One of the things that happened in this last reporting period was we did have some ethical issues at our board, and it caused the current board to put together a disclosure policy. That policy is probably one of the best in the nation with respect to requiring our money managers and private equity managers to provide information to our board when they make contributions to anyone on your body or to the mayor, anybody who's in a position to appoint or confirm the board members in our system. We're requiring quarterly reports from these managers, and we're providing that information to our board. I'd like to reference that controller audit that was talked about a little bit. One of the things that I really haven't heard is overall, how did we do in that audit? And I would just like to put on the record that I think we did really well. The significant point that they made about our system was that money could be saved if the systems were consolidated. Aside from that, though, I think in everything that they looked at, we did very well, and I really want to commend the staff from my department and the board for the work they did to do that. I do think, though, that it's important to point out that we did have some significant problems with the analysis that these auditors did with the recommendations that in consolidating the systems, there would be significant savings. One of the things that we took apart the details of their analysis when we finally got it was they assumed, in looking at they combined LACER's and Fire and Police Pensions assets, and then took a look at how much we paid to manage that money. And then they took a look at a $20 billion system and estimated how much that system would pay to manage the same level of assets. And they used some information out of an R.V. Kuhn's report that deals with issues like that. They came out with a basis points number, a percentage, to apply against our asset base that was not like anything. It wasn't like the funds that we have and the way that we invest our assets. We have a significant allocation to alternative investments, private equity, hedge funds, real estate, and the assumption they had was that we did not have those types of investments in our portfolio, so they really didn't compare apples to apples. We saw that in a number of the recommendations that they made to us, and we really took them to task on that and advised the board, our board as well. I've also turned that information on over to the Controller's Office for future audits, so I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And could you identify yourself for the record? You didn't do that.
Sorry. My name is Michael Perez. I'm the General Manager of Fire and Police Pensions. I've been with the city since 1980 when the Fire and Police Pension System was 25% funded, and I started working the system in 1990. I became the General Manager 5 years ago.
Thank you. And our next presentation?
Thank you, Thomas.
Water and Power?
My name is Sangeeta Bhatia. I'm the Retirement Plan Manager for the Water and Power Employees Retirement Plan. I've been the plan manager there since 2005. Just a few facts about our plan. Based on the June 30th, 2009 annual report, which was also provided to you, the assets at the end of the year were around $5.7 billion. We were 89.9% funded. I believe that was also discussed in the recent presentation made this morning. And our investment return as of June 30th, 2009 was a negative 15%. Because of all of the reasons stated and discussed earlier, the unprecedented market drop, the recession, and all of that. We have an actuarial valuation done every year based on which the department contributes to the retirement plan. Based on the last actuarial valuation, the department contribution into the plan was 26.12%. We have an actuarial experience study performed where all of the underlying assumptions of the actuarial valuations are evaluated against actual experience. And the most recent actuarial experience study presented to our retirement board indicated that the 8% investment return assumption perhaps is not practical or reasonable and should be revised. And the retirement board went ahead and revised the investment return assumption to 7.75%. This change in the investment return assumption will be taken into account in the next actuarial valuation for the year ended June 30th, 2010, and at that point we will find out what the department contribution will be to the retirement plan. Our asset allocation, based on which our assets are invested, we are around 50% invested in equities. We were invested pretty heavily in fixed income, because of which contributed quite a bit to our less than average the investment return loss, that is. We were heavy in fixed income. The alternative and real estate classes had about 4% together, and we had more in cash, which is more than 3.5% approximately. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Well, let's open up for question. Mr. Parks?
We have two commissioners. We asked them to make some comments, and then we've covered it.
Commissioners, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Parks. My name is Roberta Conroy, and I'm the president of Lacers. And I am very encouraged by the fact that we have a full house as far as council members today to hear Pension 101. It's a very, very large numbers that we're talking about. Unfortunately, there's not much that our pension board can do to reduce a large number. It will always be large. I think that that's the starting point. We are taking on a couple of things in the next several months that will affect the funding policies. of Lacers. One is asset smoothing. Now we're at 5 years. We'll probably move to 7. And the second, which will not ease the pain as far as the city contribution, is the actuarial assumptions currently being used by Lacers. Pension systems everywhere are looking at the 8% number, and going down to 7 3/4 will only increase that number. So I just wanted to get that out early on, because it is, when you're talking large numbers, that's also a large number. Other than that, I think that we have an excellent board, and our general manager is really keeping us on track. And the materials this morning were great, and from the seat of the board, we're pleased to be here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I'm Dean Hansel, and of course I've had a chance to speak earlier, so I just want to emphasize a couple things. One that I believe was Councilmember Garcetti said, but just to emphasize as well, when you're looking at the costs, don't lose sight of the growing cost of the health subsidy fund. As well. That's a number that will get increasingly large, and so as looking at different formulas, obviously going to hybrid plan or defined benefit plan, et cetera, won't address that issue. So that also needs to be on the agenda as well. And certainly, as Commissioner Conroy just said, which I agree with as well, is if we reduce our rate of return from 8% down to a lower rate of return, and I think it's probably very likely that that's what our actuaries will recommend, that's going to affect the city's contribution next year when we come back. That will increase it. All of the assumptions that we've been giving you today have been based on an 8% rate of return, and that number may actually end up going down. And number 3, as we spoke about earlier, in terms of consolidation of the plans, there's a lot of legal impediments, there are political impediments, et cetera, to that, and that's certainly where I think that it's important for us, in terms of keeping our eye on the ball, what we can accomplish with it is really look at how we're spending money, and are there ways to reduce it. And as I noted before, certainly I think from the perspective of fire and police, the 2 big areas that we spend money on are managers. There are some that, as Mr. Perez pointed out, we're in some asset classes nobody else is involved with. But there are other areas where, one, I think we can just do without managers and go to a passive investment strategy. Number 2, really take advantage of the bad economy and try to drive down prices that are charged to us. Number 3, try to stack assets so that if the boards independently decide to use the same manager, we'll be able to take advantage of it.
Mr. Rosendahl? No. Unless your question has been answered. Okay, Mr. Alarcon, please.
Mr. Hansel, it's good to see you. Long time no see.
It's been a long time.
It's just been a long time, right? Okay. I just have one question. It's actually not a question. I'm just requesting that when you come back with a report, that you ensure that, I know that the retirement systems have taken a close look at social responsibility and investments in that regard, and I want to make sure that any changes that we move forward with do not undermine our social responsibility agenda. So if the report can reflect what is going on, what actions were taken with regard to social responsibility, and how those actions will be maintained moving forward. Could that be done?
Yes.
Yeah. I see 2 heads nodding. There's 6 people up there. Can I get a yes from everybody?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Then I take that as a yes.
Mr. Alarcon, by the way, one issue related to social responsibility, which I know we do, and I think others as well, there certainly are times with some of the investments where we get the opportunity to vote on different issues, and that's fair. That's very high on our perspective on dealing with labor issues, environmental issues, other things of that sort, just as a kind of socially responsible investors.
No one else on the queue? Mr. Parks?
President, I'd ask that we, on these items 9, 11, and 12, that we note and file them as the committee report, but also add an instruction to all three pension entities that they report back to Budget and Finance first quarter of each year with their annual report, and that on the issue of 11, what are we dealing with? On the other three issues, that we move those committee reports in 29A so that we can merge all of these requests into one report so that the CAO can respond to us in a comprehensive package and address all the issues that came forward. And again, we ask the city clerk to ensure that as new motions might come in, that we put them under that one master CF number.
Mr. Parks, we have some public comments. We'll hear from those individuals now. Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, you have one on 24 and on 29. So if you can combine them, please.
I think we've been here long enough, but for 24 and 29, the pension fund, didn't we know about this a long time ago when they were first set up? It's called life of project costs, or what's the projected 20-year cost. It's something like when we're discussing stormwater programs and come up with an $8 billion bill in the year 2020, but that's just for capital. People forget about the operations and maintenance. In January, the CAO was here. He had a big yellow piece in one of his slides that said structural deficit, the pensions. It's been known. They are getting bigger, and my wife is getting ready to retire, so we've already done our calculations. And those health benefits, those are very significant when you're over 70 years old. And now our life expectancy is a little bit longer, so I have a 10-year view. So, social responsibility, are we going to have any services in 10 years, 2020? Thank you.
Pat McCosker. Pete Repovich. Item number 24, Mr. Repovich from the Police Protective League. Is Pat McCosker in chambers? Pat McCosker. Mr. Repovich, go first, and then Mr. McCosker second, please.
Good afternoon, Peter Repovich, Director, Los Angeles Police Protective League. Really an important topic. I highly recommend that we go very slow on this issue. It seems like there's a lot of groupthink going on across the state and the nation, and that we really don't necessarily have all the answers. So the way to go about it is to go slow. Talking about the assumption, we're just saying that we'd like to decrease the assumption. That's what I took out of Commissioner Ansel. Okay, maybe that's not a bad thing, but the problem with that, it's going to create costs. It's kind of like America saying, in a recession, maybe we should raise taxes. So maybe the timing of that is really important. The most important thing is that you understand that police officers go out there and risk their lives every single day. They put 30 years on this job, and they don't want their pension system tinkered with. They deserve what they came on this job to do. They protect the city. So balance is really key, and not just jumping on the bandwagons of all the articles that are going up and down the state talking about financial crisis. So this city, more than any other city, has a responsibility to 464 square miles of city and protecting this place. So it's really important that we do whatever reform that we get to, we do it in a way that's logical, slow, it takes into account social responsibility, and to be loyal to the employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pat McCosker, please.
Thank you. Council members, Pat McCosker, President of United Firefighters. I really just wanted to echo the sentiments of Brother Repovich. You know, we're concerned as well. Did notice, by the way, that item 11 on today's agenda was a receipt and file probably of the most recent report from the LA Fire and Police Pension System. And as Miguel Santana reported, it shows 89.4% funding. When you figure in, by the way, retiree health care, which hasn't been budgeted for in the past, when you do it the traditional way, it also reports that we're 96% funded. 96% funded. GASB tells you that an 80% funded pension system is a healthy pension system. So I want to, thank all the money managers here in the city for the wonderful job they've done managing our pensions. We also understand the drumbeat on pensions in this country. The economy is tanked. People have lost their retirement savings because they bought into that 401k lie. Wall Street folks did it to them. They did it to us now. Our pension system has a higher payment now because of smoothing. I want to thank Councilmember Alarcon for pointing out that maybe smoothing is the answer. We've been supportive of that. We've been saying that the city should be paying in more of a fixed budgetable amount throughout rather than the highs and lows, because when we have these lows, an unprecedented one right now, this drumbeat to take away pensions for firefighters, police officers, and other city workers becomes so loud. So I just like Pete Repovich said, please, let's be careful about this. Let's work with us. We want to work with you, and we've shown that, I think. If you ask people, we've been there at the table talking about this in a very responsible way, because the last thing you want to do is provide a lack of retirement security for any worker, and to ask firefighters or cops to work alongside one another on emergency situations, taking the same risk, doing the same dangerous job, and provide different levels of benefits for one and not the other, for one's widow and family and not the other, isn't fair. So please be careful about that. Thank you.
To the San Fernando Valley, Donna Pearman.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, Mr. Rosendahl, it sounds like you're jealous of city employees. Keep your hands off the pensions of the city employees. It's not, it's not them or us, city employees or taxpayers. City employees are taxpayers and they use services. City council has more than, make more than the public they serve. I do not like when they said city employees are not putting money into their pensions. You see, Lacers are putting money into the retirement, and they have, and next year will be at least 7%. I do not believe in average age being 47 or 51 for retirement. So Miriam's husband has to work to age 60 to get any retirements. That's not cut. I don't believe that most retirees don't retire before age 55. Most, I believe, retire between age 55 to 63. I don't work, this city council wants to change the pension, and it wouldn't work for city employees who work 15 years or more. Politicians shouldn't control the pensions of the current or new employees. Change your benefits, city council. I don't want city council won't change. I don't want the city council to change our pensions. How about changing your pensions? I don't want to change our pensions. For health and health benefits for current employees and new employees. Now, how about new changes for new city council members? Your hybrids for new hires are not really spelled out. It should be discussed with unions, with people who have the city employees' interest at heart. We don't want any city employees who work hard not to have a good pension. Oh, shoot.
15 seconds.
Okay, quick. Quick. What is it? Quick.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pearman. All right. Mr. Parks.
You live in a different age.
A short interruption for a phone call, I guess. Mr. Parks.
Yeah, the final instruction I forgot to give earlier is that the CEO is going to be bringing forth plans that, if I understand it correctly, the Lacers pension could be altered by ordinance, but charter for police, fire police, and DWP, and that we want to make sure that that report incorporates, if we're going to charter, all of the issues for DWP and fire police are brought forward to the council for review.
All right, colleagues, we're going to vote on this as a package without objection. Mr. Clerk, the numbers again.
That is items 9, 11, 12, 24, and 29, including the 29A motion and the verbal request for report backs.
All right. On those matters, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Very well. Mr. Smith?
I'd ask that we take number 20 out of order. We've had a lot of citizens that have been through hours and hours of meetings and
All right.
and
Number
fire
20.
staff here.
Mr. Clerk, number 20, please. Brush clearance ordinance.
And that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon, and there are cards.
Number 20, should we hear from the public first? These are probably folks that are contesting. We have 5 cards, Mr. Smith. Pardon me?
Move the public hearing on those 5.
All right. Gretchen Fisher.
And before she begins, this is a fair hearing matter requiring the council members' heightened attention to the speaker at the podium or at their monitors at their desks.
Colleagues, please, I know we are concluding the pension discussion, so let's wait a moment before we begin. This will be a fair hearing matter. Colleagues, Mr. Parks, we need to fair hearing on this matter. Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's start the clock. Ms. Fisher, please proceed.
Yes, I'm asking Mr. Smith if he's reconsidered since yesterday. The thing that Mr. Smith did realize that I don't have any record of any non-compliance. The house was built during World War II. I ran up there once I heard that the fire department had done some work. We thought we'd finished the job. Those boxes were personal effects, the thing that most people grab when they have a fire. I found wedding pictures of my parents and her parents. I need to have you listen to this. It's a California law, 137. The critical question is whether the defendant created or assisted in the creation of this nuisance. I didn't touch any of those boxes. They were brought in by the man who helped my father move after my mother died, and they were also brought out by the same man. He told me he finished his job. My brothers each paid him $300 apiece. He went on vacation to Oregon to visit his daughter and grandchildren. I was shocked when my son handed me a letter that came to that vacant house. We ran up there to see, and the work had been done by the fire department. And there was just a little bit left. He left 2 little piles of boxes that had heavy pieces of my father's metal that doesn't burn in there. And so I'm asking, though, just please waive the $1,000 fee, administrative fee.
Thank you, ma'am. Next was Dr. Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Also, we're looking at brush fire clearance, and especially for those areas that have been designated for 2009-10 liens. And what we're finding through use of Google Earth and other satellite images is that a lot of these particular plots don't seem to be that different from other plots in the surrounding areas. So we are going to, as part of a 2010 review this month, when we go on recess, we're going to be investigating, inspecting each one of the lots around some of these to see if there's inconsistent and arbitrary enforcement of the brush clearance, which is supposed to be the most stringent in the United States. However, we still have fires, we still have problems with it, and especially in Mount Washington, CD2, and in CD5. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sally Chan. Sally Chan.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and council members. I'm Sally Chan, and I am here speaking on behalf of the MAC residents located at 2681 Prismo Drive in Los Angeles. The first matter I wanted to, for the LAFC and the city to reconsider is the fact that the particular provision 57.21.07 is actually a violation of due process in the way that the statute's actually constructed. The MACs were actually cited for not removing dead palm fronds, which is dead tree debris from a tree that's actually about 200 to 300 feet tall. It's a palm tree. And the particular statute, 57.21.07, actually specifically states that all trees that are above 18 feet, the residents are required to be responsible for moving all dead debris that's 6 feet and under. However, this particular statute, 57.21.07, is contradicted by subsection D, which is very broad, which simply requires that they remove all trees from dead debris, any kind of trees or shrubbery, which is exactly what the LAFD cited, and actually gave them a fine, and we all know the administrative fee was about $1,000, and they also removed all the dead trees on their behalf and also gave them all these fines, required them to pay for the city's removal, along with administrative fines of about $1,300 to $1,500.
Thank you. Cha Yun-sung.
You have a copy of my paper, right? I did send a copy.
I can't understand you, sir.
Okay, can you stop?
Speak into the microphone, please.
Okay, don't start now. I gave the copy of documents to you. Do you have them? Okay.
I don't have a copy of the document, sir.
Okay, my assessed ID number is 2401-027-031-7. I bought this property 2009 August 18 and from CD auction, first auction. Then I went to brush department, and then I tried to pay whatever owns. They said about $2,300 I have to pay. I tried to pay. They said don't pay now until I receive a statement. And then I didn't. I just wait. And then every month I call. They said just wait. And then I couldn't receive a statement yet. I tried to pay in full $2,300 in show lien to my property. But they don't want to receive. They don't want to receive money. And then, actually, I did receive February 16, 2010, after deadline for appeal or hearing. But I went to brush unit. They said, I tried to pay in full at the time. They said, supervisor said, just go show the hearing, explain to them. And then when I show hearing, I told them I want to pay. They said, I have to pay admission fee also. Then I said, I don't want to pay admission fee. I just want to pay whatever I money. And then, this time I'm here, I want to just waive my admission fee. But they keep asking to pay. I tried to pay before due date. They said wait for my statement to come, but I received a statement after February 16th deadline.
Thank you, sir. Sonia La Paz, our final speaker, and then we will hear from the fire department on this matter, on these matters.
My issue was that I removed the debris through twice, basically, and the last person, the gardener that came, told me to leave some small trees there because he thought they would come back. It's a rental property, so basically the fire department took them out anyway, and I was cited. But the additional information I have today was because Councilman Smith told me if I could prove, he asked me if I could prove that my property taxes was forwarded to my new address, and yesterday I didn't bring that information, and today I brought this. So basically, I'm showing proof now that I did a change of address in 08. My mailing address from that particular rented property came to the proper address, but all the fire department notices and information did not.
Thank you, ma'am. The fire department, the matters that have been brought before by the speakers, if you can please respond to those accordingly, and then we will take votes on those matters. To the folks that are in the audience, this is the appeal on the assessment from the fire department for clearing brush through the Public Safety Committee. Mr. Smith, comments?
Just a brief introduction. Before you, ladies and gentlemen, are about 132,000 brush clearances, 150 or so appeals that were before the department.
A little over 200.
So what is here before you today is the remainder of that, those people that appealed to the city council, above and beyond the fire department appeal. That is the book that is available here. You heard from 5 of them today. Our committee took 2 weeks to review this. It's an arduous process. It's not a friendly process. Before you is the recommendations of the committee to deny the appeals. In most of the cases, we did make 2 adjustments for 2 people that we felt their arguments were somewhat satisfactory, that required adjustments, and then we asked for 3 reports back today. If you would give us those 3 reports on the 3 cases that we were not clear on whether or not we felt the department had acted properly or not, and then what will be before you then is the final summation of all the denials of appeals in these 3 additional cases. Captain, if you'd brief us on those 3 for the committee members, and then my motion will be to approve the committee report, which is the committee chair's transmittal, and the denial of appeals, the changes that were made by the department. I believe there were about 10 changes the department made and the 2 the committee made. So if you would.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Knight. I'm the captain in charge of the brush clearance unit for the Los Angeles Fire Department. The fire department inspects approximately 132,000 parcels in the very high severity zone. Property owners that are inspected that are found with violations are issued a notice of noncompliance with a due date that they must comply by. Any property owner who fails or refuses to comply with the requirements of the fire department, they are then issued a second notice of noncompliance, and then if we still have a refusal or the property is not brought into compliance, we will go forward and abate the hazard that is present. That cost of abatement plus an administrative fee will be assessed to the property owner. As a result of those inspections, we had a little over 200 or so that decided to appeal. Of that number, they were allowed to come to a hearing and submit evidence why they shouldn't be charged, assess those charges. Fire department heard those through way of a hearing officer and was moved forward with those that were either, their appeal was either denied or it was approved or they were weighed in favor of by the hearing officer. From the Public Safety Committee that was held within the last 2 weeks, we were directed by Public Safety Committee to review 3 more appeals. One was Mr. Edian Vansgen, subject property is located at 8200 Glen Crest Drive. The protest of the appeal was that there was apparently some dead vegetation that had been left on the property and that it was left by our city contractors, and he had paid a contractor of $3,000 to clean up that work. Based on the fire department record that we went back and reviewed, looked at our photos and all the mappings, it was brought to the attention to the property owner that the property actually was not contracted until the 21st of that month, and that vegetation that he claims that has been moved was not by our city contractors, as the contract was not even awarded to the contractors until exactly the 15th of the month, so it would have been impossible. So therefore, that was looked into and that matter was handled. The second one was Ms. Yangst, Sonia Yangst, who just spoke just briefly on Castle Bay Lane. I'm sorry. Ms. Sonia Lanks, who was there on Castle Bay Lane. We were directed by this Public Safety Committee to go and review the fire department record as it reflects to some trees that was burned. There was a fire that occurred on that property a few years back, and there were some damaged trees and damaged burned vegetation on what needed to be removed and what trees needed to remain as they may have recovered. We've reviewed the records, we looked at the photos, and we concur and stand by our decision that the trees that were definitely removed were dead and needed to be removed, and the fire department took action, and it followed procedure. The final one was Mr. Marazan. Subject property is a vacant lot located near Vine Valley Drive. We met with the appellant, and we reviewed the fire department record as well, and we identified some areas that he did not clear, nor did he know he needed to clear. It was brought to his attention. He now understands, and he was satisfied in our decision.
Now, Mr. Smith, the speakers that were here just before the fire department, do you want to comment on that? The individuals that spoke, I don't think the captain addressed those individuals.
Yes, he addressed the ones that the committee requested yesterday. And so before you again, there was 130,000 lots cleaned in the city of L.A. There was 158 appeals that were before you. The department reversed 7 of them. The committee changed 2 others. We asked for these 3 to be reviewed once more. I looked at them this morning and asked, therefore, that the committee recommends to the council that we accept the department's report, that we deny the appeal on those 3 and add them to the list and approve the report as submitted, which will be the 7 department changes, the 2 in committee changes, and go forward with the denial of appeal and all the rest. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm noticing in the book that there are 11 from Council District 11 that are in that fine mentality. Is there any lessons learned so my folks in the Palisades and Brentwood and other hillside areas can keep it clean? Is there anything special they should be doing so that they can avoid the fines?
Sure, they can stay in contact with their local fire station for one. The fire stations have all the information on the requirements by the fire department. Every year we send out an informational brochure that outlines what to clear, where to clear, how to contact us, our website, and an email address and our phone number.
I appreciate that, and to our viewers out there, we are in the fire season again. As we see fires all over the Southland, the more we get with the program, the safer our communities will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge, who always wanted to be a firefighter.
Thank you very much. I didn't pass the test, Mr. Zine. I'm sorry. But
well, we can't all be police officers.
No, you can. They say if you take everybody that LAPD. Anyway, Chief, Captain, this is 2009. How are we doing just roughly on 2010 in compliance there? Because the biggest thing, members, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, our lot cleaning division is no longer cleaning lots. Is that correct?
At this time, yes.
And how are we dealing with that?
We're meeting with lot cleaning at this time to figure out how we're going to
we have
handle
to
those
do
parcels.
that. And also, I remember once when in the old City Hall, before the renovation, there were, and there may still be up there, a public counter that had a list of people who did zoning maps, and you go there and you get 25 names, you pick who it wants. Maybe we need to get that for lot cleaning, because time is marching, and as Mr. Rosendahl mentioned, as he looked up to the camera, as he does so eloquently, as if he were still on the Z channel, yes, we have to clean our lots. And yes, we have to focus on that. So it's a current problem as we move forward. So I wanted to bring that attention. I did put a motion in to look at that. Vacant lots in the hillside areas from the Arroyo Seco west all the way through the Santa Monica Mountains and the rim of the valley throughout every area. The challenge is there. Because I know in the Griffith Park fire of 2007, it was because of DWP's great water system and the great compliance of Recreation and Parks of the lot cleaning of the 200 feet of Griffith Park to the homes and the residents as well, save those structures. So this is very important. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Colleagues, these cases are now before us. On the matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Very well. Number 21, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Fire Department.
And that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon, and there are amending motions A and B that have been distributed.
Number 21, Mr. Alarcon, we do have public speakers on the matter. Would you like to hear from them first? Public speaker, okay. Some of these folks fill out for another number, but we now have you listed under 21. And the folks coming forward, David Fleming. Is David Fleming in the chambers? Gary Tobin. Is Gary Tobin in the chambers? Stuart Waldman. Stuart Waldman in the chambers? Tracy Rafter. Stuart Waldman. Do you know if the other folks are waiting?
They had to leave.
They had to leave?
I will speak for everyone.
All right, Stuart Waldman. So Mr. Tobin, Mr. Fleming, and Ms. Rafter have all left? Okay, Stuart, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Waldman. I'm president of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA. We represent over 340 businesses with over 75,000 employees in Los Angeles. We're here today to express our strong support for this motion before you to support the fire department and city administrative offices' request to enter into contracts for third-party emergency medical services and ambulatory billing collection services. VICA has been at the forefront of efforts advocating for more effective and efficient debt collection in the city. Having more effective debt collection would help the city close its multi-million-dollar projected budget deficit. There's no excuse why we're leaving money on the table uncollected. The City of LA's dismal collection rate of 53% across all departments is inexcusable during a budget crisis. We need to act on implementing adequate infrastructure to maximize billings and revenue collections. Today's motion is a clear and simple step that can be taken to improve the city's billing and collection practices. Uncollected debt is often referred to as low-hanging fruit because it takes such little effort and energy to get it. The city's uncollected debts are ripe, low, and ready for picking. During the time that has been wasted discussing and debating ways to improve collection activities, the city could have already reaped the benefits. Controller Wendy Gruhl's audit this year found that the EMS billings account to be the second most uncollected funds. The city is only collecting 38% for EMS, according to Gruhl's audit. This is the time that the city needs to go after uncollected debt, now more than ever. We simply cannot afford to leave uncollected debt on the table any longer. We need to move quickly on this, and I encourage you to vote to support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Parisi. Followed by Alice Goff, and then Pat McCosker.
Good morning. Oh, it's afternoon.
Well, it's afternoon now.
My name
Cheryl.
is Cheryl. It's afternoon. My name is Cheryl Parisi. I am the executive director of AFSCME District Council 36, and I am here to encourage you to continue the good work that this council has undertaken with regard to maximizing revenue collection. During deliberations in the adoption of the 10-11 fiscal year budget, this council moved toward full cost recovery on ambulance billing. It also directed work on the development of a treat not transport fee for ambulance billing to maximize collections. These are important steps. You are now in the process of determining and really moving the collection activity into the 21st century by the consideration of technological enhancements. This is an important and necessary step. However, we are here to warn you that embedded in this proposal for technological enhancements is a negative, and that is the proposal to outsource the collection activities of the ambulance billing unit. Let us be clear. AFSCME city workers are in support of technology that supports the work they do. We need to be able to have the tools to be able to maximize our productivity. That is an important step. The outsourcing portion of the agreement, however, is not in the city's interest. Let me outline the reasons why. Number one, this is a proposed percentage contract. It would give, in perpetuity, at least for the next 6 years, the benefit, in fact, a windfall to the vendor of the decisions that you have made with regard to maximizing revenue collection. This vendor would collect on full cost recovery. This vendor would collect on transport, treat, not transport. This vendor would collect on the maximization of the insured in Los Angeles as a result of the impact of national health care reform.
Ms. Parisi, thank you. Your time is up, ma'am. Without opposition, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This vendor would collect on the technological improvements that we are asking you to invest in. And this vendor is not held accountable. The performance standards in this agreement hold the vendor accountable to only 95% of what city workers did in a paper-based system in 2008-09. This vendor puts nothing at risk and achieves the windfall of the policy decisions of this council. We ask you to not outsource the work. City workers can do the work more effectively and ensure that all of the revenue, all of the investments and policy decisions that you have made will be 100% maximized for city purposes. Do not share this revenue. Keep the work in-house. Give our workers the tool to be able to achieve maximum productivity. Thank you very much.
Alice Goff, followed by Pat McCosker.
Hi, good afternoon. Alice Goff. I'm president of AFSCME Local 3090, representing the Clerical and Support Services Unit, as well as the employees here in the collections ambulance billing unit. The unit is currently comprised of 26 clerk typists and 11 senior clerk typists. As a result of the proposed automation, the staffing levels of the clerk typists would be reduced minimally by half. The work done by these clerk typists includes the data entry, the scan and filing of the 902s, the audit against the cover sheets, and for completion of documents, and then the sort between the transport and non-transport, insured and uninsured, and on and on. All of that in a process to get out billing bills in an efficient manner and to those that are most collectible. There are approximately 4,000 pieces of mail returned monthly as undeliverable, and that's due primarily to incorrect information received from patients. This will be addressed by the new system. As well as currently our folks have been asking for a system that can provide an address locator such as DMV. The senior clerk typists then perform the more difficult follow-up work, such as the benefit eligibility from insurance companies and follow-up on the denied claims, and they make hospital visits to get more information on patients. However, due to the short staffing in the unit, they've not been able to do the hospital or any of the field work. So we find ourselves with a backlog due to a couple of factors, one being an age-old problem of short staffing in the unit. Add to that furloughs, which goes against the policy of not furloughing revenue-generating employees, as well as the reduction of overtime in the unit. And the backlog items, it's important to note, are those that are the most difficult to collect. It's in the city's interest to retain the work and all of the revenue that will come as a result of the automation.
Thank you. Pat McCosker.
Thank you. Pat McCosker, President, United Firefighters. Mr. Waldman from the business community came to the microphone a few minutes ago, and he talked about the goal of making sure that we collect more money so that we can provide the services, key services like what we do, fire and paramedic protection. We agree on the goal. We don't agree on the means, though. No one's shown me, and regarding this giving away outsourcing of the jobs and ambulance billing, no one's shown me how it's going to raise more money, especially long-term, as my predecessors have just said, at a time when we're just now starting to collect full cost recovery on ambulance transport And when more people, we hope, are going to be insured thanks to national health care reform, why would we be given a rake of the work that we do, a percentage, to some faceless corporation and letting them from outside the state build the people of Los Angeles right here in a way that we can't control? That to me is a mistake. I think the real reason that I've been squeezed so hard and people have been saying, you got to be on our side of this issue because it's a $16 million difference for the fire department, that $16 million has been lost because you've been furloughing the people that collect the bills. That's the problem here. Stop furloughing the bill collectors. That goes contrary to the policy you adopted with this year's budget. We were going to be smart enough not to put out of work revenue-generating positions, and yet you did that last year, and the plan is to do that again this year, and that's where your $16 million is. So I don't believe anyone that says it saves us money now and we need this now, and I know that it loses money for the city and for the citizens and for the services that we provide in the long term if we don't maintain this, if you don't collect 100% when you send out a bill, rather than getting a portion and giving the rest to some faceless corporation to put in the pockets of CAOs. That's why the economy is bad right now. We're not supporting working people here in Los Angeles. By considering this, you're contributing to that problem, and I urge you not to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Kosker. Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Smith.
Council members, I called this item special because I think it is two separate projects lumped together as one that presume double benefits, when in fact one of the programs we should all agree on and the other program we should question, quite frankly. I agree with VICA. The primary purpose here is to increase our collection services. We have a horrendous record across the board in collections, but this does not accomplish that. So let's first of all, I would like to deal with the issue of the two different components of this. On the tablets, the use of the tablets, we should all absolutely agree. This technology should, on the natural, produce financial benefits in the form of increased collections. But on the other side, the outsourcing, you have to wonder why we set a standard of 95% of the collection rate for the city of Los Angeles for 2008. It would seem to me that we should generate more. And yes, there are incentives to encourage the contractor to get more, but it's not guaranteed. And so frankly, folks, I think the people that bid on this gamed us, as they often game government services, to provide a service that is with the use of the tablet should guarantee an increase in our collection ability, not to mention that we are increasing the cost of transport to the client, and with the healthcare reform, we should extract easier payment from the system as a whole. So any contractor could come in and do 95%. But then you have to ask the question, well, why can't our city workers do 95% with all the transformation that would have to occur as a result of this contract? So, number one, I can't support the outsourcing. If I have to vote against the entire package, I will, because I cannot support outsourcing without further consideration of the dynamic. And I frankly think we ought to go to RFP again. But rather than stop the movement forward of the tablets and to send a message that we are absolutely committed to that, I'd like to bifurcate the question, vote on the tablet issue, get that supported by the council, and then get more information from the CAO as to why we can provide a contract to folks that guarantees less than what our own city workers did 2 years ago. That doesn't make sense to me. So I hope that you will slow this process down, not because I don't want to see improvements in the system, but because I do want to see improvements. The minimum requirements of the contract is not an improvement. It's a reduction in what city staff has already demonstrated they could do. So I think to move forward properly, we have to reconsider it, put it back out to RFP, tell them we are dead serious, but they better come in with a real benefit to the city, not this 95% threshold. And if they want to take these services from city employees, then they're going to have to do much better. Frankly, I think we ought to give city employees first crack to do the improvements and gain from all these synergies that are coming together this year, and let them do the work that they do. Because I guarantee you one thing, if they are setting a goal of a minimum of 95% from 2008, wouldn't city workers be able to get 100% of what they got in 2008 at least? That would be a 5% improvement on this contract already. Let's move forward, but let's move forward in the right direction.
Mr. Smith?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. I think everyone around here will vote yes on the technology. There's no issue about that. So let's not even talk about that. Let's talk about what is at issue here, and that is the people that do the system. First of all, for Mr. McCosker to stand and say furloughs are hurting our collection, this has been going on for over a decade, folks. It had nothing to do with furloughs. That's just a deflection of the reality. The fact is we haven't been collecting, and we have a dismal job of that for decades around here. We all know that. So to say it's furloughs is just wrong. On the 95% issue, that question was asked in committee. Both our committees asked that question, and the answer is a logical one. They can't guarantee 100% of what they're given because there are still errors in the system. So they guarantee they can do 95%, when actually this company has shown nationally their average is about 99%. But the contract says a minimum 95 because there's always going to be errors in what we give them, even with the upgraded technological systems. There are errors that are uncollectible. And so this takes that into account. As for the bottom line, folks, the reality is, if we do not accept this today, we put a $5 million hole in this year's budget today. 1 month into the year's budget, we pull $5 million out of the fire department. Out of the fire department budget, because it's already assumed that we were going forward with this program. So you unfund $5 million, you ain't got $5 million anywhere to fix that problem, and you unfund another $15 million on a go-forward basis in future years. Do you really want to, 1 month in the system, try and find $5 million when we can't find $5,000 sometimes to fix things? No, you don't have the money. I don't know how many times we have to say that, but the money is not there. So if you want to unfund a budget, that's the risk you're taking today. More importantly, nobody is losing their job. Let me repeat that. Nobody is losing their job. The 13 employees that are left in this program, the chief of the fire department has said, I will assume them in other roles in the department. We will keep them on the payroll. Nobody loses their job by doing this today. What we do know is that if we go forward, we're going to have to buy new computer systems, upgrade our systems to accept the technology. We have to train our people. They are not trained to do this kind of work. And finally, we assume a liability for HIPAA requirements under federal law. Currently, the City of LA is responsible for any errors of omissions that causes the release of names and information to the public of those people who are in our ambulance systems. If we give it to this contractor, they assume the liability. Case in point, Dallas, Texas is now being sued for multi-million-dollar lawsuit for the release of information which should not have been released under the HIPAA law. So, first of all, we can't afford to do this and change this. Secondly, it's an assumption that we made in our budget. You're going to undo that right away. You don't have the money to fix that problem. Nobody's losing their job. It is the efficient way. It is the right way. And finally, I would only point out one thing, that Mr. Garcetti's motion is going around. I fully support that. I second it because it reiterates the point that any money we make in this system this year, and the fire department tells me they are absolutely sure we're going to do much better than was even in the budget, all that money goes back to the fire department to reinstate lost services. Can you repeat that? Any money that comes back from the success of this system goes back to the fire department under Schedule H and under Mr. Garcetti's motion. So if you undo that today, you cause the fire department to lose money, you cause them to spend money, and the money that we assume would come back to the fire department to reinstate services will be lost. If you support the fire department, you will support this program going forward. If you just say you want to support the unions and try and save those jobs, they're not losing their jobs. All you're doing is helping them create a new bureaucratic system going forward that has proven to be a failure in the past. We can't afford to do that.
Mr. Cardenas.
Can the CLA and CAO come forward, please? I think regardless of what happens, I think there's an accuracy on both Mr. Smith and Alarcon's points on if we have a modern electronic system, we can all agree on that. But it is yet to be determined as to whether or not our staff is capable of actually adhering to that new system and actually increasing the collections.
because we haven't done it yet. Or have we? Have we upgraded the system to an electronic system like we're contemplating with the current staff?
Not as of now.
Okay. All right. So that's a variable that is yet to play out regardless of who administers it. When it comes to the logic of this 2008 95% threshold, minimum threshold, and then that every year that they cannot fall below that or else they have penalties, this contractor, where did we come up with 2008 as the date and the figure to go off of, and why only 95%?
Well, 95% is, the other way of looking at it is that the way we pay this vendor is through how much they generate. And so regardless of what the amount is, their payment is 5% of what they make. That 5% is the same, approximately 5%, regardless of how much is generated above what we currently generate. What is anticipated for this fiscal year is that this contract will give us a net of $2.6 million. Okay?
At the 95% 2008
that assumes their 5%. Okay, that assumes their 5% and all the costs associated with that.
If they in fact adhere to their contract and they're able to reach that threshold of 95% of the 2008.
How they do this year becomes the base for how they're evaluated the following year, and it's an escalator effect. So as they do better year after year, they're expected to go up to at least make the same amount that they did the previous year. And this contract actually has penalties if they hit below the 5%.
Okay, but can you clarify in the logic of negotiations with this potential vendor where the 95% of 2008 came from? How did instead of doing 100% of 2008, for example, or some other figure, how did 95% of 2008 meet the logic test of saying that should be the threshold that they launch from?
You want to go ahead and answer that?
Laurel Leitner from the City Attorney's Office.
Can you say that one more time with the...
Laurel Leitner from the City Attorney's Office.
Okay.
And I was involved in the end of the negotiations. There are certain anomalies in the medical billing field, and sometimes the populations that we serve change, and we can only collect a certain amount from, let's say, the homeless population. We can only collect a certain amount from insured populations, and it seems that both of the parties are very aware that given these anomalies in the different seasons of collections, you may have a change that is somewhere between 0 and 4%. And so rather than to have to go back and adjust the threshold when there is a 0 to 4% change, the parties both agreed that a 5% change would be more material, and that would require a penalty. But this does not, the contract does contemplate that the parties would always review the changes in threshold between 0 and 5%. It just did not require that a penalty was imposed.
Thank you. And my last point is, it was brought up earlier about HIPAA and the liability. What is the value or not of that liability shifting over to a third party, and is it truly their liability, and could this particular contractor actually sustain such liability?
I can answer a piece of that question. The HIPAA requirements are that the contractor would be completely responsible for his HIPAA breaches. Now, there are attorneys here who are your HIPAA attorneys who can give you a cost estimate as to the potential liability.
Hello, I'm Judith Thompson, Deputy City Attorney from Labor Relations Division. Phyllis Henderson, Labor Relations Division. Okay, with respect to the liability, the high-tech amendment to the HIPAA law substantially increased the liabilities, civil liabilities under the law. I believe you have a handout, and there's a page called Tiered Civil Penalties, and on that page it gives different scenarios, and basically all those scenarios are based upon the preparation of the covered
entity in terms of compliance with the HIPAA and high-tech law. You see the minimum violation starts at $100 per violation. Well, that would not be the case if the City of Los Angeles is undertaking HIPAA-covered activities and is found to have breached the HIPAA law. Under the City of Los Angeles scenario, because the City Council just last Friday designated the City of Los Angeles as a hybrid entity. So the City of Los Angeles is recognizing the law. We have already taken the steps to categorize what our status is under the law. Under the first scenario, it doesn't even have to be a city employee. It could be an outsider who intentionally obtains protected health information that is captured by the city. That would generate a violation to the city. The maximum penalty under that scenario is $50,000 per that one incident. When you consider that the fire department generates approximately 200,000 pieces of medical information documentation, the potential for exposure to the city is great. And this is even given the hybrid designation, because there are certain functions that still fall under HIPAA. And we have designated those components as healthcare components. Any HIPAA-related activities that the city engages in that are found to be a breach of the HIPAA law will expose the city to liability. It starts at $100 per violation. That's the bare minimum. It goes all the way up to $50,000 per incident, with no maximum penalty if it's considered to be willful neglect and not corrected. An example of that scenario would be a situation where the city's policy has not been approved with respect to HIPAA overall citywide. There's been no training of city employees with respect to HIPAA compliance, and then those deficiencies are not corrected within 30 days. The minimum violation penalty is $50,000. There is no maximum penalty. However, per requirement, there is a cap of $1.5 million. But that assumes that the violation is in the same requirement. So violations in different requirements, say the encryption requirement, the electronic encryption requirement as far as how the information is transmitted and stored, versus how it is, say, the paper documentation that we currently have, that we have in storage, and how secure that is. All those are considered different violations. They'd have a different $1.5 million cap.
Does that conclude your comments?
Well, there is personal liability. There's criminal liability that maxes up to 10 years in prison.
All right. Well, with that 10 years in prison, thank you very much. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I have the chief come up? Where is the chief? Yeah. Chief, you've been working on this for at least a year, and I think George has been working on it since 2003. Could you give us your assessment of this program and as you've helped shape it, and how it fits into your core responsibilities?
Well, it has been a labor of love, if that's what you want to call it, and it has been 7 years that Ms. Matera has been working on it along with other staff. This is one of the few initiatives that I've seen in my 34 years with the city where you've got the CAO, the CLA, the city attorney, the mayor, and the fire department. Everyone is unified in supporting this initiative. We just had a discussion about HIPAA. If you look across the nation, there are no health care providers in this country that do their own billing. If you look at your own personal doctor, the hospitals, you look at Kaiser, you look at Cedars-Sinai, they all outsource their billing component to someone else, and that's primarily because of their exposure to HIPAA. The core mission of the fire department is to provide fire and EMS service to the city. We took over EMS service in 1970, so we've been in the EMS business for almost 40 years, of which all of our billing has been done on paper. We now have the opportunity to transition to the electronic tablet system, which with the ADPI billing component, it's going to reduce our billing cycle from 45 days to 5 days, which to me, if someone is hospitalized, potentially the bill for the first time in the history of this city, the bill will be waiting for them in their mailbox before they get home. So we don't have to worry about 60 days, 90 days, people calling up 6 months later wondering why they've received this bill and why it's so late. So that's one thing that we're looking forward to. In terms of patient care, it's going to allow our firefighters and paramedics to focus better in terms of providing patient care. The people that we see on a more frequent basis, when we enter their name into the system, their medical information automatically pops up. The medications that they're already taking pops up. We're able to transmit that information to the hospital before they arrive. Once we get to the hospital, transfer care from the fire department to the hospital. We hit the transmit button. That information is encrypted, transmitted to the provider, to the billing provider, and the bill is generated. And that's the goal that we're moving towards. This eventually is going to be the platform for other initiatives such as Treatment No Transport, our subscription, our medical subscription program that we would like to start here in the city. Also, I know that several council members have expressed full cost recovery in terms of responding on traffic accidents, hazmat spills, all sorts of types of incidents. We're going to have that. We are now going to have that opportunity to bill and recapture some of that money from the insurance industry. So we've got a tremendous opportunity here. I would like to see both contracts move forward today. I ask you for your support. Unfortunately, if the outsourcing of the billing is not approved today, it is going to leave a huge hole in the fire department budget. And it's going to be my responsibility to bridge that gap. And the only way that I can bridge that gap is to potentially expand the modified coverage plan, which no one wants to see at this point. So moving forward, I ask for your support, I ask for your vote, and I would like to see both of these contracts approved today.
Mr. Parks, would you mind pressing your button again?
I only got one question.
Well, if I show latitude with you,
okay,
then I could show latitude to everyone. And the ones who are coming down the list are far more intense than you are in terms of talking over time. So, press your button again, and then I will call Mr. Koretz and be equitable in the way that I enforce the time restrictions.
I hope you weren't referring to me. I would never do that.
No, you're not the only one.
Now, I think, as all of you know, particularly my colleagues, I agree with labor 99% of the time, possibly more than 100% of the time, it would seem to some. This one is a harder call for me, because I think there are actually arguments on both sides. I think this would generate greater efficiency. I think a company that does this to the extent that they do will always have greater efficiency and expertise, even if they trained our own city employees.
And if there are significant savings, I think that benefits our employees with everybody else. There are a few significant positives. I think HIPAA liability should not be underestimated. I think we have a serious problem there. I think there would be more expertise, there would be better regulatory compliance, and the fact that no one is actually losing jobs is a lot better than it could be. Would I normally want to see the city outsource these jobs in general, even with no one losing the jobs? No, it's not ideal from my point of view. I have concerns on the other side, though, and much of that is with this contract perhaps being too generous, because it takes as a base our very inefficient paper-driven system and then says in the first year, to get paid appropriately, you need to achieve 95% of a very inefficient system. Just the changes, the software and hardware changes should generate considerably more money and ability to collect, and we're not adding that. Also, we're increasing the cost of transport to the individual patients. We're not taking the fact that we'll be bringing in more revenue from that as a factor. We've also created, in a way, an artificial backlog, in my point of view, because we haven't adequately staffed the billing department, which I think is a mistake that if we were going to go forward and keep it, ideally we would remedy that and provide enough staff that we would never have to have this kind of backlog. And also, to some degree, our HIPAA situation is, as I understand it, somewhat self-created. I don't believe we have a HIPAA compliance officer. I don't believe we have the expertise that we should, and so we've left ourselves too open, and we've just lucked out that we haven't had a dramatically bad situation, but those are always possible. So, at a minimum, what I'd really like to know is, what do we think, had we kept it in-house and just implemented these efficiencies and added our charges and done the things that we were going to do, how much better would we be anyway? Would we be at 110% of what we're collecting now by eliminating the paper, 120%? It seems to me that the base of 95% for this contract, especially in the first year, is ridiculous. If they only collected 95% of what we're collecting now, switching to a high technology, doing the billings themselves, which I think add efficiencies, you add all of that together, I think it's, especially in the first year, a sweetheart deal. And so, as I'm mulling this over, and I'm really torn in both directions, I would want to hear at a minimum how we're going to make this a deal where we get more bang for the buck in terms of a minimum guarantee. I think the guarantee should be what we would estimate they should bring in with all the advantages that we're handing them. And I raised this objection in committee. I still have this question here. So I'd like to have that answered, and as long as I have...
Mr. Koretz, you're going to have to press your button again and once you just...
Well, in that case, I'll just
you're over now.
ask for that question to be answered.
All right, then press your button again for the next round.
Councilman, Georgia Matera, Fire Administrator, and the reference to the 95% in the 2008-2009 base is simply that is our full fiscal year of data. The 2009-10 fiscal year has data still is coming in because of the delay in collecting from old accounts. So that establishes our base. What we do from that is that 95% threshold is based on, as the previous city attorney said, is that allows us that 5% area where Medicare, Medi-Cal payments sometimes are decreased. Factors outside of our vendors' control that they can't account for actually are factored into that 5%. The first year is going to be paper-based. Even if you approve the system, it will take a year to implement that system. That billing vendor will be working off of 902Ms. It will be working off the paper-based system until everything comes online. It will take us 40 weeks to roll out the handheld field data capture. So they are working off of a paper-based system. Once they establish and complete that full year, then the next threshold, depending on how much money they make, bring in actually is set on that, and then they'll go up, and they'll have to meet 95% of that. So every year, there's a built-in escalator that will go up, but that first year is key because it will take us a year to implement.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, members. I stand to support Chief Peaks. Chief Peaks, this is the first, other than the regular budget, issue that you had to weigh as a new chief engineer of the fire department, and I know you don't do it lightly. Absolutely, what's key is if you look at this graph, which is in our report, this is what the challenge we have every day where there's a modified coverage plan, the reduction of over 5 truck companies, 10 engines, and over 9 ambulances. If we have to find additional resources, that's $15.8 million. That's another truck company closed, 4 engines, and another 4 ambulances. So it makes sense, because it's a gamble every day, so I support the chief on that. This is the form that Georgia was talking about, and they have to make all these check marks. How many of us have great seniors in our district who happen to have to call the city every day? Now with a swipe of a card, they'll be able to get that information pulled up. And then it may not be 27s coming to their house, but it may be 41s. And they're different units. They may not know each other, but they'll all have the same. And I also want to thank our city attorneys and our HIPAA compliance officers and all the city attorneys who looked at it. City attorney supports this, the fire department supports this, the CLA supports this, the city administrative officer supports it, and the mayor's office supports it. So I don't know when the last time there's been 5 people of the 5 entities of that part of government that have supported anything as strong as this. And as others mentioned, these job positions will be needed in the fire department right now as people are reassigned to other areas. And Mr. Garcetti's concept and idea to make sure money goes to continue the variety of staffing that needs to be there is so important. Many times we've talked, and I'm probably the least hip on technology as it is, but these new tablets, if you call them, will allow that information to flow and serve us better. And possibly our expert, and if the city controller is listening, it would be good to have a rating, because I think every year, how can we use technology to the advantage of the people is so key. The one point I want to make is a friendly amendment that if I don't want someone who's a victim of crime to get a letter from the city that they owe $2,300.47 because of service they had because of this technology. How could we address that, Chief? How could we look at and be compassionate to people who are a victim of crime, who all of a sudden get a bill? I don't want to see what they did up north where the jaws of life. So you're stuck in your car. They go, we're going to use the jaws of life. It's going to cost you $196 to use the jaws of life. They're doing that in some cities because of the budget. I don't want to see that in Los Angeles. How can we address that?
Councilman, what we can do is we do already work with the city attorney's office and sign up people for victim assistance program help. What we would be happy to do is go back and see how we can expand that further to make sure that nobody is forgotten or left behind on that issue.
Whenever the tablet is corrected, make a check. So if you're a victim of an unusual occurrence, because there's nothing worse in this challenge that we try to... we're not a business, we're a service agency. But we should be running like a business. And at the same time, we should have as much compassion as possible, because that's what the fire department's all about, answering the call to help people.
What we can do is add a field onto the tablet, so if they are a victim of a violent crime, then we can add that.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the discussion. I know there's been considerable lobbying going on about this and discussion about it for some time. And I think I agree with most folks. I mean, ideologically, I like contracting in where we can, and ideologically when possible, because I think we have as many horror stories on outsourcing throughout this country as we do have in government inefficiency. So I hate when we boil down to, just outsourcing things is always better, or vice versa, that we should never do it. So I try to look at these things by case basis, but because these are local jobs and local folks, and I know we're not losing any jobs, but we're eliminating positions, which longer term are jobs lost. The onus for me is on why the case should be made. And while I appreciate a lot of the stuff that's here, pictures of fire trucks may make it easy enough for a council member to understand, but, this is not exactly analysis. It's just, you point to having less fire trucks out of service. So let's try to dig into a little bit more of the in-depth analysis and make the case. I mean, I think we've heard from folks who have spoken, and some people have stood up and started to make the case themselves. But I guess for our CLA and our CAO, the head of our firefighters union said nobody has made the case of why it costs more. Walk us through, because if we do imagine in the equal world that we have this company that gets a certain number of ambulance pickups and bills that go to them using new technology, and we had city workers doing the same. Now, we can talk about whether they are going to be as efficient as each other, but let's imagine for a second, 5 years out, a world in which the efficiencies are relatively the same. We are giving a piece of that revenue away if we go out. Now, the only arguments I've heard about the more expensive costs in the short term is that, yes, we might get there, but it costs us a lot to buy the computer system now to process this company already has it, to do the training, etc. And maybe it's that they pay them a lot less than we would as well, so their labor costs are less, which is a whole other issue. But make the case, because I think the onus is on us, not just say that there's this gap, but to actually dig down in there. And don't spin it, because I know sometimes when there's an eagerness for us to do something around here, you kind of go worst case scenario like the HIPAA stuff. It's legitimate issues, but for instance, I'd like to know what big cities still do it themselves, and whether, this HIPAA threat in this year that it's been in has just been this big boogeyman or not. I can understand city attorney recommending it may go that way, but that's not a foregone conclusion yet. So could you make the case for us as to why we should be doing this today?
Well, I think that...
And walk us through those costs.
Right. I mean, there's obviously the issue of cost. There's all of the sort of the issues have been laid out in the variety of reports that we've issued. This issue's been discussed since 2002, and your body has issued an RFP already and all of that. I think fundamentally it comes down to the guarantee. This contract, this vendor, I understand, has over 300 contracts around the country. And we're the only contract that actually has a guarantee. And it's structured in a way where the more they generate in revenue, the more we make and the more they make. So they're inherently incentivized.
Why can't we do the same thing in-house, though? I mean, we could have incentive pay with people, the more you get, the more you have.
And that's where I was going to get to. As government, we don't pay commissions to our employees. We're not structured to provide our employees a higher compensation if they're more aggressive in collection versus
Is that what
the private
happens to this
sector.
business? Do the employees get more, or does the business get more?
Well, the business gets more.
Okay, if the business gets more, I know we talked about this outside of this issue with departments. We should be incentivizing. Hey, fire department, you do a better job, you get a cut of it. City attorney, we do this. We've been talking about that with bill collections in general. Hey, get more aggressive, maybe we'll give you a cut of it. I think that's a healthy thing for us to do inside, too. So it's not that we're prohibited from doing it here.
It's the other way around, too. If this contract has a level of guarantee, and it also has penalties if they don't reach those guarantees. So to the extent that they don't reach their end of it, this contract reduces how much they actually generate in profit for themselves.
Thank you.
And so that part of it is something that we can't do, and I would recommend we don't do as a city, that we don't, the same way using the city attorney, he's asking that we provide him a portion of what he generates in lawsuits when it comes to our favor. Is he willing to accept a reduction and having to pay part of the lawsuit that he loses? And I would probably think that he probably wouldn't want to do that. So I think fundamentally, putting aside, the fact that it creates a $15 million hole in the budget, the fact that the process that was done, the fact there's no employees being laid off as a result of this contract, fundamentally it becomes a question as to whether or not we're structured to incentivize with the same kind of incentives to generate the kind of revenue. And then the second thing, and this is a question that the fire chief could answer as to whether this is part of his core service. And I've heard him say, and he could certainly speak for himself, that his core service is to maintain fire protection for our employees, and as a result, and for our public. And so as a result, this becomes secondary in the overall mix of things versus a private contractor. This is all they do. This is what they do in the morning. This is what they do when they go to sleep. They think about how to maximize this revenue because they benefit and we benefit as a result.
We've got a properly very aggressive acting city council president who will make sure that I don't have any more time to speak. But the question, and maybe CLA can answer it, is could you break down that $15 million? But, because some people are saying those numbers aren't real, and some are saying they are real, some are saying they're projected out, like worst case scenario. Now, what's your break down the $15 million? Why is the $15 million more? And is that just short term?
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's a total about $16 million for the current fiscal year. It's about $5.2 million in additional costs. Now, that would include, again, the 13 are there now, but it also would include adding about 31 positions to fully staff the billing unit, and then the investment in the technology. And it also was estimated that it would result in approximately $10 million less in revenue. So the total, $10.7 million. So the total is about $16 million less that we will project this year.
Mr. Rosendahl?
15.8.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank Mr. Koretz for your eloquency with your comments. It was quite nice to hear the way you articulated the stand. Chief, can we have the vendors come up, make some room at the table? I want to see who these people are, what their abilities are, what they can do, how they can do a better job than us. I'm not a big outsourcer, but if it's a more efficient way and a better use for our buck and we're not getting rid of any city employees, it is compelling value to me. Obviously, the money saved is important for us. I don't like the brown-out stuff called modified coverage. My people can't stand that. And obviously, we need a revenue stream to keep us all going. So who are these people? Somebody mentioned a sweetheart deal. Who's the sweetheart here? Or the deal? Okay, great.
That'd be
all
me,
right.
sir.
Tell me your name of your group and what the story is and why we should be compelled to have you guys do it rather than create a whole infrastructure in the city.
Yes, thank you. My name is Doug Shaman. I'm the president and CEO of Intermedics. We are the proposed billing vendor. And I want to, first of all, just sort of describe what I view as a very, very complex, highly specialized professional service that our company provides to many of the major metropolitan municipalities in this country. Intermedics, ADPI, will be able to provide the City of Los Angeles with not only expertise, not only technology, not only business process, but leadership for years to come. The city will be able to rely on the top firm in the industry, a firm that satisfactorily serves cities like San Francisco, Sacramento, Chicago, Boston, D.C., Cincinnati, Atlanta, and on and on and on, with superior results. Any of those cities will be able to give you glowing recommendations, and we can cite tremendous results when we've taken over the billing process for these organizations.
So what's so sophisticated about it that we can't train city employees to do it?
Okay, so here, there's a number of different things about this, and I think you guys have talked first of all about HIPAA, and you've talked about the penalties and the situation associated with, fines if you have a breach. Let me give you just an example of what we do, because the real problem with the HIPAA violation is really a PR problem. Because imagine having to send out notices to hundreds of thousands of city residents, letting them know that their information has been compromised. That's a totally different deal than paying a fine. That's what you'd be compelled to do under the HIPAA laws. Here's what we do. We do everything. You don't walk into our offices without us knowing that you have a valid purpose of being in the office. You have a tag on you, on your premise, that photocopy of your picture. We have a secure premise. We have laptop computers with privacy screens, so someone sitting next to you can't look on and see it. We have encrypted databases. We have encryption on our cell phones. I can't even use my cell phone without typing in a password. It's a pain in the neck. My computer has encryption on it, so that if it's ever stolen and if it ever had any information on it, they can't get at it. It follows the safe harbor rules. We nailed down our servers with encrypted data transmissions, secure socket layer transmissions. We do all the things necessary. We have a HIPAA compliance officer. We have a security officer in addition to a compliance officer. We have a security program. We have an internal audit process where we audit every single coder every single month to make sure that the claims that are being submitted to the government comply with government regulation. We do annual compliance training, and on and on and on. This is highly, highly specialized professional service that we've invested time and money in our process, in our people, and in our expertise.
Okay, now boast a little bit. You've looked at our city, you see our needs, you see we are the second largest city. What are you going to do? Percentage. How much do you think you're going to be able to bring in for us, and what kind of end result should we have in 3 years?
Well, it's to be determined. We think that there is a significant opportunity. I really don't like to boast too much, but let me give you an example of what we did for the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago in 2006 had a record year in ambulance billing. They collected $22 million.
Excuse me for a second. Mr. Rosendahl, you go ahead and press your button again. He can keep talking.
Fine, yeah.
But you keep talking, but if you want to talk again, press your button. You go ahead.
Collected $22 million in 2006. Through the process of an RFP, they selected our company to come in and do the billing for them. We took over January of 2007, and in 2007, their revenue went up 50%. It went from $22 million to $33 million. When we look at the city of Cincinnati, after the first year we took over, their revenue went up 120%. For the city of Atlanta, it went up 70%. For the Washington, D.C., went up 36%. For Nashville, it went up 25%. So we don't really think about this performance penalty in the first year. We think about the upside. We think there's a lot of opportunity for us to come in. Where those bags of gold are, I can't tell you today. I think we've been working with the city for the last 2 years, really, on this proposal. We found a few things, and as we found those things, we've advised them of those things, and guess what? They've implemented those things and found some of those bags of gold. There's other bags of gold that are out there. Remember, implementing the technology in the field is only one part of it. The same people who are responsible for taking care of your patients, the same paramedics and EMTs that are out there on the streets that have to respond to an incident, care for the patient, and transport them to the hospital, are also responsible for all of the administrative functions. There is no admissions office in an ambulance. There is no registration desk in an ambulance. There are errors in the data that is compiled. Patients are unconscious. They're trying to write down or key in information that they're hearing from people. It's flawed data. You have to have processes and technology that takes raw data and converts it into an actionable medical claim. It is a highly specialized professional service, and we do it very well.
Mr. Reyes.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, if you can indulge me, I'd like to ask Cheryl Parisi if she could come to the microphone. We've had a presentation from her. We've had some feedback. We've got some observations. I'd just like to get your impression in terms of the information you shared with my colleagues in writing, and I'd like to get your reaction to the comments.
Thank you very much. First of all, our objections have nothing to do with this company. In fact, when they responded to the city's RFP, they offered a hosting option. That was their number one base option in their response, in their bid to the RFP. We are proposing that the city would move forward with that. Essentially, what ADPI offered was that they would host the system in the Los Angeles Fire Department, train, again, if you read the RFP language, it says that they can train with city workers within each function within a week's time. The reason that we think that this analysis is appropriate is because, again, the goal is maximum revenue for the city of Los Angeles. We believe, and first of all, there has been no apples-to-apples comparison. You have nothing before you that shows The insourcing, the cost of insourcing, city workers have not been allowed to effectively bid on the insourcing work, to give city workers the opportunity to say, give us the tools, give us the technology, give us the support of this incredible system, and we can do it better for the city. That's what we have not been allowed to do. There has been talk about budgetary impact. The fire department, the city has made a commitment that there are no layoffs. So as a consequence, there is no budgetary impact by keeping these workers working in this unit at their highest and best service to the city of Los Angeles, and that is collections. So again, there is no budgetary impact. The $5 million item that has been talked about is simply not there. It's just a question of where these workers will be assigned. And we say, keep them in ambulance billing, doing the billing work. There is a letter of agreement that the City of Los Angeles has reached with the Coalition of City Unions that guarantees that we would go to advisory arbitration before this contract would ever come before you, so that you would have the opportunity for the vetting that we think is necessary before a neutral. That neutral would be able to prepare an entire report that you could consider along with the contract. That is what our labor agreement contemplates. We have been denied that opportunity at every step of the way. Our lawyer received a letter from the city attorney today denying that opportunity. Do not violate the labor agreement. This is a slippery slope. If you take this position, then virtually through attrition, you can privatize all of city services. This is a slippery slope. Don't go there. And finally, if the fire department feels that this is not a core service for the department, then I would suggest that you place this service in the department that was created by the city charter to oversee billings and collections, and that would be the Office of Finance. We saw the need in the charter to actually dedicate an entire department to this operation. So if the fire department feels this is not its core mission, there is a home in the city of Los Angeles that will be 100% committed to effective collections. Again, we're asking that there be an apples-to-apples comparison. This has not been provided to us, and we think it's essential. We ask that you don't violate the labor agreement.
Thank you.
And again, analyze the RFP response. ADPI said that they could host our system in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you,
They could train city workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. You can press your button again. Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The hard collections, and I serve on the Public Safety Committee. I know we discussed this there with personnel. What happens with the hard collections, the folks that don't respond to the letter? What do you folks do then?
So we bill as a first party. Our company bills in the first party. We are not a collection agency.
So how many bills will you send out on a claim?
I think typically up to 6, depending on what the client requires. Sometimes clients would like us to. We actually turn accounts over to a collection agency of the city's choice when an account has exhausted its collection ability.
Because I've also heard Department of Finance, and I don't think the Department of Finance has the resources to follow up on folks that aren't paying the bills.
I believe the city has an outside collection agency that is used for hard collections.
So you'll send out the bills, they don't respond to those, they just decline, no acknowledgement.
The city can recall accounts at whatever point in the process they feel is appropriate and turn those over to a collection agency.
And then, you're with the city?
Yes, I am, with the City Attorney's Office, Laura Leitner. In answer to your question, currently the way your Los Angeles Administrative Code requires in Section 5.181 that after approximately 9 months, all uncollectible fire department bills go back through the Department of Finance process. And so the process that we had to employ in the proposed contract was to allow the soft collection processes that ADPI traditionally employs to take place over the 9-month period, and then we require return of the uncollectible debts pursuant to our Los Angeles Municipal Code.
Okay, so then it goes back to the city,
to the city to go through the process that's contemplated for all of the city departments in Ad Code 5.1.
Are we going to change that to bring that up to speed, so if there's a claim that's not paid, and there may be thousands of dollars, where we do report to the credit reporting agencies, or file a lien, or some, for example, a drunk driver plows in and injures a bunch of people and destroys a bunch of property and thousands of dollars in damage, not willing to pay. What do we do with that individual, which is the excessive situation where they may have a home? Do we ever put a lien on the home? Do we ever pursue to get what the city rightfully spent in that particular situation?
I think the Department of Finance could answer that better than I.
Are they here? Department of Finance here? No, are they here to respond to that? Because I spoke with the city attorney this morning, and he said he'd be happy to pursue those claims. And the other question is, do they then report it to the credit reporting companies? In other words, it affects their credit rating. At what stage, if it's done, what stage does that take place?
My understanding is, yes, they do. So we have a contract with a collection agency that Office of Finance manages the contract for. We send the information to the NCO, which is the vendor, and then they go out and pursue the collections. And my understanding is that they do report it to the collection agencies. Anything that they absolutely cannot collect on does come back to the fire department, and then we go through the board of review process to write it off as an uncollectible.
Okay. Do they file liens? Do they ever file a lien on a person's property?
I don't know. I know Office of Finance has spoken about this in committee before, and so we can certainly go back and ask.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Madam President. Just to follow on Mr. Zine's questions for a moment, just so that I'm clear, we're not transferring our accounts receivable at all through this contract, right? So the secondary collection efforts that the city attorney would be making, you would have that ability to do regardless of whether ADPI is doing the billing or we're doing the billing internally, correct?
That's correct.
So any improvements that we should make in that part of the process, and I'm certain that there are improvements that we can make there, those would remain the case regardless of what we decide today.
That's correct. Right now, we have $108 million that we have referred over to collections, and those are with the collection vendor. They do, in fact, make 20% off of that collection, and so we work directly with them, but all the money that they recover goes to the city with the exception of the 20% commission fee.
So if our city employees hit a wall in collections and it goes to the city attorney for further collection efforts, you would have the same rights of action as if ADPI hits a wall and then has to...
Nothing changes in that respect.
Okay, very good. Now, a couple of questions and follow-up to ADPI. Is the 95% threshold for penalties typical of the contracts that you have with the other cities that you mentioned?
No, sir. This whole notion of this performance penalty is unique to the city of Los Angeles. We do not have... it was negotiated by the city of Los Angeles at their request. So, this is a very unique provision that we don't offer to other cities.
So you're saying that you don't have penalty provisions in the other cities, or that they're just different penalty provisions?
Well, I would say that, first of all, they are rare. I wouldn't say they're non-existent, but they are rare. But we do not have a clause like this in any of our other contracts. We have some service level requirements in some contracts that if we fail to meet service level requirements, then there may be some monetary penalties that are, dollar amounts, not percentages.
All right, now since I'm already running out of time, and you mentioned a number of examples of first-year successes in Chicago and elsewhere where you've had significant improvement in the collection rate in the first year after taking over. Have you had cities where after you took over in the first year there was a decline in the collection rates, or where there was... I guess what I would want to know is what would be your worst case examples in your experience of cities where you've taken over this process and it has not gone so well, so that we can truly compare the whole picture, number one. And then also I'd like to know
Ms. Parisi was talking about the hosting option that had been part of the original proposal. Have you had experience with that kind of a scenario with other cities, and can you talk about how that has gone?
Okay. Let me answer your first question first. So no, we don't have, I can't cite a particular example where collections have gone down when we've taken over. We have had tremendous success coming in and implementing our processes and our techniques. With regard to the hosting option, we designed a hosting option specifically to respond to the City of Los Angeles. We do not provide a hosting option to any customers. Every single one of our customers today is a full outsourced contract, similar to what's being proposed here. So it would be a one-off for us to do anything other than that.
So just to follow up on the first point, of those cities where you've taken over the medical billing process, what would be the worst first year that you've had in any of the cities that you've taken over that process?
Boy. Mr. Vercorin, can you press your button again while he answers?
I'll push it again. Thanks. But I mean, you told me that there hasn't been a decline.
I honestly can't answer it. I can't think of a bad situation. I can't think of a situation where we didn't do what we said we would do in our proposals.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Well, I'm no surprise. I'm not totally convinced yet that this makes for a better deal. When I look at the goals, very few of them, I think, are specific to us outsourcing. I mean, a comprehensive solution I think we can get to with the tablets and with in-house personnel. Improved patient care, I think with the new technology you're going to get there. I think we're going to have increased revenues with the new technology, with getting rid of backlogging. Again, I think we have violated our own policy on furloughing in revenue-generating departments. Improved technologies, we're going to get there with the tablets. No civilian layoffs, that's going to be the same. So I'm looking at the goals, and I'm not convinced that they're all lining up with our idea of outsourcing this. One of the questions I do have is on the HIPAA. If they, in fact, give us back the bills in 9 months, where does the liability then lay or lie?
I think the HIPAA lawyers are going to come actually address that.
Okay. I always miss that in English. Lay, lie, low. Because then, in fact, we would be back in control of all the data, the names, the addresses, the dates. What happens then?
Under HIPAA, the liability will remain with the City of Los Angeles in that HIPAA protects the information. So right now, there are business associates agreements with these two companies that would protect us from HIPAA liability. If it stays in-house, then we are fully responsible.
No, I'm asking when they return the bills to us for collection after 9 months, then now we are now in control of the data. I'm just asking, where does this liability fall at that point?
Well, the liability falls with the City of Los Angeles because now we are in control of the protected health information.
So this whole idea of being released from HIPAA liability is... am I understanding that correctly?
We are released to the extent every function that the vendor performs that is HIPAA protected is their responsibility.
Right, but when it comes back to us, it's our responsibility.
That is correct.
So we're not getting all that great protection that we've been talking about today. We're acting like this is relieving us of all liability, but the fact of the matter is, when we get all these bills back, because they haven't been collected, it comes back to us.
The thing about HIPAA is that it protects what they call unsecured protected health information. And that's basically your paper or your electronic media that is not encrypted according to the Department of Health and Human Services. So we have tons of paper that we are now responsible to making sure that is not disclosed in violation of HIPAA. What the companies do for us is that they take on that responsibility.
Until they get
and so
credit.
the paper goes away ultimately, and so there is no chance of breach by someone coming, looking over someone's shoulder and looking at that piece of paper.
But that'll go away when we get rid of the paper anyway, and we go to the tablets.
But to the extent that you provide a HIPAA function, whether it's for payment or health treatment, you are responsible.
So when they come back to us for collection, it comes back to us?
Yes.
Okay. You know, one of the things I was going to ask about HIPAA, I mean, currently we're under that now, right? And we're doing this now. What has been do we have tremendous lawsuits that have been filed against us or are pending right now as a result of anything we've done or not done?
No.
Not one.
These changes are relatively new. These happened in February of 2009 through the HITECH Act.
But have we always been under...
We have always, it's not as stringent. What happened was in 2009, these requirements became far more stringent.
Right.
And so now the law has changed in such a way that any hospital that we work with or any medical situation that we're in, if they find that we're not compliant, it's incumbent upon them to report us. So now it has teeth to it, and so now we actually have to make sure.
Since when? Since when did
this was February of 2009. This changed.
Yeah, actually.
So for a year and a few months, have we had any compliance issues?
Well, actually, it passed in 2009, but it became effective for enforcement February 18th of 2010. Yes.
Okay. So since February, have we had any compliance issues that we know of?
No.
Okay. I mean, I tend to, colleagues, I know I'm over, but when I'm looking at this contract of, again, outsourcing, going down the slippery slope, I don't like the fact that it's a potential 24-year contract. I'm just not prepared at this point to vote for outsourcing this responsibility for a potential 24 years before, as I've heard, we do not have in front of us a complete analysis of, as the city charter directs, we need to know before we outsource whether or not it's more efficient or more cost effective, and I don't see the data in front of me that completely tells us that. I also think it's a contract that what's built in is, this company is going to be getting obviously any increase in revenue, it's a percentage is built into this company. When we're trying to keep money here, when we're trying to keep the dollars here in Los Angeles, I'd rather see us be more efficient in-house. This idea of hosting, they said they would be willing to train our employees for a week or 2 weeks. How long did you say it would take?
And Ms. Hunt, can you push your button again?
So for something highly skilled that they were willing to train in a week, I'm just not prepared to vote for this today. I think we need the technology. I'm going to vote for that piece of it. I think we moved to bifurcate this. I'm not willing today to vote for a 24-year outsourcing contract before we know whether or not it really does save us money, it really does protect us from liability.
It's actually not 24 years, it's 6 years, and then there's 6 3-year contracts after that,
so
amendments. But every time we go to amend the contract, we will come back to council. So the first year, the first phase of the contract is 6 years, and that's because, as I mentioned earlier, the year implementation that it will take, and then we're going to need to get the data and the analysis to come back, and it's going to take us, it took us 3 years by the time we issued the RFP to the point we are here today. This is a very complicated, as you know, and arduous process, so it gives us 6 years of great data. There's also a provision that you can terminate for convenience with 90-day notice. So at any time, if we determine that this is not working for the City of Los Angeles, and as you policymakers can make that decision to terminate at any time.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I just have a couple of two questions and one clarification. First, on the $50 to $60 million savings, that's for this fiscal year 10-11, correct?
That's correct.
How much is the elimination of the modified coverage plan? How much would that cost us?
Modified coverage plan, as it stands in the budget right now, is budgeted at $41 million.
So if we're saying today that that's going to eliminate that, how are we going to come up with the rest of the money?
I'm sorry, actually, what we're saying is if we go with the bifurcating the contracts or with this partial outsourcing option, what will happen is it will put a $16 million hole in the fire department budget, which would make us have to actually expand the modified coverage plan.
But so we would have to expand it. There's no guarantee that if we move forward with this today, that we will eliminate the modified coverage plan. It will help, but there's no guarantees that we will actually do it.
Every dollar that we save or every dollar that we earn, hopefully we're going to be able to apply towards eliminating the modified coverage plan. This is, like I said before, this is the platform for us to generate additional revenues in other areas and be able to collect those monies that we haven't previously been able to collect. I mean, all of you have suggested ways that we can generate money and make the fire department more efficient, and ADPI would be our partner in making that happen. And that's the motivation behind this.
And there's been a lot of numbers thrown around on the employees that will be impacted by this. Can you clarify that? How many positions exist right now? How many will be moved to other positions? And how many employees will be moved to other positions? And how many positions will actually be eliminated?
The ambulance billing unit has 52 authorities. By the end of this current fiscal year, by the end of December of this year, 49 of those authorities through the budget process over the last 2 years have been eliminated. What we have done is we have placed as many people as we can in lieu positions throughout the department. We have a total of 38 people who are currently staffing the ambulance billing unit at this time. We have found homes for all but 13. So right now, our plan is that if this contract is approved today, that those positions, we have agreement with the CAO's office, that we will find homes for all those 13 people, because we are hovering about a 35 to approaching a 40% vacancy rate, so we can easily accommodate them.
Now, those 38, why not say, well, we're going to keep those 38, not the 13, but why not say, let's keep the 13 and let's train them and move forward? What's the benefit of getting and outsource employees outside of our own employees? I need to hear that very clearly. What's the benefit of doing that versus keeping our own employees?
The way that we went back and looked at it was when we looked at the cost of what it would take to do this in-house, is that we would have to bring back the 22 positions that were eliminated in the 8-9 budget, and then the 27 in the follow-up unit. We'd have to restore all of those positions back. We'd also have to add positions for HIPAA compliance and because we're now going to be doing this ourselves. So we would need people at the high level to come in and make sure that we're monitoring the contracts, we're monitoring the regulatory changes at the Medicare and Medi-Cal levels, and that we have an attorney that would monitor HIPAA, and that we would do all of the things. So we would have to basically reestablish the entire ambulance billing unit, because the folks that are doing it right now aren't funded. They're actually being absorbed by the fire department from other positions. So they've taken away the ability for us to fill other positions, such as in payroll and accounting, as they're sitting in those authorities. So if we're to do this, we're going to have to go, and that's why you see that $5 million cost, is you're going to have to add a significant amount of labor back to restore this, to make this whole.
Gotcha. So it's a cost issue for you.
It's a cost issue, and of course, it's the liability issue.
And put that aside, HIPAA liability. How about service delivery? Would it any other difference whether our own employees do it or some other employees? It's going to cost us more. We've got the HIPAA liability will be protected through insurance and through attorneys. And service delivery, anything else?
Our people need to make sure that they're fully trained on the HIPAA rules and all the regulatory changes. So we would have to make sure that we invest in that training for them, and that they are complying with all the security requirements as our vendor had stated. So in terms of the qualitative analysis of whether their coders are necessarily better than ours, we would never say that, because our people do a fantastic job with what they have, but it's just the tools and the ability to do that work.
Gotcha.
Mr. Bizar,
One final question.
Press your button again, and just do this last one, and then press your button.
Thank you very much. And this is a quick one. For the CLA, are we moving towards consolidating all our billing to either the Treasurer's Office or the Finance Department? And if so, why would we allow for this to continue in a different direction? Because my understanding is that we're consolidating all our billing for the whole city. So why are we going in this direction versus saying, let's move this to the Finance Department? Thank you.
There is an existing effort right now to exactly look at that, to actually consolidate a lot of the citywide billing functions within a single entity. I think in this particular instance with fire department, they've had such a long history in terms of the development of this RFP. It's been going on since probably the year 2000, 2002, that during this period of time, it would make sense to allow fire department to transition during this period. Ultimately, in terms of the contract administration of this billing function, it may ultimately end up in another department. I don't think that we've closed the door on that analysis. I think that is a definite possibility at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just ask, Janice, could you come up and could you respond to Cheryl's issue about whether this violates the coalition agreement?
Good afternoon. I'm Janice Barquist from the City Attorney's Office, Labor Relations Division, and we were asked to review the letter of agreement between the Coalition of City Unions and the city with regard from last autumn. With regard to the issue raised by Ms. Parisi concerning the obligation of the city to go to arbitration over this particular request for proposal and this particular contract, and it is the city attorney's position that the letter of agreement is not applicable to this particular contract. And we actually provided your offices with a copy of the letter that we sent to the coalition's attorney, who had written to me with regard to their position that the letter of agreement required.
Could you give us a little thumbnail of what your rationale was, that it didn't comply?
Yes, I can explain the rationale. Our rationale is that this particular request for proposal and contract went through the request for proposal processes starting back in 2007. The letter of agreement comes from 2009, and so that the letter of agreement, which speaks to the city having to provide notice to the unions through the contracting clearinghouse process, and then the unions having to seek to take certain steps to talk about and consult over these contracts, arises in 2009, whereas this particular contract was in the contracting clearinghouse process in 2007. And so the time limits that are raised by the letter of agreement do not come into play in 2007. Second of all, the letter of agreement has a condition precedent with regard to the layoff of city employees. Without the layoff of city employees, the letter of agreement processes are not triggered. And so it was our position that because of the timing of this contract and the timing of the letter of agreement, and because of the fact that no city employees will be laid off as a result of this contract, that the letter of agreement does not apply.
Okay. Georgia, let me ask you quickly, explain to us what happens if we just buy the notebooks as relates to separating the processes.
Yes, if the council decides that they would only like to pursue the technology portion and not go with the labor piece, essentially it will take us a year to implement that technology, which means we'll remain on the paper-based system for another year. What we will do is then we'll be able to capture that data electronically, but we're still going to need restore our data, people who do the data input, because we're going to have to print out the 902Ms, and then we're going to have to go back to the manual process of being able to input the information and then send it. And so we haven't really accomplished much except for the fact that we have the ability to electronically capture the information, but we still have to go through the manual billing process.
And Georgia, have we had a turnover rate, and also do we have a percentage of collection by this unit over time?
I'm sorry, could you?
Do you have a turnover rate of city employees?
Yes.
And do we have a percentage of collection over time?
So right now we have a turnover rate of roughly about, we average about 10% 10%, 5 to 10% in terms of turnover. And so, I'm looking at Sal, and so in terms of collections over time, right now what we're estimating, because of our high vacancy rate, that our revenues will decrease over the next couple of years.
Do we have a percentage? Do we collect 50%, 60%?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, right now we collect 60%. I know that the controller's audit cite 38%, but once you factor in the Medicare, Medi-Cal reductions, we hover around a 60% collection rate.
Okay. And colleagues, a couple of things Mr. Zine brought up. You've voted on changing the process with paramedics to where their bills now can be sent to collection, which was prohibited before. We also have a lien process in the Office of Finance where it's more narrow than going to court, but they do have a lien process that aids them in collection. And then I think those are the two major issues. And the third one is that the reason I think this system somewhat outdoes what we're doing now is that we've all been privy to at least, I think, 4 controller audits that have said clearly we need to do better. And we've been working on this for about 7 years. But I think the issue Ms. Hahn brought up about whether this volume of work that comes back, if the company hits 95%, we're only getting 5% back to send to secondary collections. So that's a very small number compared to what we generate. So I think we clearly have a system to where dealing with HIPAA. And my last question, and maybe to the city attorney, isn't there something happening in 2014 as far as records that by federal law that we have to comply with?
And Mr. Parks, would you press the button again?
I'm sitting down. I'm through.
Just sit down now, please. Thank you. Under HIPAA, all information must be transmitted electronically, so we have to go to a data electronic transmission system, and it's better now than later.
Does this system comply?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz is our next speaker.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, I'm not convinced, in fact, I'm convinced now in the opposite direction that our 95% guarantee in the first couple of years is absolutely ridiculous. This company could do that standing on one foot with 2 hands behind their back, and it's an almost meaningless guarantee unless they completely screwed something up. So at a minimum, I'd want to start, and I'd want them to say yes without a minute's hesitation. First year, 110% of the base year. Second year, 110% of the base year or a penalty. I don't think it's going to actually cost them any money, but I'd want to guarantee that they actually can do as well as they say they can. They probably haven't had a city or a major city where they've done worse than that. And so if you're really going to offer a guarantee as something that's a benefit to us, I get the 95% year to year once it's a normalized system. The first couple of years, I think other than them having some huge flaw that causes them to lose a lot of money for us and them, 95% means nothing. So I'd make a motion that we change it to 110% for the first 2 years.
Is there a second? Second to Mr. Koretz's motion.
Secondly...
Is there a second?
And I'd like to discuss that later because I want to get in a couple other comments. On the advisory arbitration, I think it was clearly a gray labor issue. I think we actually should have done it anyway, just good faith with our employees and to create trust and a better working relationship, and I don't know why we didn't go ahead and do that. If we were to decide even now to do that and to do it on the basis that our employees recognize that it's an unusual step and we agree to do it both sides as quickly as possible, how long would it take to actually do this kind of an arbitration?
Well, it might take several days. You would have to plan on spending several days at arbitration because of the complexity of the issues. The issue would not only be whether or not we have to go to arbitration, but the issues would be the economic and legal benefits to the city of using this particular system. So it would require a fair amount of both preparation of evidence as well as production of evidence at the hearing, with many witnesses testifying, I suspect. Then, of course, you have to wait for the decision of the hearing of the arbitrator as well. So it would be several months. There would be a fair amount of time.
Well, that's the question. If you compressed it as much as it possibly could be compressed with both sides working to make it happen quickly, what's the quickest?
Well, I understand late in the year, perhaps October, November.
And what would the financial impact be on us to do that? Because
somebody else has
I think
to do that.
part of this would be that it would be of value to us. I'm not entirely sold on the numbers on the employee side in terms of how many people we're estimating it would take to fully staff up this department with our staff. I would actually like to have a neutral third party take an objective crack at that. So I think it would be of some value to us. The question is how much money we would lose, how much time we would lose, and whether it's worth us looking at that.
We estimate a monthly loss of a minimum of $500,000 a month in revenue. So every month that we delay, it's a minimum of $500,000.
And we think on a fast track, how quickly could this be done? With the arbitrator knowing that we were pushing them time-wise, et cetera?
I can't respond. I think that it would be late in the year. That's the best estimate I can give you.
So are we talking 3 months, 2 months? Do you have a sense?
I suggested October, November, Councilman.
Okay. And a last question, and maybe this would both be for our staff and the company as well. Why couldn't this work as a hybrid? So I know they've said before that it's not workable, even though we originally put that out as part of our RFP as an option. Why would this not be workable?
The reason why we went this direction was primarily the cost effectiveness and then also the liability issues. The thing that we haven't spoken about is our current billing system. Our current billing system is a 25-year-old legacy system, COBOL base, that cannot do this. So what we would have to do is we still have to use ADPI's billing system. So we would have to actually go back, renegotiate the entire contract to now use their billing system. They will still collect some small portion of our net revenues because we're relying on their system. We might do this in-house, but in terms of performance guarantees, or they can't guarantee a certain amount of revenue because that will be out of their control because it will be governed by city employees. So we would then have to go back and start essentially from scratch. At least take us a year to renegotiate while we're losing revenue at least $500,000 a month, as I stated.
Mr. Weston, for the first time.
Thank you, Madam President. I've got two quick questions. If I could get the head guy from the company to come forward, and then maybe Jerry, you and Miguel. And as you're coming up, Paul, I'll say basically what you said. I'm not ashamed of my record of supporting labor. I mean, you look at my voting record, and I have the credentials that would indicate that I'm a very, very good friend. But there are two things here that I want to understand. Thing number one, I want to put another spin on Paul Krikorian's question. So you gave us, sir, a list of, we did 50% increase in Chicago and this much in Atlanta and so and so and so forth. And Mr. Krikorian was trying to find out where have you not done well, and you indicated we basically have done well everywhere. So if you could name the jurisdiction where you got the least increased. So was it a 5% increase, or Nashville, we only got 8%. Can you give me the lowest?
I'm not sure that I can. Of course, we always try to highlight the big wins, and so those are at the tip of my tongue. Again, I can't think of a major metropolitan system where we haven't done very well.
But you've got to have...
I would say, 5% is probably...
The worst. Okay. Now, to Jerry, Miguel, or whoever. One of the most painful things that we as a council had to do during the budget process was to put the fire department in a predicament where they were forced to eliminate the numbers of trucks and engines that would be available. So, I mean, that's the less equipment that you have in the field, it could, without a doubt, adversely affect the services, even though I know our firefighters did everything that they could to make sure that that did not occur. I want to hear again how real this $16 million hole is. If you could just tell me that one more time.
Mr. Weston, press your button again if you want to continue.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay, the comparison actually is on page 4 of your handout, and it's a side-by-side comparison of moving forward with the contract and doing it in-house. In essence, it's $5.15 million in additional city labor costs, it's additional computer equipment expense, et cetera. Again, this is page 4 of your handout. Then there are a variety of kind of side-by-side comparisons on the revenue side. The biggest issue is the productivity loss in collecting the backlog. Again, it would take, as George has said, it would take fire department an extended period of time to staff up. Again, they would have to bring in another, I believe, 31 people in order to manage this unit. In the meantime, there's in excess of $7.4 million in eliminations of backlogs that are projected under the contract that would not be there. So there, in essence, is a $10.2 million revenue difference projected for the year, and there's a cost difference of $5.2 million. And I would say the cost difference is not even so much a projection. I mean, that is the reality. If we keep it in-house, we have to make that investment. So that is the minimum, and then the revenue cost brings it to 16. And I will say, very briefly, as Mr. Garcetti indicated, it's a difficult issue, but again, it's an issue of what are our core services. I know the council has been really trying very hard to find functions that it could use to reduce staff costs and focus on core services without eliminating jobs. We believe that this is certainly one of those opportunities. This is an opportunity to, in fact, save jobs and not lay off people and address our budget situation.
Mr. Reyes.
When we were hearing the observations from Ms. Parisi, there was a notion that we're not properly addressing the subject by false comparisons, that it's not apples to apples. I think that's an assertion that should be addressed, at least on the record, because I want to understand why that opinion is there, and if you just clarify that, because again, that weighs heavy in terms of how we look at this picture.
Again, Jerry just walked you through a side-by-side comparison, comparing apples to apples on the recommended option to do the entire thing, and the partial option, which was something that came out of the committee discussion I think you sat on. And through that, we worked with the department, the CLA, and literally went side by side to compare the costs of every single item under both case scenarios. And that's how we came up with a differential of a net increase under the recommended option of 2.694 and a net loss to the department of 15.894. So that side-by-side comparison has been done, and it was submitted to all of you last week.
And lastly, on the notion of Office of Finance, I heard Sharon say in the future sometime, but when you look at, and the chief made it very clear, we don't want to, this is not our business, we want to take care of our core mission, and this is not really in our bailiwick, relieve us of this. The Office of Finance, is that in the horizon? Is that way on the future? Are we having real discussions? Is it just wishful thinking? Again, I understand the priorities of where the union representatives are at, and I agree with them. we shouldn't be giving indicators that this is a slippery slope or this is the direction of the council, because that's not a direction I would want to go. I want to figure out how we can best maintain the integrity of the quality of life of our city employees. And that's why I'm going in that direction. Office of Finance, is that a real option? Or is that wishful thinking at this time?
Well, if I can start with that, I think to some degree it depends on the commitment that the city would want to make if it kept the collections in-house. I mean, this is not, ambulance billing is just, as Georgia can tell you, and I'm sure the contractor, it's not just a matter of sending out the bill. The plan is, for example, to have a dedicated customer call center with expanded hours. Would we actually do that in-house for ambulance billing? To work with local hospitals and, to collaborate with local hospitals to identify insurance enrollment options. It's a much more integrated process to get the users of the system covered, but also maximize the revenue that we're collecting. So the question would be, as we've discussed in other issues, would we make the financial and resource commitment to follow through on this kind of a program internally?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Members, I think this has been a very substantive and productive discussion, and I've had just about all of my questions answered, I think. And I think one of the reasons that it has been such a good discussion is because for many of us this is a pretty fundamental philosophical question. And it's not just dollars and cents. On the one hand, there are those who believe that all government services would be more efficiently handled in the private sector. On the other hand, there are those who think that under no circumstances should any government service ever be contracted out. I think, for me, there are essential core services that government performs that should never, under any circumstances, be performed by anybody other than the government, regardless of whether there can be cost efficiencies realized. And one of those core services is keeping people alive. The service provided by our fire department, the service provided by our police department, and others. I think where I come down on this is that this billing process that we're talking about is not an essential core service. And so then I come to, well, okay, is it something that can be operated demonstrably more efficiently in the private sector? And again, there are some who would say, well, the private sector is always more efficient. Well, no, it's not. It's certainly not, because there's always a profit motive involved in the private sector that we have to take into account as well. I think what I've seen through this discussion is the combination of the capital investment that we would need to make to retain these processes in-house, the training costs, and the other additional costs that we have, the fact that we have already budgeted for these processes, it leads me to believe that there will be a substantial cost savings involved in moving forward with this contract. It may not be, in fact, $15 million. It may not be $10 million. But it will be some number of millions of dollars that we will be better off if we move forward with this. And at a time when our constituents have dealt with a modified coverage plan for a year now that has caused our fire service to be strained in providing safety to our residents. At a time when we've had a budget where we've cut back on our hazmat teams and other things that I think are absolutely imperative to keeping this city safe. It's just, I can't bring myself to say no to a potential savings of some number of millions of dollars that can be used to keep our residents safer. And so I'm prepared to support this. I think that Ms. Parisi's comments about some of the elements of this contract are very well taken, and I would have preferred to maybe have been engaged in this process earlier on, and maybe to have helped to drive that negotiation in a different direction, and maybe helped shape it. But that's not where we are today. Where we are today is we have a choice to make that is either going to realize savings or delay the realizations of those savings, or end up costing us more. I think we have to, at a time like this when we're suffering with the extraordinarily limited resources we have, I just can't in good conscience say that we should turn down these millions of dollars that the fire service would otherwise be able to use to keep our people safe.
Mr. Zine.
Okay, I know that this debate is going on and there's more people to speak, but looking at the billing process, the fire department, and I don't think there's any dispute, they're going to have a device, a portable device, where they will capture the information on the device. That device is then downloaded, the information is downloaded, so they don't have to worry about printing, legibility. They have accurate information, whether it's a driver's license or ID card, whatever the case. So now they know who that person is. From there, it goes to the agency that does the billing. They'll send out bills, and hopefully people will pay those. If they don't, then that comes back to the city for follow-up. The question I have, why can't we take that process that sends that bill out? Why can't we do that in-house? What is the advantage? Because we're going to reduce the number of personnel since we're automating it. The HIPAA issue is of concern, but when it comes back to us, I think we have HIPAA responsibilities and liability anyway. So why can't this system be designed where that is done in-house with a reduced staff, since it calls for reduced staff, with the automated process? I mean, we're going to send a form letter out. You receive service. This is the bill. Please send your check to this address. Thank you very much. Why can't we do that in-house through the automated process?
Well, we can do it in-house, but the issue is that that's where we talk about that partial outsourcing option. We still, and that's when I was talking about the billing system itself. So what we would have to then do is we would capture this information. That information then would have to integrate with some system. It can't integrate with the current billing system we have now. So we'll have to work with ADPI, and we'll have to actually use their system. We'll pay them a portion of our proceeds, portion of our revenue, for the use of their system. And so we will then be able to use their system and have our coders do it, and we'd be able to do it, but there would be an increased cost. And
What's
then,
the
of
increased
course,
cost? What's the increased cost if we have a reduced workforce, because the report says it's going to take fewer people to do this process since it's now automated? So instead of having whatever the numbers were, it was greatly reduced from the numbers that we have now doing the hand tabulation. I don't understand why we can't keep this, and I'm not so excited about outsourcing, but when I look at the bill collection, they're basically sending out a letter or multiple letters to the individual who received the services. Why can't, and then if these people don't pay, it's going to come back to us, it's going to go to finance city attorney, we're going to file a claim, we ruin their credit rating. I don't understand the issue, and no disrespect to the company that wants the project, I don't understand why it couldn't be, when we all agree, you got that computer, you get the information, and it's downloaded in-house.
well, the computer captures the patient information.
Right.
And then what happens is then we go back and we do the coding. So that we'll have the people in the follow-up unit, let's say we retain those 23 positions, and then in addition to that, we're going to have to need the people who are compliance officers. We're going to need the HIPAA compliance officer, we're going to need to be looking at, in addition to HIPAA, the regulatory compliance, all the things that the current vendor is expert at doing, we would then have to become expert at.
But they're not going to release our liability when that comes back to us and someone from the city releases information. Say we arrest a celebrity, or a celebrity gets involved in a crash. All of a sudden, the media has that access, and they're getting information, I don't know how. The HIPAA violation takes place because of our person.
When it comes back
employee.
to us from the vendor, it comes back to us in an encrypted format. And so what we do is then that information stays encrypted, and it goes to our billing vendor, to the collections vendor, in an encrypted format. So everything remains encrypted, and so that we are protected from making sure that we don't breach any of that HIPAA information. So that piece is already in place, where we have that encryption already done.
And we couldn't have the encryption in-house?
So we have that. I mean, in terms of sending it to our collection vendors, we do have that. And that's what took us a while to get the bills over. What we're saying is that we have issues in terms of
getting enough staff, enough resources, and as Mr. Miller said, is the commitment from the city to make sure that we're able to hire people. Right now, there are no lists, there's no hiring process right now. We would need to be exempted from the freeze, we need to be exempted from furloughs. All of those mechanics, it will take us at least a year to staff.
I don't think it's going to take a year.
Mr. Zine,
The city both has that.
Mr.
What's it going to
Zine,
cost for this
Mr.
outside
Zine,
source?
can you press your
The
button
billing,
again,
what's it going to
please?
cost? What's it going to cost?
Mr. Zine,
One
can you
question.
press
What's it
your
going to
button
cost
again,
for the
please?
billing? What's the cost for the billing? That's all I want.
That's your last question. Press your button again, please.
That's one. What's it going to cost?
And press your button again, please, and she can answer.
That's my last question.
Okay. Thank you.
The bill is 5.5% of our net revenue collections. So what that equates to is based on what we've averaged it out to be, it's about $3 million, $3.4 million a year.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, first of all, with the notion of outsourcing, regardless of what you may think, I am not opposed to outsourcing. But outsourcing is supposed to be for special circumstances, special services, short-term special services, scientific advantages in the short run, some technology advancement, but it is not supposed to be for core services. The function and that's the distinction that we're making here. I have no problem with this company coming in and give us something that we can't get otherwise. I have a problem with taking away jobs from the city of Los Angeles that are core to the services we provide. And so, you know, I've been on the council for many, many years. I've heard glorious speeches about how corporations are killing America by sending our jobs overseas, how runaway film production is going bad, and yet we are one of the largest employers in the county of Los Angeles, and we keep killing our jobs. In this case, we want to send these jobs to Texas. How do those things correlate to each other? Is it okay for us to criticize companies for sending their jobs away, but it's different when we do it? You can't judge on a different scale. And so if you want to be consistent, remember your own speeches. Remember your own speeches about runaway production. Remember your own speeches about corporations shutting down in LA and moving their jobs elsewhere. Remember your own speeches about how you were going to protect the city service to ensure that we were providing services to our people, but at the same time protecting the job base in Los Angeles. I have absolutely, and by the way, is this company going to use existing employees? If they had existing employees, they would lay them off because they don't need them if they were sitting around doing nothing. They're going to train new employees, and it's going to be on our dime. So, yes, they have to train our city employees, but I'm saying I think there's a value in tenure that our city employees can provide to this system. They understand it. They will understand the transition. They will do a better job. I have no problem with contracting with this company for the limited purpose of training our employees and managing the new technology for us. I do have a problem when we're shutting down city jobs to send them to Texas. I think that's a big mistake. And so, on the technology, let's move forward quickly. I agree with Mr. Zine. It shouldn't take a year for us to get up to speed. And by the way, on compliance, we could temporarily contract with them to provide the compliance officer until we hire a compliance officer. We could temporarily contract with them to provide technical services that we can't do in the short term. It doesn't have to take a year. But in the long term, we will have a full team on board with us. And I believe that that's the wiser way to go. I urge you to vote for the technology. I urge you to encourage a negotiated agreement with this company, but I encourage you to keep city employees in their jobs in Los Angeles, paying tax revenue to the city of Los Angeles, so that we can keep our message with all the other companies and all the other corporations and all the other people that are sending their jobs elsewhere, that we want to keep these jobs in L.A.
Mr. Smith.
Let me repeat what we said earlier. Not one city employee loses their job. Let me say that again, Mr. Alcon. Not one city employee is losing their job. We are not shipping a single job out of Los Angeles. Maybe creating new jobs in another state, but we're not sending anyone out. We haven't lost a job doing this. Chief, can I ask you to come forward, please? Mr. Koretz has proposed a delay to try and look at the contract, renegotiate it. I can tell you, having been in business many years for myself, if you get to the 11th hour and you try and renegotiate a deal, the other side's going to renegotiate the deal too. If we want higher standards, they're going to lower the amount of money we get. That's the way business operates. Chief, I have a question for you. The proposal is to delay, look at, the recommendation from the CAO is that could cost $500,000 a month. If we take $500,000 a month out of your department's budget, what will you do?
I only have one option, and that's to close resources.
That means less fire engines, less ambulances?
Less fire trucks, less ambulances, less firefighters and paramedics on the street. If this contract doesn't go forward, and I'm faced with a $15.8 million budget shortfall, I am going to be forced to close resources. That's plain and simple. We've agreed to absorb. We're not laying anyone off. We're going to reduce or eliminate our exposure to HIPAA. We're building a platform to move forward in terms of generating additional revenue, which is going to add jobs to the city's payroll. To me, this has to go forward. If not, we're going to have to deal with the consequences. That money's going to have to come from somewhere.
Thank you, Chief. Let me just reiterate that, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief, who I happen to have great respect for, and I think all of you do, just said if we delay or change this, it's going to increase the modified deployment plan. It will increase. It will have less resources on the street. You think you got problems now, you're going to see more of it. For if you really trust your police chief, your fire chief, if you really trust your fire department to deliver services, don't take away their resources over this issue.
Mr. Labange. Thank you very much. This is like K-Earth 101. We've been talking since 101 this afternoon. Now it's 3:01. 2 hours. Important issue. Important people. The mayor's office, the CAO, the CLA, the chief, and the city attorney have all come here to tell us how important this is as we move forward. But most importantly, Georgia Matera, who I've known for years and working in the city of Los Angeles. Georgia, how important is this to you and your vision to help the people of Los Angeles?
I've never been asked that before. Thank you, Councilman. Obviously, this is something that is of importance to us in terms of the fire department to make sure that we can deliver the services to the people of Los Angeles, as you mentioned. The benefits to the community, to your constituents, would be great. We'd be able to track patients. We'd be able to give real-time information. And we'd be able to capture the revenue that we need to capture and be more efficient. As you know, right now, the difficulty is in terms of staffing. We are at a 35% vacancy rate within the fire department, and I imagine that's got to be citywide for all the other city departments. We are extremely pressed and we are challenged. In all fairness to the people who work for the ambulance billing unit, I would love to give them all the resources and tools that they need. We are bound by the fact that our budget is so limited. So if this would enable us to move forward, to do the right thing, to increase revenue for the city, that would be our vision for the fire department.
And this revenue is really cost recovery. We're not looking to make money off the backs of people. This is cost recovery. Repeat that, Mr. CAO, because I think it's clear, because I don't want to have the same problem that up North California city that says we're going to use the jaws of life and charge you. I don't want people to have a question when they want to call 911. They call 911. We want to be there. Could you repeat that, Mr. CAO?
That's a very good point. I think that what we're trying to do is just recoup the costs of providing that service. And, obviously, if you don't receive the service, you don't pay the bill.
And the chief engineer gave us this graph, which I think articulates it. It's a crapshoot. If an earthquake comes, we're not going to have everybody we need there, but we got to do the best we can. And I would not like you to see close more engine houses now. And George, I said earlier, Ms. Matera, as you elevated your role in city government, you've always been straight and forward in all these issues. So members, this is a service. And most important, we talk about core services in the community. The more people we could put in the community at fire stations, on ambulance, is really what it's all about. The more people we could have working in the streets of Los Angeles to improve the streets, that's what they want. If there's mechanisms that could go internally, I don't believe the constituents of Los Angeles care. They care about who's in the street, and when they call 911, they want to see a firefighter, a police officer. When they call 311, they want to see street services and crew 152 or 254 or whomever replace the asphalt that's there all the way down the line. So, members, I think our focus should always be on who's out in the street. And if this gives us more dollars to put in the street, that is key. And if the fire chief found a way from committee, which Mr. Smith had, to relocate 13 positions or more, that's real key because of the staffing of administrators load that you have. So I, again, strongly recommend that I vote. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz? Two things. One, hopefully won't be controversial. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to Mr. Garcetti's 21A, that rather than have a specific dollar amount that would go back to the fire department in savings, that we recognize the modified coverage, I believe, is the first thing we'd want to correct in our budget long term, and so that any savings from this program going forward, until we've eliminated the modified coverage, goes towards the fire department to eliminate that. Yes.
That's already the wording in Schedule H of the budget.
Okay.
That wording is already in Schedule H of the budget. The committee voted to say that all the money that comes from this program would be brought back into lowering the modified deployment plan.
Then it's consistent. Absolutely. If there's no objection, we'll keep this friendly.
Enough said, as long as that's the case. The other part, my motion to change to 110% as the minimum guarantee the first 2 years. I don't want this to be a negotiation that slows anything. I'd just like to ask the vendor, yes or no. Are you willing to just add that to the contract? Nothing else changes. If you can commit to that now, that's fine. If not, that's fine too. I wouldn't ask that we do any other further negotiations.
Because generally that would require a negotiation, and I just don't know whether he's prepared to answer that here without reevaluating the finances related to the question.
Well, I think he can answer it with a yes or no. If he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't have to do it. I'm giving him an opportunity to add something to the contract that may interest some council members. So could we have the vendor speak to that?
Councilman, if I could just correct, I think, a misperception on this guarantee. There's a threshold that we have that is used to calculate whether a performance penalty is due. In the current version of the contract, there's a specific dollar amount of $302 per transport. That is the threshold. There's been points made that that's a year old. I want to point out that the actual numbers for 2010, the fiscal year ended June of 2010, are actually $292. So the current threshold that's in the contract is 103% of last year's performance already.
Well, I think there's also a couple other factors. One is that the technology at the tail end of the year will start going into place and saving money. And also there's a very substantial unnecessary backlog, which I would imagine that your company would dive into and eliminate. And both of those things also would, I believe, significantly increase the revenue that you can anticipate. Without the other efficiencies that I'm sure you'll add just by starting up your contract.
The backlog, in fact, would not, because the way it's measured is on a per incident basis. And so as incident volumes go up, it doesn't change the per incident metric. So that part wouldn't. The second part, absolutely, with increases in ambulance fees, we would expect to see towards the tail end of the year the collections to increase.
And certainly the second year, year to year, I would expect, with that new technology fully implemented, a huge jump again. So I see the 95%, I get it year to year, and that makes sense. But in the first 2 years, you can't tell me that you expect to have any trouble at all reaching 95% of the base number. So I would like to ask you to do 110% the first 2 years. If you can't do that, is there some in-between number you would accept? Because 95% just strikes me as unacceptably low.
Well, I guess what I can say is that we would, first of all, we would expect that this penalty provision is not going to come into play, that we're going to well exceed the expectations of the City of Los Angeles. I will secondly commit to working with staff on a satisfactory resolution to your question.
All right, fair enough.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the comments that were made earlier about consistency, and I think that it is important that as we're fighting to keep jobs here in Los Angeles, that we're always trying to focus on that effort. And I certainly would have preferred that this company were a Los Angeles-based company, that we could keep jobs here. But I think, there's some important distinctions to be drawn from some of the examples that were raised. When a production leaves Los Angeles and films somewhere else, people in Los Angeles don't eat. In this case, we have a situation where we're saving money for the general fund and no one is losing their job. They have to go and perform a different function, but they're not losing their job. So I think that's a fundamental qualitative difference. And, while we're being consistent and remembering our speeches, I think if we're going to stand up and fight to keep jobs here, keep public employee jobs, then we have to protect the general fund. And you can't, on the one hand, say that you want to stand up and save public employees' jobs and then turn down millions of dollars in savings that will go to pay general fund public employee salaries. You can't, on the one hand, say that you're going to be championing jobs and preventing layoffs, and then on the other hand say that, we shouldn't accept a power revenue transfer from the DWP, or that we should turn down millions of dollars of savings. So I think that it's very important that we be consistent, and as we fight for jobs, as we're all fighting to keep these jobs here, we ought to find every opportunity that we can to prevent layoffs and at the same time realize general fund savings. And this discussion has convinced me that that's what we're doing with this proposal, and I respectfully urge your aye vote.
Mr. Labange? Sorry, and just before Mr. Cardenas need to make an announcement about his committee. I'm sorry, Mr. Labange.
Yeah, thank you very much. The IT General Services Committee was going to meet today at 2 o'clock. We'll postpone that meeting until next week. We'll reschedule the meeting for next week. So for those people who are here from the public, we apologize, but we will hear the items next week, thank God. Time sensitivity did not preclude us from being able to put the items over. So those items that were scheduled for today will be put over till next week.
And Mr. Kretz, similarly?
If I could make a similar announcement for audits and government efficiency, we'll meet on the same agenda items on next Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Labange.
I call for the question, Mr. President.
Very eloquently put. There's nobody else on the queue, so I assume there's no opposition. Hearing none, the question is called. So, colleagues, we will do in reverse order except for the bifurcation, which is for the final vote. So we're going to go the Kretz motion, which is, that was for the 110%, or did you want to clarify what that was?
I would leave that motion in place.
Okay. So Mr. Kretz's motion, then Ms. Perry's motion will come next on changing the contract length from 6 years to 3 years, and then the 21, that's a written one, 21B. And then 21A, the written motion that I had is amended by Mr. Kretz.
Excuse me, Councilman.
Mr. President, I believe that Mr. Alarcon also made a motion.
Yeah, as I just announced, then we'll take the bifurcation motion as part of the final vote to see whether we bifurcate then what is left and amended. We still have to amend it before we can bifurcate it. Mr. Parks?
All we're looking at is 21A and B?
No, first we're going to do 21D. Well, I called it D, but Mr. Kretz's motion is first. In reverse order. So the last motion that was made is Mr. Kretz's first to...
Does that have hopefully a friendly amendment on A and B?
We have closed. We can't make any more amendments. You can move to suspend the rules to undo calling the previous question, but once the question has been called, we can't amend any further. Okay. All right. So first, the first one will be Mr. Clerk. I'm sorry, you were going to say something on that?
Oh, Mr. President, with respect to the Koretz motion, we need to make clear that that would be calling for a negotiation, that we can't actually amend the contract from the
Correct.
floor.
So the motion is to instruct the city attorney to renegotiate that component to get 110%. Okay? Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 7 noes.
That fails. Next, we'll go to Ms. Perry's. Is there any objection to changing the contract length? Does anybody have any objection? If not, we'll accept that as friendly. 21A, does anybody have an objection to the surplus revenue? Anybody want to vote against that? If not, that'll be accepted as friendly too then. So, as amended, we now have the item. Mr. Alacon has asked for there to be a bifurcation between the first part of the contract, the handhelds, versus the contracting out of the services attached, to the billing. So this is just a vote on whether to bifurcate, folks, okay? Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay, that is bifurcated. We'll take up both separately. First, we will take up the equipment, the handheld devices. Please open the roll on that part of the contract. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That passes unanimously. The second part now of whether or not to go to contract out the pieces on the billing. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, that is approved. All right. We'll send that forthwith.
Mr. President, on behalf of the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Chief. If we can take, we've had a request from the city attorney to take 16 and 17 out of order. Oh, 1 and 2. The cards were pulled on 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and we can take up those two. Please prepare the roll on 1 and 2 and tabulate the vote.
$14 ayes.
All righty. Those are approved. If we can take 16 and 17 up next, called special by Mr. Reyes, starting with number 16. Mr. Reyes? Mr. Reyes? We have item 16. Sorry to catch you. I saw you on the Cal Green Building Code.
Yes, colleagues, item 16, essentially, the state green building regulations will take effect on January 1st, and building and safety will have to begin enforcement at that time by state law. This motion asks the city to create our own ordinance that incorporates the state's mandate with the city's existing program so that we can have more influence over the green building goals in the city. We'll be able to recover our costs at building and safety with an accompanying fee structure. If Budget and Finance would like to hear this issue, and we spoke briefly, I would request that they do it in September so we can be prepared to roll out the ordinance by January 1st deadline. I know Building and Safety has already been meeting with stakeholders. If I can have the ordinance back in plum in September, and again, I want to thank the city staff for the hard work and ask for a yes vote. Again, this is about getting in front of the state law so we can have our infrastructure in place, so we can implement the state green building state green building regulations.
State green building regulations.
I just got to slow down.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you, and thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. I was happy to second this, to merge the Los Angeles Green Building Code with Cal Green, and I think it's really a lot of the work that we did to lead the way, and your great work that we did, I think it was on Earth Day 3 years ago, to pass the most extensive green building code in the country in terms of number of square feet that it would capture. Just before a recession, but nevertheless it has captured a lot of buildings. I love it now when developers come and meet with us and say, we're going to make it LEED certified. And I say, well, you already have to because it's LA. But it's really helped us inspire the state to do this as well. And expand in expanding the applicability of Cal Green, we've always said there's a lot of different ways to do green building. And I think one of the nice things that Cal Green is moving towards and that we need to move towards as well is not just the design of buildings, but the output. Germany does this. It's nice to have a building that is LEED certified platinum in its design, but if it has leaky faucets and you start losing some of your insulation, it's really about following what the energy and water use is on the output. And I think Cal Green is looking at some of that, certainly with some of the the Reinvestment Act dollars. We're going to be looking at that with our Green Doctors program too. And Ms. Perry has been very aggressive in helping us do that with Department of Water and Power. So I urge your support on this. I think it's a great ordinance, and thank you, Mr. Reyes, for leading the way.
Mr. Reyes, we have two cards on this. We'd like to hear from the folks that are here. Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, not here. Ankur Patel. And Sergeant Arms, if you can keep it quiet on the side, please. Too many conversations. Go ahead, sir.
Grid Alternatives is a non-profit organization that installs solar panels on low-income housing, from Oakland to San Diego, all across California. And they do this by utilizing volunteers. I volunteered with them last week, and I was actually on a roof. I was installing solar panels. I drilled and I dug, all that kind of stuff. And some of the other volunteers there, one was a roofer who's trying to streamline the process as well as this one does. And one other group was a solar panel company themselves, and they said one of the problems that they have with DWP is no one returns their emails. There's the joke that they made, there's only one person in DWP who responds to the permits or all that kind of stuff. So specifically, try and get somebody who responds to emails when it comes to permits, and maybe some more staffing specifically in DWP when it comes to the solar panel issue and dealing with customers and companies that are trying to feed with them. And also, the feed-in tariff, I'm going to keep on talking about that, but that is really important because that will allow people to sell electricity back to the grid. And without that, it doesn't make economic sense for homeowners to put panels on the roofs. And again, the focus again is on commercial and city buildings because the DWP wants to keep this as a monopoly for themselves. They don't want private companies to get in on their territory, and that's where the residential aspects of this can be really beneficial to creating jobs. LA Valley College and vocational training, there are a lot of people out there learning how to put solar panels on roofs. There are a lot of people who are ready to get involved in this and work in this field, but if you keep this in the hands of the DWP, they're not going to be hiring anybody other than IBEW people. They're not going to be hiring Los Angelinos that are training and learning to work in this field. And that's something that will create jobs.
That's our final speaker, Mr. Krikorian, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that this is a very important next step in our moving forward to make Los Angeles a more welcoming city for the development of more renewable energy. I've heard from many constituents and businesses that complain that there are too many obstacles in the way of trying to install solar energy in this city. I just had a business in my office, one of the leading solar installers in California, that was saying that it takes months and months of delay before they get through the permitting process and the approval process with the DWP, and that doesn't happen in other cities. So I think this is a very important next step, and I urge your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I totally agree with Mr. Krikorian on that. And my Mar Vista area in the 11th District has really shown the way on solar panels. We're really moving in that direction. But we will come back in 60 days with this clear. I've talked to Austin Buettner about it, the new guy at DWP. He's going to have more staff involved. He's going to expedite the process. We should all go solar. It's a no-brainer. And the department needs to be more efficient, more effective, respond to emails, and respond to the requests, and do it in an extremely timely manner, and we'll get that direction from us going to that department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. The matter is now before us for a vote, colleagues. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Mr. Garcetti? Mr. Garcetti?
I thought we took them both one at a time, but just on the solar thing as well, I wanted to thank Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Smith and I introduced this, and I think putting this working group together is going to be really important. Mr. Corrin was just sharing a story. I think we've all had stories of where our bureaucracy hasn't exactly been welcoming to solar installations in the most accommodating way. We've got great departments, people who understand it, but I think we also want to make sure we work closely, building and safety, our fire department, to get to yes. These jobs, there's about a 5-year bridge right near between traditional production of energy and solar costing about the same at peak time. So I appreciate the fire department's willingness to work on this, as well as DBS and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power as well with the city attorney. I think this will be really critical. We've given a lot of lip service to our solar policies, and we did a great job in about 2001, 2002, and it's fallen off ever since. I think this and Greywater, when we get our departments to kind of understand how this can be done better, we're going to have truly green residences. So thank you to the fire department. Thank you to Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes?
Just real briefly, this is the ordinance that deals with land use, and that's it. So when we talk about the land use, it's just the land use. All the policy, all the other issues that deal with the hows and whats, and all that good stuff, that's a whole other discussion. This is just about the land use for solar. So again, we're looking at the heat maps, we're going strategic, protect our neighborhoods, protect the residential character of our structures, and just be very clear as to where we see this happening.
Thank you. Now we can vote on this matter. We already did, and it was 14 ayes. Comments after the vote. Next item, please.
Item 14, called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I know the hour is late, but I think it's worth and appropriate for me to spend at least 60 seconds to thank CRA staff, my staff, Assemblymember Felipe Fuentes' office, and Assemblymember Felipe Fuentes for tipping us off at the fact that there's an opportunity for some EDA grant money. And the city, this item before us is actually the culmination of a lot of hard work, overtime work. People were on furlough. They came into work anyway to get this done in hyperspeed during the holidays. And here we are accepting a grant, an EDA grant of $3.165 million. $3.165 million that's going to benefit the city of Los Angeles, but more specifically the community of Sun Valley, which is badly, badly needed in that community. So once again, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all of our wonderful, wonderful in-house staff and a little bit of consulting going on as well. All the people involved. This is a tremendous opportunity for the city of Los Angeles not to pass up and to garner and secure a $3.1 million grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That matter is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 15, called special for Councilmember Hahn.
Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you. Is there someone here on this item, city staff?
Someone's coming up.
Okay, who's here? Harold, Director of Human Resources Division. Hi, Harold. How's it going? Thank you. Colleagues, this is an item relative, if you remember, during our budget process and during the time when we were deciding about transfers and layoffs. I wanted to make sure that we filled vacancies at facilities that were funded by the Harbor Department, including the Maritime Museum, the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, and so I got a report today that looks like we still have 7 positions, I believe, that we have not filled that are funded by the Harbor Department. So I wanted to get an update on how that's going, why are they not completely filled, and maybe you can give me that information.
Certainly. Harold Fujita, on behalf of the Department of Recreation and Parks. There are 55 total full-time positions that are reimbursable to the Department of Recreation and Parks by the Harbor Department, and at the time you introduced your motion, a dozen of these positions were vacant. We did fill 5 of the positions already, and we will have a 6th position filled next month. That leaves us with half a dozen positions that still need to be filled. Some of these positions...
Say that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Say that again?
At the time you introduced your motion, there were a dozen vacancies of the 55 total positions, full-time positions. And since then, we filled 5 of them, and we have a 6th position that we will have, that we already have identified an individual, and we will fill that 6th position next month.
Right. So
that will leave us with 6 that we still are in the process of trying to fill.
Right.
Some of the positions are highly specialized positions, specifically the Maritime Museum Curator and the Marine Aquarium Curator, which I believe you had a special interest in at the time of your motion. We will need to bring those positions forward in order to get approval through the managed hiring process to proceed with the effort to...
Why aren't we already doing that?
Well, it would require a joint effort on behalf of both the Department of Recreation and Parks and the Personnel Department to mount basically a national recruitment effort. That's what we have done in the past to really attract and secure the best talent to fill those positions.
Again, why haven't we done that?
Well, before we expend those resources on a recruitment effort, we need to know that we will have the green light and be allowed to actually make the appointments. So I'm hoping that you can appreciate that.
I believe you have the support of the council to fill vacancies that are funded by the Harbor Department.
But we also need the approval through the managed hiring process.
Have you approached them?
We just last week secured some approvals for critical part-time positions. These positions are now the next round of positions that we will
Could these positions be exempt since they're funded?
Well, actually, one of them is exempt from civil service.
So if it's exempt, it doesn't have to go through the managed hiring process?
No, it still needs to go through the managed hiring process.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what I'd like to obviously is encourage you to move forward with that as quickly as possible, and maybe we could get a report back in 30 days or 60 days.
We will move as quickly as possible and certainly be back here. Certainly 60 days is more than reasonable.
And these are good positions down there. They're important positions. When we talk about, especially with the aquariums and the Maritime Museum, these are certainly tourist attractions. These are important positions, I think. And again, no money coming out of the general fund, not taxpayer-supported positions. We really want these funded. They're already been approved to be funded by the Harbor Department, and I'd really like to see you move as quickly as possible through our system to hire these. And if it takes, collaboration, we're here to help you. If you need me to introduce another motion to instruct these departments to work together to achieve this goal, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you so much. And absolutely, we agree with you on the importance of these positions, and we will move forward with all speed.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Full speed
Honda.
ahead.
Matter is now before us for a vote, and I hope we get a number of votes. Open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That's it.
Thank you.
11 in the House. Next item, please.
Item 22, called special by Councilmember Labange.
Council Member Labange.
Public Works, this is a report, was asked, Ms. Hahn and I, which is so important to look at greening. We just had a couple items on greening. What about real greening? Vining, concrete canvases. Paul Rax, for years, our Office of Community Beautification, Public Works.
With a green tie, thank you very much.
Green tie, yes, exactly.
How many greening projects have you done last year?
Vine planting specifically? We planted about 250 vines on about 3 or 4 different locations that were regularly targets of graffiti.
Well, also on that, is just to green it, I think we should do more than 4 or 5 members, and I just called this special because I think vining is an important aspect, and to have the right vine that does find life through the climate that we have now. Could you come back in a year and say we're going to do more than 4 or 5?
We have the capability of doing really as many are needed. What we found out, we had a real active vine planting program about 10 years ago, and what we found is even though a lot of community residents commit to keeping those vines watered and alive, and we invested a lot of resources to get the vines into the ground, after a year or two, more than 50% of the vines that we planted actually did not survive. So what we've done is we really want to make sure before we go and invest in resources of planting vines that the community has a strong commitment to keep those vines alive and watered, especially the first 2 or 3 years. We certainly could do as many vines as possible, but to go out there and do a whole lot of vine planting projects, unless we really know the community is invested and behind it and willing to keep those vines alive, we found that most of the vines won't survive.
I understand that, Paul, but we got to do better. We got to find a way to make the connection, because there's nothing like beautiful green vines, and it's important to try to beautify our city, both from the terms of green power, but also natural green. So I remind this to us members. That's why I called it special. Also hope your deputies hear this too, because there's nothing like an impact you make on a neighborhood when you transform it with trees, when you transform it with vining, and especially in an area that is not as loved. It's an absolutely wonderful thing. And I want to thank Ms. Hahn, who does such a good job, and hey, your second on this motion was so important to get to this point.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Mr. LaBonge, Mrs. LaBonge, nice to see you here.
Mr. LaBonge, you have an introduction today?
Later, okay. How much? So we're basically going to allow community-based organizations to plant these vines. How does this work?
We do the vine planting projects through the same organizations that do graffiti abatement in the different districts. We primarily use Hollywood Beautification Team. They have the capability of doing concrete cutting if need be. So we'll actually cut like the little planting areas into the concrete if they're not already there. So that's the only organization we use? They're the primary one. We do use the other ones if it's an area where there's already a dirt planting area or something like that. So say in the harbor area, GAP certainly has the capability of doing vine plantings as well.
But the community where it's planted is going to be asked to water it.
That's correct, to water it and kind of keep it viable.
How much water do these vines actually take? I sort of thought some of them were drought resistant.
They are after about the first 2 years, once they've really become established, and especially in like say the San Fernando Valley or certain areas where it gets really hot in the summer. You really need someone, just putting not a whole lot of water, but enough on them to keep them viable, especially in the first couple of years.
Have we identified locations where these vines should go or could go?
We right now primarily depend on the community to come to us and say, hey, we'd like to plant vines on this wall or something like that. Right now we're working with the...
Are these private walls? Are these public walls? Are these city walls?
It could be private, could be city. We're currently working with the North Central Sanitation Yard. I know that's an area Councilman LaBonge has been after us for a few years to put vines on. So we're probably going to plant vines on those walls in the fall, once the hotter weather is over.
And is there any liability that we have planting these on private property? Or?
Not really. Pretty much when we do it, it might be a privately owned wall, but it's, say, a wall that's visible from the public right away, like, say, along a sidewalk or something like that.
Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, I think this is a great idea. I think there's nothing better than, as you said, greening LA, but also more importantly, it prevents these wide open canvases from being vulnerable to tagging and graffiti. I do know that it's tough. I've planted trees before where we've asked the community to help water, and it's a bit of a burden sometimes for communities to take this on. But maybe we can work through neighborhood councils and other maybe park advisory boards, some of our other organizations to see if this will work. But hopefully it'll work.
Yeah, and we had a real active vine planting program about 10 years ago, and those locations that did survive, I mean, they're thriving now. The walls are completely covered, and you not only take away a canvas for graffiti, but you add a strong sense of greenery to the community. We're supportive of those.
Have you done an organized outreach, say, to neighborhood councils, attending their meetings and maybe making this presentation?
We really haven't made that outreach to neighborhood councils. We're in the process of outreaching to them to see if there's any support on their behalf to fund some of the community beautification grant projects that were not previously funded. We could certainly add this component.
My suggestion would be you maybe get on some of their agendas and just to make a presentation on what this means and see if you could get support that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you. Mr. Labange?
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. I think we're going to empower our deputies, and let's do October, November vining month. Let's not plant vines in the heat of summer. Let's pick the time. We'll start at Hollywood and Vine, and go from there. I also want to introduce my vining deputy, Mary Rodriguez. Mary's a viner for many, many years. She'll work with you. And also want to introduce Luna Allen, who's right here from our intern from Immaculate Heart High School. Welcome, Luna, to City Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. It's so fine to placer vine.
Very much. And lastly, I want to introduce my wife, Bridget, who's visiting today, volunteering here.
Bridget Labange. Welcome, Bridget Labange. On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. Parks?
Forthwith on 23 and 30.
23 and 30 forthwith. 23 and 30 forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Announcements, colleagues?
Mr. President,
yes, Brian?
Yeah, there is a special one, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Special one, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, the LAPD has requested that council offer a reward for information leading to the arrest of suspects responsible for the murder of 23-year-old Shaquana Watson on July 27th at 5212 South Broadway. Immediate action is required to apprehend the suspects for the safety of the community. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 5494.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Very well. Ms. Perry.
Mr. Chair, this is a particularly heinous crime in that Ms. Watson was merely leaving a neighborhood store and was entering the passenger side of her car, and a white van drove past her and fired several rounds at her with an unknown type of handgun for no apparent reason, not that there ever is a reason. And the people or person who committed this crime represent an ongoing threat to the safety of the people of Los Angeles. And so I'm fairly certain all of you will vote with me to authorize this motion, because if this person is not apprehended, their actions could further terrorize and create a continuing and immediate menace to the rights of people in this city. And I just think that this is horrendous, and we want to offer $50,000.
Very well. On the findings, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Matters before us. Ms. Perry has explained the matter. Any questions on that matter? The seriousness of this murder? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Very well. Forthwith on that matter for Ms. Perry. Any other items?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Labange, request be excused to leave at 11:30 for tomorrow's meeting and to leave at 11 a.m. on August 6th for city business. That meets council policy.
That's approved.
Councilmember Perry, request be excused to leave at 11:30 on October 29th for city business. That meets council policy.
That's approved.
Councilmember Weezer, request to be excused to arrive at 11:30 on September 8th for city business. That meets council policy.
That is also approved.
And Councilmember Wesson, request to be excused Tuesday, August 17th for personal business. That meets council policy.
And that is approved.
And that clears the desk.
Any announcements, colleagues? I know it's night out, National Night Out, so if your local police station's having an event, please stop by. Mr. Smith?
Yes, I know there's one in your district. There's also one at the Northridge Park Devonshire Division where we're doing the Nights Out program, tied with our normal movies in the park program tonight. So free movie in the park at Northridge Park, hot dogs with free, popcorn free, and celebrate Nights Out at Devonshire Division.
And we have at Randy Simmons Park next to West Valley Station, Van Orn and Wilbur. Also, we have at Warner Center Park starting at 5 o'clock this evening. Free food. Meet your local members of law enforcement. I'll be there along with Councilmember Garcetti. Mr. Rosendahl.
Announce that we're going to be doing two of them in the 11th District.
Two night outs tonight.
National Night Out, Stoner Park at 6 o'clock in West L.A., and Penmore Park, the National Night Out in the Venice area. Westchester Neighborhood Council meeting starts after that, but we hope people turn out for these.
I think most police divisions have them tonight in the city of Los Angeles, so if you're not sure, check your local police division, 311, and they will tell you where those national nights are being conducted tonight. Any other announcements? Please stand for adjourning motions. Adjourning motions. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. It's with great sadness I announce the passing of Meyer Newman on Tuesday, July 27th, 2010. He was born on October 5th, 1914 in Volovo, Czechoslovakia, and was raised by his beloved mother, Royce Newman. His father, Josef Dov, died a soldier in World War I before Meyer was born. Having to be raised by a widowed mother, Meyer quit school after third grade to help provide for the family. He worked as a bus porter and later became a chauffeur for a doctor in addition to running a taxi service. Meyer lost his first wife and 3 children in the Holocaust. He was a survivor in the greatest sense of the word, never allowing his experience in the concentration camps of Germany and Poland to define him. After the war, he started a new life in Sweden where he met Suzanne Laux, the love of his life. Meyer and Suzanne became engaged in Sweden in 1948, after which Suzanne left for the United States and ultimately became a citizen and sponsored Meyer in his immigration 2 years later. Meyer and Susan were then married on October 28, 1950 in Cleveland, Ohio. Not being able to escape the discrimination of the Holocaust, Meyer was threatened at his new job as a mechanic, to which Meyer responded by opening the first of his own businesses. Ultimately, Meyer moved west after his eldest son was diagnosed with asthma. Meyer was the perfect citizen in every sense of the word, a pillar in business community, a rock in his congregation, and an incredible provider for his family. Up until the late stages of his life, Meyer always put family and community before himself, never wanting to be apart from his beloved wife, Susie. Meyer followed her in death after only 5.5 months. He survived by his children Rosie, Philip, Murray, and Jerry, son-in-law Paul Kahn, daughters-in-law Vicky and Barb, and adopted daughter Linda Roy. He will also be missed by his 7 grandchildren, Yonit, Shiri, Michael, Gillen, Daniel, Jake, and Jade, step-grandson Michael and his wife Gina, and adopted granddaughter Sherry.
Ms. Hahn?
Other members might want to adjourn Jerry Newman's father.
All right.
All members on that. All members. Jerry Newman's dad.
Right.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I'd like us to adjourn today in memory of Geraldine Agnes Galbraith, who passed away at the age of 81. She was a longtime resident of the Watts community. As a young girl, she was raised on a farm and had a soft heart for animals. And when Geraldine became a teenager, her family moved to Watts. And as we heard at Diane Watson's mother's service yesterday, growing up in Watts was like being on a farm. There was a lot of farming done in Watts in the early years. And Geraldine's mother grew vegetables and fruit, which she canned, and she also raised chickens. Geraldine attended David Starr Jordan High School, where she met Robert Galbraith, whom she later married. As years passed, she became affectionately known as Mama Jerry. Her religious background background was Catholic, but after her children were born and grown a bit, she attended the Crenshaw Christian Center. She's survived by her 3 children, Montrose, Vallister, and Yolanda, 6 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, her baby brother, Rodney Shepard, which many of you know, her sisters-in-law, Tressie, Yvonne, and Beverly, and a host of nieces, nephews, cousins, relatives, and friends. Services are being held this Saturday, August 7th, 10 o'clock, at Spalding Mortuary, 3045 La Brea Avenue in Los Angeles. Geraldine Agnes Galbraith. One more. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Doris Dolly Mae Turner. She was born October 1911 and came to the United States for the first time in 1968. She was a service maid in England for most of her adult life and was looking forward to her 100th birthday in hopes of receiving a commendation from Queen Elizabeth II of England and President Barack Obama. She permanently moved to the United States in 2003, and she passed away at the age of 98 on July 20th. She's survived by her son Trevor, daughter Olive, a grandson Grant Reed. Both Olive and Grant are members of the Harbor City Neighborhood Council and active members in all community events. Dolly was known for making the most beautiful quilts for her family and friends. For the last 7 years, she was always present at community events in the Green Meadows area of Harbor City. A private remembrance was held Saturday, July 31st. God rest her soul. Dolly Mae Turner.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. LaBonge.
73 years old, I asked we adjourn in memory of Eric Malnick, who some of you may talk to over the years. Started in 1958 as a copy boy at the Los Angeles Times, worked for over 50 years. Sometimes would cover stories here, but specialized in aviation. He's survived by his wife and 2 sons and a host of grandchildren. Additionally, members, I'd like to ask we adjourn in memory of Mitch Miller, who lived to be 99. That's a good place. Mitch Miller, who turned the music on the television around and got all of America to sing. He was a wonderful man who developed the Columbia Records Special Interest of Popular Music Division in the 50s and 60s. He's survived by his daughter as well as grandchildren as well, Mitch Miller. And lastly, I ask we adjourn in memory of Tom Mankiewicz, who was a friend. Tom was a great writer and director in television, but as a city relationship, he was the head of the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association, who loved the zoo. He came to Los Angeles in his early days and got involved in television writing. He rewrote all the Superman series for movies, as well as later on Dragnet and a host of things. But most importantly, he cared about the city and cared about the zoo and loved the zoo and was a real champion. And as someone, as we all do, we meet in our business and say, I'd like to spend more time with it. He coordinated the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association dinner just this last June when we honored Betty White, and I called him days after that to congratulate him. He had gone to the dentist, and the dentist saw a little film in his eye that gave him some suspect and found out he had cancer, and it was rapidly growing. He passed at 68 years old. His family has been involved in television and in news media right now at Mankiewicz, but he's truly the type of person you'd always want to be with and trying to achieve greatness. Tom Mankiewicz went at an early age, and we'll miss him greatly. He's survived by his brother Christopher, as well as sister, and a host of cousins.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 adjourning motions. I ask that we adjourn in memory of Philip Walker, who passed away on July 22nd at the age of 73. He was born in 1937 in Lake Charles, Louisiana, or near Lake Charles, Louisiana, a small town called Welch, Louisiana. His early musical training, he was influenced by the local Cajun and Creole rhythm that he heard as a youngster. At age 16, he left home and toured with Zydeco King Clifton Chenier. In fact, Clifton Chenier gave him his first guitar, in which he never looked back. Relocated in Los Angeles in 1959, had a number of hit records, and towards the end of his career, after working with a number of local labels, his 2007 recording was listed as the top
New Recording Contemporary Blues category for Living Blues Awards Critic Poll. He's survived by a host of family members. His services were August the 2nd at Simpson and Simpson. Also asked you to adjourn in memory of Helen Newberry McDowell, who was born in Abington, Virginia. She was an active member of the Charles Wesley Methodist Episcopal Church, and she remained there until 1922 when the family moved to Tennessee, where she became a member of the Wesley Methodist Episcopal Church. She attended King Mountain Elementary School. Her greatest desire was to continue school and get an education. She attended Morris Normal Industrial School that her mother attended, and so that she continued her training to become an instructor or teacher. In 1920, she went to Bennett College in Greensboro, North Carolina, to pursue her high school education and teaching career. She moved to Washington, Washington, D.C., became a member of the John Wesley AME Zion Church, where she was a member of Faithful, attended the Sunday school and Bible study. She and her husband gave up their home in Washington and moved to Los Angeles in 1973. She is certainly a very religious person and always had a role in her local church. She's survived by a host of family members, and her funeral services were held July 26.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to note the passing of Air Force veteran Dwight Radcliffe, who was 55 years old. He was born October the 4th, 1954 in Los Angeles and was raised in South Los Angeles, and after high school served in the Air Force from 1971 to 1974. Mr. Radcliffe overcame homelessness to lead a national organization providing service for former soldiers facing similar obstacles. As President and Chief Executive of the United States Veterans Initiative, Mr. Radcliffe led a nonprofit organization that provides job training and placement, counseling, and housing to more than 2,000 veterans and their families daily in 5 states and the District of Columbia. Mr. Radcliffe was also a bass musician and played in a rhythm and blues band of fellow veterans called Living Proof. During the 1980s, he worked on world tours with Stevie Wonder. He is survived by his wife, Paulette, 3 sons and 2 daughters, and his mother, sister, and 3 grandchildren. And Mr. Parks and I knew him very, very well, and we can attest firsthand what a loss this is.
In fact, to show you what a very small world is, I just spoke with him either Thursday or Friday last week, and he passed away on Saturday. He was going to work with us on a project where we wanted to do a memorial of some type to identify, memorialize those segregated military units in the past, because so many of their members are now passing on, and we're trying to work together and figure what would be appropriate. And he joined on, and the next day, Saturday, he passed away. So a model program of U.S. vets is in Inglewood, where they actually have a housing facility for homeless U.S. veterans. And so he will be missed.
Mr. Rosenthal?
As well, as a veteran dealing with the homeless, he made a huge contribution here in Los Angeles, and I'd be honored to second that, too.
All three, Ms. Perry, Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosenthal. May he rest in peace. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. And on behalf of Mr. Wesson and myself, we ask that you adjourn in memory of a former Assembly member, Dr. Keith Richmond. Keith was raised in the Valley. He went to Birmingham High School in my district. He went to UC Davis, where he was a very successful athlete. By the way, Mr. LaBonge, he was a pitcher on their baseball team and was actually enshrined in the UC Davis Athletes Hall of Fame. He came back to Los Angeles, matriculated from UCLA with a medical doctorate degree and a master's degree in public health. And then he went out and bought his father's business, his father's medical practice, which was Dr. Monroe Richmond. And many of you have been around this town a long time know Monroe Richmond was a great member of the LA Community College District for a long time. He started the Lakeside Healthcare Program, an organization that is a physician-owned, physician-directed program for 100,000 patients. After coming back to Los Angeles, he got very involved in community affairs. He began as a commissioner for Mayor Richmond. Excuse me, he was Mayor Richmond, actually. He was appointed by Mayor Reardon to the Community Redevelopment Agency. One of his claims to fame was battling with Jim Hahn as mayor, where he led the succession movement in the San Fernando Valley and was actually elected mayor of the valley, although he never served a day in that role because that thing was defeated. But he was very active in the community. Many charitable organizations such as the Foundation for American Diabetes in the Valley, Valley Community Clinic, and others. He went to the legislature, was immediately selected as the freshman of the year by the California Journal for his acumen, and he was a brilliant man. While in the state assembly, he distinguished himself right away, being chosen by the Republican Party as their whip. He made the tragic mistake of talking to Democrats, and in Sacramento, that's kind of a no-no. Mr. Richmond decided he was going to try and find a solution to the budget crisis by crossing over the aisle and meeting with other members of the Assembly who wanted to find solutions to the state's problems at the time. In doing so, he lost his whip's position in the Republican Party and was relegated to some lower committees, and it's really unfortunate because he was a brilliant man. One of the things he did while in the Assembly is alerted us to a debate that we've been having this very day, and that is on pension reform. He told the people of California we were heading toward Armageddon on pensions. Nobody listened to him, and today across the state of California, everyone is listening to Keith Richmond. We owe a great deal to Keith Richmond for his effort in that, and I know we will someday we will solve those problems here. I know I introduced some motions in 2004, were urged on by him dealing with smoothing, and nobody listened to me in 2004. We're having that same debate today. And so in his memory, I believe someday we will solve these pension problems, and we can owe a great deal of gratitude for him for bringing that forward to us. He was a fine man. He died at 56, a very young age, of brain cancer. To his death, he was calling me about pension reform, and he never gave up on that point. He was a very fine man. I know when I ran for office, he was the very first elected official to endorse me other than Hal Bernstein. He came to me and said, I want to help you, and went out and campaigned vigorously for me, and I shall forever be indebted to him in his memory, and may God rest his soul.
Mr. Wesson. All members.
Mr. Smith basically highlights a darn good man, where he had this photograph of him pitching, and we had a big softball game, the Republicans versus the Democrats. It was a very tight game. The Democrats won on a home run hit by our own Tony Cardenas. And this was a big thing. It was on television or what have you. So he may have been a good player, but we had a couple of good players ourselves. You've heard all of us who have been to Sacramento complain about just how partisan things are up there. And the way the Constitution is constructed, it's never going to change. I mean, it's just impossible. And Dr. Richmond was brilliant, and he was quickly given important roles. But the thing that I remember most about Keith is that he was a medical doctor. When he would see something that was wrong, if a person was sick, he would have to try to help this person. Disregard pay, disregard conditions. He felt compelled. He carried that same attitude with him to Sacramento. And the first year that I was speaker, when we did have, I think it was the longest budget stalemate in the history, was either that first year or second, it was Keith Richmond who engaged me against the absolute orders from his caucus not to. And we came up with a way to balance the budget by eliminating vacant positions was the big piece there. And the moment that he did that, that was the moment that everything was stripped from him. So I will remember him as a good friend and a man of courage, because I'm telling you, up in Sacramento, when you cross that leadership, it is the kiss of death. But he couldn't help himself. He did the job that Californians hired him to do, and it was a pleasure to serve with him for 4 years and to actually have him play a vital role in solving the first budget crisis that I had as Speaker.
Mr. Rosenbaum.
Keith Richmond's in politics. We became good friends, and he was on my show dozens and dozens of times because he was someone willing to work with people. We talked about health care, and most recently I was thinking of him over this pension reform when you mentioned that, and thought about him again today as we were doing it. He was going to put some legislation before us all so that we could all jump into it and deal with it from a state level. But, you know, seeing the dysfunctionalness of our democracy among the parties, he was one of those who could bridge it and somehow find some commonality. And that's why I loved having him on the show, because he was always a hopeful guy, he was always a positive spirit, and really did make a big difference with his life. May he rest in peace.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I think it's appropriate that I speak along with what was mentioned earlier about Keith Richmond, not only the individual, but the person of courage, because you said it very accurately, Herb Wesson. He was stripped of his duties because he was just doing the right thing. He wasn't playing politics at that moment, but he was just doing the right thing for California. Even though he was elected by a group of people in the San Fernando Valley, he truly did think of California as a whole, and he did the right thing at a great political expense of his, but at the same time, I'm sure that he's glad that he did it, because that political expense was nothing compared to the benefit. And I'm very, very proud to say that I enjoyed working with him. We got there together in the legislature, we left together in the legislature, and I was one of the Democrats that he used to talk to, and one of the reasons why he lost, he was stripped of his duties. But at the same time, to me, that's honorable. To me, that's something that people should remember, and something that people should try to emulate when it comes down to listening to your party or doing the right thing by everybody that you represent. And he certainly did that in that instance and many others. So may he rest in peace.
Mr. Koretz.
Well, everything has been said very eloquently, but I would just add how courageous this is, because people that were not in Sacramento don't realize what it was like to be a moderate Republican in this decade. Because early on, the Republican caucus put out the word that if you disagree with them on the budget, they will take you out of office. And there actually was a year where 4 courageous Republicans were needed to break with their caucus to get a budget out. And all 4 of those folks were immediately out of public office. So Keith Richmond not only risked the obvious, which was being removed from leadership posts, but he was actually the only person I can think of that really bucked his caucus to work with both sides and played a tremendous role, and was not actually defeated, I think, because he was just too popular in his district, and I don't think it could have been done. But he was as courageous as anybody that we knew politically in the legislature, and courageously fought a difficult disease at the end as well. So even though we disagreed on some things along the way, I was always a great admirer. I don't know if I told him that when I had the opportunity, but he was one of the people I had tremendous respect for.
And my personal comments on Keith Richmond, who was a friend. We had a dinner not too long ago with the Valley elected leaders, and he was there. His head was shaved. He was still going through the cancer. His spirits were very positive, and he subsequently died of brain cancer, but he fought it till the end. Just a warm, compassionate man. And the times I went to Sacramento, he'd always welcome us in his office, and his office became our office. He's just a very warm, wonderful man, a married man, and a man of great integrity and compassion for people. May he rest in peace. I know his services are tomorrow. I'll be attending those services along with many of my colleagues. Services are tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the San Fernando, I believe it's Mount Sinai. Mr. Smith?
Hills, Forest Lawn.
Forest Lawn, Hollywood Hills. Forest Lawn, Hollywood Hills. 2 o'clock for services for Keith Richmond. I have one adjourning motion. Joseph S. Lettery passed away July 23rd, born August 31st, in New York, 1981. I think that date is incorrect. A merchant Marine, World War II, fought Pacific, Atlantic, Mediterranean, Africa, married his wife Phyllis in January 1944, attended Columbia University in New York, developer of Braemar Country Club in Tarzana, owned Braemar Realty. In 1980, he moved from his home in Tarzana to Pebble Beach. In 2000, he moved once again to La Quinta. Very involved in church community as a former member of many parishes, including St. Francis de Sales Catholic Church in Sherman Oaks, Our Lady of Grace Catholic Church in Tarzana, and St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church in La Quinta. Passed away on July 23rd, Rancho Mirage. Laid to rest on July 28th. Desert Memorial Park in Cathedral City, survived by his wife Phyllis, daughter Joan, former Deputy City Attorney at Criminal Branch. May he rest in peace, Joseph S. Lettery. And I guess his date of birth was August 31st, 1918. May he rest in peace. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.